everybody. How are we doing? So just a warning. Well, I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't do a warning at the beginning. No, I should. You might have noticed that the thumbnail and everything changed over the last few days. There was a different title, different thumbnail for this stream a few days ago. I changed it like this morning, mostly so that I could post a link onto to Twitter because, well, if I had put something onto Twitter that was more indicative of one of the main topics we're going to be talking about today, there was a higher likelihood of the stream being swarmed by people who we don't necessarily want in here. So I did change the name, and I will probably be changing the title and the thumbnail and everything after the stream is done to like properly reflect what the main topic. I mean, we are still going to talk about Euphoria. We're going to talk about Euphoria every stream. And I do want to make a clarification too, because I did say last time we would do at least, even when we are doing the member streams on Monday, next Monday we'll be doing the member stream for like the evening stream. I am going to do a stream in the like mid-afternoon. I don't know what time, but at some point in the mid-afternoon on Monday, I'll do a stream for just talking about Euphoria, and then we'll do Pop Girlie News the next week. But I did realize that I am going to be out of town on May 25th, so there will be no stream, Euphoria or otherwise, on May 25th. I guess I'll have to come back, because I think that's the penultimate episode, so I'll have to, like, just do the penultimate episode and the finale on the same stream. So there will be one missing stream for the Euphoria updates, but we're gonna do, every other week, we'll do a Euphoria update. So we are gonna talk about Euphoria today, but at some point, I will be reverting the title and thumbnail of this stream, or I'll probably do A/B testing. I'll do A/B testing to see which works better, just for fun. But we are gonna be talking about the Michael Jackson allegations, not like the whole thing. Not like, we're not gonna go into like gross detail or anything, but we'll be talking about it. And so I did have to change the title and everything just because I don't want Michael Jackson stans in here, because they're kind of out of their minds. And so you might have also noticed that I always just do an open chat, but this stream, it is a subscriber-only chat, but you only have to be subscribed for like 10 minutes. So if I need to, I might up it to like an hour or something if they come in here, but I think we'll be fine. And if they do end up in here, then I'll just kick them right out. But, you know, sometimes it's hard for me to keep an eye on the chat. We do have a few mods, but I don't know. They come and go, so just be warned. It could get kind of bad. I don't think it'll get, like, bad, but it's hard to say, because they really are just fairly rabid. But we'll talk about that later. We're gonna hit some of our lighter topics first. For instance, the gathering of the Yoshis. They were at FanFest nights, which I don't even know what that is, at Universal Studios in Hollywood. Never been there, but look at them. I love a Yoshi. Those are my favorite. They're just such cute little dinosaurs. So I'm a huge fan of Birdo. Birdo's my favorite. I found out I was gonna see the Super Mario Galaxy movie, because I know Birdo's in the movie, but then I found out that she barely even, like, has a role in it. She doesn't even talk. So, fuck that. Justice for Birdo. Trans icon. Absolute legend. But look at these little Yoshis. Amazing work indeed. Oh my god, they're so cute. Oh, I wish I had a little Yoshi costume. I feel like I could really be myself in one. We also do have another very positive update. First of all, Citrus, the dog from last week's Honorary Pop Girlie, she will now let herself be pet. Look at her.
Hi, good morning. Hello. What a good dog. Are we all so excited? Oh, yeah. Yay! Yay! Good job. Good job. Yeah. Oh, you're gonna be a silly girl. You're gonna be a...
She's so cute. And she can sit on the couch. Look at. Oh, she's not just stuck in her little crate anymore out of fear. Oh. And as her foster mom pointed out, she had come so far, because this is from April 6th, this original video of her not wanting to leave her crate. And this is just April 24th. Look at how close she's come in such a short amount of time. Oh. Now she has been adopted. Today was her adoption day, I believe. Yeah, good morning. That was from earlier today. Happy adoption day, Citrus.
Good morning. Good morning. Hello. Oh, is it your adoption day? Is it your adoption day? Good morning.
She's so cute. So yeah, she's been adopted by a nice little family who live in Ohio. Sorry, no offense to Ohio. Little cutie. So congratulations to Citrus. We love you, Citrus. And as I said last time, shout out to Sophia's other dog, Simon. He is now an only child again. So congrats to Simon. Anyway, I did want to hit on this because I talked about Charlize Theron and her weird hit at Timothée Chalamet the last week, which is like, I thought we were all over the whole AI thing, but then, or not AI, his comments about the ballet and the opera shit, I thought we had all moved on. Apparently Charlize Theron had not. She wanted to have a word with that young man, and she started saying stuff about like how AI is going to take his job, but it'll never take the jobs of like ballet opera singers, like live performers. And then a whole bunch of people pointed out like that's not necessarily true. Like there's holograms, there's robots, there's plenty of things that people can do to take live performers' jobs. And also people just not being able to afford the performances is a huge thing. So here's what you had to say about that.
I talked out of my ass. I don't know what's going to happen in 10 years, okay? Nobody does. Nobody knows what's going to happen in 10 years. But I assume that a living live performance would be hard, you know, and then somebody's like, there's a dancing robot in Hong Kong. But he's not Misty Copeland, okay? But yeah, I don't know what's going to happen in 10 years. I think we're all just taking it day by day, and I got to make this movie, and it's not AI, it's me, so things are good.
Okay, cool. And she says right at the opening.
Honestly, I talked out of my ass.
Okay, you talked out of your ass. I hate to beat this bush, but like, you were perfectly fine doing it. But like, do you not think that Timothy was maybe talking out of his ass a little bit? Like he was in front of a live mic, said something that he kind of immediately realized wasn't cool. Like, I still don't get how so many celebrities are just like, yeah, let's beat the fuck out of this guy for one thing that he said in like the heat of the moment. So fucking annoying. But speaking of AI, Taylor Swift did file a trademark recently to have her voice and likeness protected from like AI misuse, which this I'm interested in this because it is definitely a good idea, and of course I think Taylor Swift would be the one to definitely do it, and also Matthew McConaughey was talking about doing it. So I think that this makes sense, but I am still so confused about the legality of everything, because it says Taylor Swift has taken a new legal step seemingly aimed at protecting her identity in the age of AI, following in the footsteps of actor Matthew McConaughey. On Friday, April 24th, Swift's company filed 3 trademark applications with the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office to relate to sound trademarks covering her voice. One is "Hey, it's Taylor Swift," and the other is "Hey, it's Taylor," which I was like, okay, I guess that makes sense. Can you trademark your voice in full? I'm wondering, because, like, I don't know. I don't... And I guess that's the thing, is none of us really know how it works, because it's so fucking new that there's no laws. There's no legal precedent for how this stuff is going to work. But I'm like, can you just make it, like, illegal to use your voice in any sort of, like, AI thing, period? Because it seems like if you could do that, she would be doing that, but she's specifically doing statements where she says, "Hey, it's Taylor Swift," and "Hey, it's Taylor," which that makes sense, because in a lot of, like, AI things, like if we remember the Charlie XCX thing with the La Crusade cookware set, the TikToks would start with "Hey, it's Charlie," and blah 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 blah. So it makes sense that she would not want any sort of AI system to be able to say, "Hey, it's Taylor Swift," or "Hey, it's Taylor." But I don't know, because I feel like that you could even still get around by, like, doing parody things. Like, if you can argue that the AI usage is a parody, it seems like it still would be worth it just to protect the use of your voice, period. But I guess maybe you can't do that? I don't know, but then I'm really confused about this final one. It says the third trademark is a visual trademark covering a photograph of Taylor Swift holding a pink guitar with a black strap and wearing a multicolored iridescent bodysuit with silver boots. She is standing, whatever. We all know the photo. It's her on the Eras tour right there. And this, I'm really confused as to how that helps her. It says the filings made on behalf of Swift's TAS rights management were spotted by intellectual property attorney Josh Gerben, blah, 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 reflect growth among talent, AI, steal artists' ability to control their voice. But, like, how does that specific... How does that... Maybe people... Yeah, it says, are people just assuming it's related to AI? Maybe. But it says... I don't know. It's just so specific to trademark an image. And I think the voice thing makes sense to me with the AI. But I don't think there's been any sort of, like, statement or anything from her team on why it's happening. So yeah, it is just kind of an assumption. But it's like, why else would she do this? Why that particular photo? I don't know, man. I don't know. Okay, here it says, theoretically, if a lawsuit were to be filed over an AI using Swift's voice, she could claim that any use of her voice that sounds like the registered trademark violates her trademark rights. Okay, maybe. The singer's image-based filing serves a similar purpose by protecting a distinctive visual down to Swift's commonly worn jumpsuit and pose. Swift's team may gain additional grounds to pursue claims against manipulated or AI-generated images that evoke her likeness. So it's just like any photo maybe? And they just happen to pick this one because they're like, oh, it's a full body shot or something? So just any photo of her would have worked, perhaps? I don't know. It's all very confusing. The trademark yourself approach has not yet fully been tested in court with respect to AI. However, in theory, an actor or artist with such trademark protections could issue takedown claims against an AI platform similar to the way a studio can enforce its copyrights. So yeah, I don't know, man. I guess maybe we'll find out, maybe we won't. It depends on if any lawsuits ever get filed for this stuff. But it's like, okay, well, I mean, I think it's good for her to do that to protect her likeness and stuff, but it's like, when you're this proactive about the AI usage, it is still a little weird that you didn't do anything about Donald Trump using your songs. Not even Trump, but like ICE. That was weird. But okay, I think this is a fair thing for her to do. And it's interesting to me. Some other, I guess, tech-ish news. Letterboxd is exploring a sale of the controlling stake in their company. Don't know what the fuck that's gonna mean. But I hope that it's not really bad. Because Letterboxd kind of feels like the only pure social media site out there at the current moment. So, I don't know. I don't know who they're considering selling to. I don't know what that's going to mean for the site's functionality, for the monetization of it, but I don't love it. Now, we do have some Russell Brand / Katy Perry updates, so... Well, here he is on the Megyn Kelly show talking about Katy.
Celebrity itself.
I worked it out.
So how so?
Well, because look, when you fall in love with someone, like, isn't it amazing to be in love? Isn't it so amazing? Well, imagine that sort of compounded with everyone else acting like it's important. It's like, oh my God, this is overwhelming. Plus, she's a really lovely, you know what there is about her? She has an innocence. She's a very beautiful person. She's also incredibly driven and worked really...
She has an innocence. That's disgusting. It is such a weird thing to say about your, like, partner in the first place. She has an innocence. I don't know. It's just weird and creepy. But also... She's just been accused of sexual harassment and assault by multiple people. So I don't know how innocent she really is.
Really, really hard. I saw her working really, really hard. Here's me taking total responsibility for all the mistakes I made in that marriage. I, wanted to grab her, like a kind of, there!
Like you grab a lot of other women? That's your whole thing? You love grabbing women?
Got it! You know, I felt like I was inadequate and not enough on my own. So I saw this big, glorious thing, and even though I knew her as a person as well, and as a person, she's a normal person. Like, everyone's a normal person. You've been around famous people. You know, who's famous when it comes to shower time, picking your nose, scratching your ass? Like, everyone just breaks down into mundanity and flesh and fallenness in the end. But she was really, 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 really lovely. But it was my fault because I pushed to get married early because I felt inadequate and insecure and like I wasn't enough. And that if I was married to her, that I would somehow be a better person and more important. And that put her under an unnecessary amount of pressure and strain. And then when she was unable, as a very young woman, like she was 25 or 26, she was young herself there, she couldn't fulfill those obligations because she was, quite rightly, one might argue, certainly from a materialist and humanistic and celebrity-oriented perspective, pursuing her dream, of which she successfully did, of becoming the world's most famous pop star. And when she was doing that, I was in sort of a crisis of like, hold on a minute, I'm lonely and this isn't working. This isn't working. Why do I not feel... You've married a pop star.
I did it.
Come on. Why is this not working? So...
Do you feel like if she weren't a celebrity, it could have worked?
Probably not, because I was fated to marry my incredible wife, Laura Brand, who is sort of who I already knew and had already married. But I didn't learn the lesson then. I went on to go out with Jemima Khan, who was married to the now jailed former leader of Pakistan, who went out with Hugh Grant a bunch. She was like a billionaireess and glorious and amazing hair and a 300-acre estate and riches. And I thought, yes, this. Then I will be okay. Yes, that's it. I got some of the details wrong. It wasn't American pop star. It was British aristocrat. And then
it's so fucking, even just the way that he's talking about them when he's trying to be, complimentary and, admit fault or something, he is still being so dehumanizing. Where he's talking about Katy literally only in relation to her success as, a pop star when he's not calling her innocent or whatever. He's being like, oh, and I married this big famous pop star. And then he's describing this other woman that I guess he was with who had, a large estate or something. Did you like them as people at all? Or did you just like them as, a reflection of your success and your status?
Riches. And I thought, yes, this. Then I will be okay. Yes, that's it. I got some of the details wrong. It wasn't American pop star. It was British aristocrat. And then, of course, once again, she's a human being, and I'd, in my own foolish way, objectified her. So,
well, okay, I guess he's saying it there, but it's still, even in the way that you're describing it, it's you're only describing your perspective at the time, and you're still not even reflecting her humanity within that reflection.
I learned that lesson. Finally, I think now I have learned don't try to take things from people. Just leave people alone. Be happy in your marriage and serve God as best you can. And remember, you're going to forget that all the time like an idiot and go back.
Yeah, I listened to a podcast talking about his books recently, and it straight up feels like he doesn't view women as people. Was it the If Books... No, not If Books Could Kill. It was Maintenance Phase, I think. It was one of the Michael Hobbs. It definitely, it was Maintenance Phase because Audrey was there. Yeah, they were reviewing his, not reviewing, but kind of just going through his, bookie wook is what he called it. Disgusting name in and of itself. But yeah, I know. I was, like, being reminded as, like, a lot of this stuff is now kind of coming back out, which I guess is probably why they're doing the podcast now. But I was listening to the podcast and I was just reminded of, like, oh, he is, like, a monster. Like, a really, really bad person. I mean, I knew that before, but it's like you forget when the details aren't staring you in the face, and that's kind of a theme for later in the stream, but like when the details aren't just looking at you right in the fucking face and like people reminding you of like he did it to this woman, he did it to this woman, he did it to this woman, it's like he was like just walking around just assaulting women pretty much, and even in things that he kind of admits to. It's crazy. He is just like a monstrous person. And so even like, and that's the thing too, is that that's kind of how like Katy Perry will probably even get away with some of the shit that she's done because it was inappropriate, but it's like she's still not half the monster that like her ex-husband was, that a lot of other men in the industry get away with being. So it's like people just already don't even take what Katy did that seriously. And also because she's a woman too, you know, there is a double standard, and some of that double standard makes sense because it's like men can get away with so much fucking worse than what women can, that it does make sense for us to pay a little bit more attention to those allegations because they're often more violent and more destructive. But at the same time, it doesn't mean you get to do whatever the fuck you want, girl. Not at all. But it is interesting the way that he is talking about Katy here, and he's always been like fairly complimentary toward her, but he specifically talks about, I think it's quoted in here, oh no, it's not quoted in this one, but like he did bring up the allegations at one point, either in this interview or something else. He's been on a weird press tour recently, but he brought up the allegations against Katy. And he's sympathizing with her. And I was like, I bet you are. I bet you are. But he's still apparently really upset about the fact that she's dating Justin Trudeau. He says she took it too far. Motherfucker, you are so gross and weird. Even when I don't like your ex-wife, you still manage to talk about her in a way that's so strange. He says, I've put up with a lot with that ex-wife of mine, but you took it too far, KP. Legolas, I love that guy. Talking about Orlando Bloom. And then he calls Justin Trudeau Fidel Castro's spawn. Okay. And you know what? There most likely are very good reasons to criticize Justin Trudeau. The blackface would be one of them. But as a politician, I don't know much about him because I'm not Canadian, I'm American, a United States citizen, which means I don't pay attention to other countries a whole lot. So I don't know what he was like as the prime minister. But okay, I'm sure there are criticisms that I would have of him if I looked into it. But like, I'm not taking it from Russell Brand just because his ex-wife happens to be dating him. You're a fucking rapist, dude. I don't care. But then he did admit to, in that Megyn Kelly interview, sleeping with a 16-year-old girl when he was 30, which he calls exploitative. And he's doing kind of like the Max Landis thing of he's taking accountability for some stuff, including the failure of his marriage with Katy, the failure of his relationship with whatever other woman he was with, whatever. He's being like, I was toxic, I was objectifying them, I was selfish, blah, blah, blah. And then he even admits to, I slept with a 16-year-old, but in his mind it was consensual or whatever. And he says, thank you, Megyn Kelly, for giving me the grace to address, in particular, your anger, which is entirely legitimate and recognizable. And the plain fact of it is that in Europe and in the United Kingdom, where I'm from, the age of consent is 16. Disgusting. And I did sleep with a 16-year-old when I was 30, but when I was 30, I was a very different person. I was a lot younger, and I was an immature 30-year-old. How old is he now? Consensual sex actually with a variety of people when there is a strong power differential, because there is when you're a famous man that has the ability to attract women that I had at that time, I think involves exploitation. I think it is exploitative. I recognize that my sexual conduct in the past was selfish and I did not apply enough consideration, barely any, I suppose, really to how that sex was affecting other people. And this is something too where it's like, if you don't know the specifics of the allegation, this could maybe even sound like, oh, he's admitting to everything. He's admitting that he was exploitative. He was admitting that he was kind of manipulative or that there was a power difference, blah, blah, blah. How big? But as the community note down here clarifies, Brand is accused of sexual assault of the then 16-year-old. And not just because she was 16. It has nothing to do with the age of consent. It was assault even separate of her age. She said he forced his penis down her throat and made her choke, only stopping after she punched him in the stomach. She says he groomed her, calling her the child, and was emotionally abusive and controlling. Like, it's not just that, like, oh, you dated a 16-year-old, which is gross enough. Disgusting enough. But even outside of that, this is not the full story. This is not you taking accountability. But he did go on to Piers Morgan recently, and this, say what you want about Piers, but every once in a while, he really does get one.
A question about your Bible.
Yeah. And the thing I'll say about Piers, too, I don't like him. He pisses me off a great many times. But in comparison to a lot of other, like, conservative or even just, like, centrist political commentators, something I can say about Piers is that I do think that he's sincere. Like, I don't think that he's a grifter the way that quite a lot of other people, including Russell Brand, are. I do think that Piers means what he says. He's just an idiot and an asshole. So, that's something. We can work with that, right?
If you want to.
Thank you. Was that the one you took into court?
You're the very one.
Okay. What was your thinking of taking it into court? And what you were looking at some passages, what were the relevant passages for you?
All right. Thank you for asking me.
Thank you. That didn't hurt, did it?
A little bit. It was this from Isaiah. You're right, Bear did say, be chilled. Sometimes I lose the chill, man. It's pretty... Is this? They don't like that, do they, in the old gallery? But remember, you just said it's a hired spot. This is from Isaiah. Excuse me. Man, I'm not going to mark it before. It says here, the verse that I was looking at that day was not this. I can't actually find the verse that I had that day, but this is good enough. This is from Isaiah 12.
It's so long. Like, it's almost 2 minutes of him just looking for this quote. And if you notice, too, he does have, like, bookmarks and stuff. I can't find, like, a good shot of the book. Wait, right here. He does have, like, sticky notes and stuff in the book. So, like, he has bookmarked it. He's doing this whole grift where he goes around with his Bible because now he's a born-again Christian. Now that people found out that he's, like, a serial rapist, he's a born-again Christian because of course he is. Similar to how his ex-wife, after she was accused of some things, posted, like, a Spotify link or whatever to one of her songs that are, like, about God. Like, of course, as soon as you get outed, you have to, like, be saved by the Lord, which it's like, you know what? Whatever. If that really was the route that you took, it's like, okay, if religion helps you feel like you can attain some amount of forgiveness, some amount of, like, redemption, okay, sure. You also do still have to admit what you did, though. Like, the entirety of it. Don't sugarcoat it or anything. Don't be like, oh, I just had sex with a 16-year-old, but it was consensual. No, say exactly what happened. And then ask God to forgive you. But it is something, there's something that I do find kind of interesting about it, because, like, a lot of them, I guess maybe it is just a thing of, like, trying to appeal to Christians. Maybe it's fully just about appearances. I don't know. But I do wonder if it's a little bit like they do just feel fucking guilty and they don't know what to do with it. And they can't just, like, take the burden of admitting that they're kind of just, like, look at all those bookmarks. They can't stand to admit that they are just a bad person. So they have to, I don't know, just pour themselves into something else. But here's another little bit with Piers that's pretty good. This one's edited up, like, this is kind of a compilation, but it's just so, because I kind of liked Russell Brand for a while. I went back and forth with him for a while, but he is fairly charming. Like, he can definitely hold his own in an interview in terms of, like, not even hold his own, he overpowers people in interviews is what he does. He interrupts people. He uses a lot of, like, big words to make himself sound smart. And when you recognize it for what it is, it's so obvious, and you're like, oh, this guy is completely full of shit. But there was a moment where, like, when he was kind of on the right side of things, because he was politically, like, all over the place, and he was, like, fairly far left for a while, and so he would go on to these talk shows and fight with people on the right or in, like, the center, and he would fight from, like, a leftist position, where I was like, well, I agree with what he's saying, and he also, like, sounds smart while he's doing it. Like, he sounds good. Like, there was that one, I don't even remember what the interview was, but it was from a while ago, and it was him on some sort of, like, morning show or something. I think it was in the UK, and they were talking about something where, like, I agreed with him and what he was saying, and so him using this, like, big verbose language is like, okay, what a smart, articulate guy. And I did love Get Him to the Greek. I really liked that movie. And now I can't watch it whatsoever. Fucking Russell Brand, Jonah Hill, titties in it too. I will not be revisiting that one at all. But he's a good actor. He could be kind of funny. And he was a good singer, honestly. He played like a kind of like a rock star in that movie. And in the music that they put out, it was pretty, like, funny. Like, it was supposed to be kind of like parody music, but, like, it sounded decent, and his voice is good. So, like, you know, it's a shame. I'll never be able to listen to the Get Him to the Greek soundtrack again, but oh well. Not a huge loss.
I suppose why I got rankled even at the asking about the denomination is because it's so beautiful in its purity and its formlessness.
But most Christians have no problem saying what denomination they are.
It's not like I've got a problem with it. I've got this challenge.
And I'm a Catholic. I've got no problem telling you.
I know, but you're very different. You're very different.
But why? Why is it so difficult to answer?
It's not difficult to answer. I'm really interested in Catholicism. Really interested.
Because you were an
I
atheist.
kind of love it.
You then were a Buddhist.
Don't see that's like that.
Oh,
like,
these are facts.
that's antagonistic.
No, it's not. It's factual.
Like,
you were an atheist.
what are you going to be next?
You were a yes.
Muslim?
That's what some
A Jew?
people.
A Scientologist?
That's what some people think.
Hitler. What do you think about Hitler?
That's what some
Was
people
he okay?
think. That's what some people
Should we
think.
get the jab?
Russell,
Have you vaccinated your own children?
take Bear's advice and calm down.
No, you take Bear's advice and be a good man.
I am a good
be
man.
Be a good man.
I'm just
and no, it
pointing-
costs you to be a good man.
You may not.
It might cost you everything.
You might not like.
It might cost you
Russell,
everything
you
to
might-
become one, but
Russell,
you can do it.
You might not.
You can
like,
do it, Piers.
Russell. These are basic facts. You were an atheist. You then became a Buddhist.
No,
now
they're
you're
not,
a Christian.
Good. They're not basic facts. They're information being tailored and collated.
Is it not true?
Yeah. You are attempting to create, using a collage of language.
But you're the one who told us these
You
things.
told us that.
You were. You told us you were an atheist.
Israel's got the right to protect itself.
Yeah.
This is a genocide. Don't take that COVID shot. Take the COVID shot. Ah!
Well, it's like, what's his point here of, like, okay, Piers changed his mind on things? Like, he was more defensive of Israel before, and then he came to the decision that they were committing a genocide. Like, I think that a lot of people came to that decision from the mountains of evidence. You know, some of us were on on that side of things previously. Some people it took a little bit longer, but like, you're entitled to change your fucking mind. And that's not even, as Piers is saying to Russell, like, his religious journey, he has changed his mind many times. That's not something that, like, that's just something that you can acknowledge, and that's fine. You used to be an atheist, you used to be a Buddhist, now you're a Christian. There's reason to wonder why that change happened when it coincided with these allegations. Just answer the fucking question.
Itself?
Yeah.
This is a genocide! Don't take that COVID shot. Take the COVID shot! Ah! Listen.
But I'm happy to talk about that. You're not.
I'm happy to talk about anything, but I would prefer to talk
But
about...
I only know you're an atheist because you told me.
But I prefer to talk about something, Piers.
Fine.
Something.
We're talking about your profound belief in God. And I, as a Christian...
No, we're not talking about my profound belief in God. We're talking about the actuality of God. And we're talking about the fact that you have been doing water carrying for Satan. That's what we're talking about, Piers.
Who's Satan?
Water carrying. The fallenness in this world.
I've been carrying water for Satan.
Even when, like, I sort of take my own advice and, more importantly, Bear Grylls' advice and think, right, just sit and chill.
And what Bear Grylls has to do with any of this, I have no fucking clue. Just absolutely none. Is Bear Grylls a born-again Christian too?
That you sort of revert to a kind of, he was an atheist, he was a Buddhist, and I can't see that as a good faith inquiry. I see it as an attempt to generate an outcome and to create a sort of a kind of hysteria, whether that's in this room with me, or sort of more broadly among people. Maybe we are a couple of grifters, a couple of worthless, lousy grifters that will say whatever we have to say to stay on the internet and make a few quid and flog a book and, oh, Meghan Markle, she's a bitch, is that all right? Is that a bitch? Israel, yeah, fuck it. You know, maybe that's all we are. And there's a hair there that's been bothering me for a long time. Thankfully it wasn't attached, otherwise that would have been grooming. And what would that be in the ape world? What you do, join the white supremacists on one day and then grift for cigarettes with the Muslims on the next day? Like, I'm not doing your mad little game of reducing everything to trivia and tittle-tattle, because some things, believe it or not, Piers, are not trivia and tittle-tattle. In fact, there's an argument for the direct contrary, that none of it is trivia and tittle-tattle, that you're continually in the moment interfacing with a really beautiful reality that has a veil laying across it, and all of us are sort of tangled and interacting with the veil.
What? What are you talking about? Like, what was any of that last bit?
Tittle-tattle. In fact, there's an argument for the direct contrary, that none of it is trivia and tittle-tattle, that you're continually in the moment interfacing with a really beautiful reality that has a veil laying across it, and all of us are sort of tangled and interacting with the veil.
Okay. Yeah, Russell could be kind of convincing when he was arguing for things that were mostly correct. He just looks so ridiculous now that he's forced to argue with the wrong side. Yeah, that really is it. It's like, he is just he's kind of a good bullshitter, but when his bullshit is backed up by shit that actually is kind of true, then it doesn't come across as bullshit because he has the substance to back it up. But when he doesn't have that substance and he's trying to defend absolute bullshit, it becomes a lot more clear that his rhetoric is just kind of built around his, like, his verbosity or whatever. I have this in my notes. I don't even remember what this was. Oh, yeah, Russell Brand's response to virtually every question put to him by Piers Morgan.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I'm anaspeptic, phrasmotic, even compunctuous to have caused you such pericombobulation. Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
Yeah, he just knows a lot of big words. That's it. Now, we already knew we didn't like Russell Brand, so none of this is a revelation. But there is a man who did something disappointing this last week, who I had previously had no issues with. Mr. Bruno Mars has reposted Chris Brown and Usher's R&B tour poster with a Chris Brown song in his post. Just, making his pro-Chris stance really known. I just... really, really sad. Especially, you know, like, Gaga kept hyping him up to him, being like, he's so supportive of women in the industry, which she hypes up pretty much any man that she ever works with. So I guess it's not super surprising, but, like, this doesn't seem that supportive of women in the industry to me. This seems kind of supportive of men who are abusive to women. But what do I know? I just know that Chris Brown has been accused of abuse and misogyny and just generally shitty and violent behavior multiple times. And now he's on a tour receiving support from other men in the industry in ways that feel icky and gross. Disgusting. And other men who... Well, I'm not going to say what I think because this is a recording. But other men who I don't feel fondly of at the current moment, Klay Thompson has cheated on Megan Thee Stallion. He was with her for, I don't even know, like less than a year or something. They seemed happy. I remember her cooking him Thanksgiving dinner, cooking dinner for his family. She was getting all in with his family. They had moved in together. And then she posted onto her Instagram story, cheating, had me around your whole family playing house, got cold feet, holding you down through all your horrible mood swings and treatment towards me during your basketball season, and now you don't know if you can be monogamous? Bitch, I need a real break after this one. Bye, y'all. Just awful. And after, like, what, a year, less than a year? You couldn't only fuck Megan Thee Stallion for a year? Men really... They have some fucking nerve. Megan Thee Stallion wasn't enough for you. One of the hottest women in the world, cooking you Thanksgiving dinner. Oh my fucking God. And she really liked him too. She kept talking so well of him. This was her like a year ago.
I have never dated somebody so kind. Like, this is my first relationship where I've ever been with somebody who's genuinely a nice person, and he makes me genuinely happy. Like, I just never dated somebody like him before, and I'm just grateful that he here by my side and he feel the same way about me.
Well, we're loving seeing you guys together. Did you guys watch the Love Island finale together? And what did you think about the finale?
You might want to ask him because he the real Love Island fan. Yeah. We team both. And we team Huda too. I have never...
Not to be totally me, but she needs a woman. Maybe. I support that. Just, I think maybe no more athletes. I think all the girls at this point, no more athletes. They're kind of shitty. Like, there's something I think there are a lot of specific reasons why athletes in particular are so shitty. They're in a very, like, masculine, like, toxically masculine space. Some of them have fucking CTE and shit. And they are put under a lot of pressure. So, like, just no more athletes. I think that's step number one. And then after that, I don't know. There maybe are some other cuts we can make with different professions, but we're going to start with athletes. But the show must go on. She did perform during her the Moulin Rouge thing. She got a standing ovation, but it does look like she is crying a little bit. As one would, you know, a lot of emotions. But I hope that she knows how loved she is by everybody. My entire timeline, when it happened, like, I opened up Twitter and just, like, every tweet was like, fuck Klay, fuck Klay, fuck Klay, how dare he, we should kill him, essentially. I was like, oh my God, what happened? And then I saw her Instagram story, and then, you know, there was an assassination attempt at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, which felt kind of convenient, felt like maybe someone was trying to take the heat off Klay, I'm not sure. But I hope he watches himself. Or I hope he doesn't. Now, in other news, other relationship news, Kylie Jenner appears to be dating Jacob Elordi after dating Bad Bunny, too, so she has got quite the roster. This is the greed they talk about, but apparently they've been quietly hanging out for months, so People, I'm sure, are going to be really normal about that. People are always normal about the Kardashians and their love lives. So looking forward to that. And then Harry Styles is reportedly engaged to Zoe Kravitz after 8 months of dating. People will, I'm sure, be normal about that as well. This one is kind of interesting to me because I remember when they were first hanging out, and people were speculating that they were dating, and they put out, or their teams or somebody put out some press thing that was like, no, they're just kind of like fucking. Like, they basically were like, no, they're in a situationship. They're not like dating. And I was like, what a weird thing to clarify. Why would you ever, like, just don't say anything. Don't be like, no, it's just casual. They're just having sex. I thought that was a little odd, but it turns out that wasn't even true. They were apparently very serious. So, congrats to them, I suppose. I don't know. Not super invested in either one of their love lives, but some people definitely are. So again, I'm sure people will be normal about it. Now, Harry Styles, there's something going on with his concerts because they were like really unreasonably priced before. And I don't know if it was from the resellers or from the way that he priced it, but they apparently canceled thousands of tickets recently for his residency at Madison Square Garden, and they're working with his team to resell them to fans at face value. So I don't really understand. I guess maybe were all the tickets priced that way because of the resellers? Is that what they're trying to say? Or I don't know, because the prices for his shows were like a lot. We caught scalpers using multiple accounts and fake identities to try to get around ticket limits and resell tickets for profit. We canceled those tickets, none of which had been transferred to fans, and we are working with the tour to release them back to fans at the original price. You may have seen us take similar action on other tours recently. It's all part of a broader effort to, sure. Yeah, you're such a good company. So yeah, I guess these tickets will be going back onto sale. Maybe at a more reasonable price. Hope so. I don't know. But then there was something that happened in Canada recently where now Ticketmaster will no longer allow tickets for concerts, sports, and other live events in Ontario to be resold above their original price starting next week, which I guess I think this coming week. So that's cool. If you're going to anything in Ontario. I'm not, but that's good. So, little things happening here and there. Tickets are still unreasonably priced everywhere, but small feats. Small steps in the right direction. And someone who performed recently, Hayley Williams performed her bachelorette party tour thing at some sort of venue right next to Morgan Wallen's bar, whom she name-checks. She doesn't name-check Morgan in the song, but she says, like, this racist country singer's bar, which she has since confirmed is Morgan Wallen. So this is just kind of a beautiful image. I think that it should be in museums. It's so striking. And she's so cool. But then you can see people, like, getting food around that area. People wearing Hayley Williams shirts, people wearing Morgan Wallen shirts. I think that maybe they should fight. I was going to say maybe we'll achieve world peace, but I don't really want to achieve world peace with Morgan Wallen fans, to be honest with you. So maybe they should have just fought. Anyway. Demi Lovato is on tour. She did bring out JoJo recently at Madison Square Garden, which is so cool. I love JoJo. And JoJo doesn't get enough credit too. Everyone always talks about Taylor Swift re-recording her own music to, like, get her rights back. JoJo did it first. I think there's probably even people who did it before JoJo even, but JoJo was the first person that I knew of doing it. And she did it over songs that she made when she was like 14, which I think is like a level of dedication. A lot of people, if it was just the stuff you did as a kid, some people would have let it go, but not JoJo. not my girl. So that's very cool. Love to see that. Demi did also bring out her husband. They sang whatever song that they played on their wedding night together, so that's cute. Don't really know who he is, but good for him. And just that we're all aware, my girl Slater's streams are rising following Coachella, doing very well. Her discoveries also rose 475%. So this is Slater's year. It's Worst Girl in America summer. For me, at least. And also, speaking of Bad Bunny, he is the most streamed male artist in Spotify history currently. And ranks second overall. I'm assuming maybe number one on Spotify might be Taylor Swift. But he's the most streamed male artist, so love that. Now, someone else who's number one, well, not someone else who's number one, because these are not number one things on Billboard, but someone who's doing very well. Olivia Rodrigo is the first artist to debut the lead singles off her first 3 albums at number one on the Billboard Hot 100 with her song, what was it called again? I don't even remember. It starts with a D. It's Dead something, right? Right? But so she's the third most number one hits of a female artist this decade, behind Ariana Grande and Taylor Swift. Now, I mentioned it a little bit last week, but part of the reason I think she's number one is she is Taylor's biological child, and she is... Yeah, Drop Dead. That's it. Yep. I was thinking, I knew it was something, I knew it was DD, and I knew the word dead was in it, and so all that was coming to my head was Dead Dance, and I was like, that's not correct. That is a different song completely. But once I think about Lady Gaga, it's hard to get that out of my brain. But I mentioned she is Taylor Swift's biological child, which means that she does do some, extra stuff to try to get number one on the Billboard charts, which is fine for the most part, because at least with her, she was doing the extra music videos, the Spotify exclusives, the Apple Music exclusives. And so I was like, okay, that's, whatever, she's putting out new content. I didn't realize the full extent of this campaign. I watched D'Angelo's video, and we'll watch a little bit of it here, because he goes through a lot of it, but I didn't realize the amount, and then I went through, I went down the Livy's HQ Twitter account, which is her, official fan account thing, all the somber accounts on Tumblr, except for they're actually, transparent about the fact that they're a fan account run by her social media team. But I went down just their Twitter and the amount of times that they're retweeting people who are buying the albums, the amount of times I didn't realize the amount of variants that already exist for this album. It's a lot, and this in particular really, really got me.
Have these streaming instructions that her account put out, which, I'm sorry, they kind of remind me of the Justin Bieber Yummy promotion scenario. If that doesn't ring a bell, don't worry, we'll get into it in a second. So being billed as chart reminders. Here are some charting reminders while you stream, download, and support Drop Dead, which I do have to say, the idea of supporting a song is really funny to me, because I just listen to music, dog. I don't support it. I don't really care if a song is number one at all, but if I did, this is what I would have to do. These are dudes.
And even, I understand, and that's kind of why we do the Pop Girlie bracket. In a way, it is sort of a joke. We're leaning into the sports nature of being a pop stan, where you are a little bit chart obsessed, where you are a little bit not just chart obsessed, but just cultural relevance obsessed. There is definitely a thing that exists across stan culture of trying to assess where your girl is in relation to all the other girls. And I think that is a funny thing to play with, and I think it is kind of fun to even play within, I am a little monster. I do, when Gaga does stuff, I'm always retweeting it. I'm always, trying to at least put it out there, but for the most part, I'm never doing this shit that a lot of stans do where they, you know, put their songs into like playlists and then repeat them over and over again to try to get more streams, because I'm like, well, but then that's gonna fuck with my like streaming data, and I'm gonna get like all of my, because I listen to my on repeat playlist on Spotify a lot of the times, like whatever songs that I just have on repeat, they end up in this playlist, and I kind of cycle through those, and it's like, well, I don't want my entire on repeat playlist to just be Lady Gaga, because that's what I'm trying to manipulate from the algorithm. Like I do just want to listen to music, you know? It's fun to do the stan stuff. It's fun to, you know, get involved in the stan wars a little bit. But then you're a part of the stan wars and you're a part of stan culture because you like music, right? At a certain point, that has to be weighed more than wanting your fave to be number one or whatever. It's just a little ridiculous to me. And encouraging your fans to get involved in it too, it's just, whatever I think about the morality of it, put that all aside, I just think it's tacky. I think it's embarrassing and tacky.
And don'ts. While listening to the song on any streaming platform, you must listen to the track for more than 30 seconds for the play to count as a full stream. Host your own station head parties or join other fan listening parties and include Drop Dead in the playlist, and be sure to have 3 songs in between Drop Dead. Don't just fill a playlist with Drop Dead. You need to arrange it in a way where it counts as separate listens and not a repeat listen.
And it's like, the reason that you even have to do all this shit is because Spotify and like Billboard and stuff, they know what people are doing. They know that if you just put one song on repeat over and over again, that it's not gonna, that's you're just doing it to get the streams and to get the charts. And so like the fact that you're trying to then find other ways around it, it's like, you know, you're cheating at this point. You know that you're doing something manipulative and stupid.
Purchase all variants of Drop Dead on iTunes. Don't forget, there are 7 versions to buy. As you see at this point, there's...
Yeah, and that was what I was like, there's 7 versions to buy? Not just to stream them on Spotify and Apple Music and shit, but like to buy it? And this is also, with Taylor, I do think... it's hard with Taylor because she just has a huge fan base in the first place, so it's like you can never really even say what the age of a Taylor Swift fan is, because she has a lot of younger fans, she has a lot of like millennial fans, she has some older fans. But with Olivia, as I mentioned last time, that the reason that I don't get into her music as much is that it is very young, and I think it's fine. I think that she's talented, I think the music is good, but I just don't necessarily relate to it because it feels very young. And so I know that like Olivia Rodrigo does have a dominantly Zoomer fan base, like Zoomer and Gen Alpha and shit. And that's where I'm like, this is getting even kind of weirder than some Taylor stuff, because these are kids that you're talking about. Maybe not like kids, but at least like, you know, 18, 19, 20. Marketing like this to them is a little ickier to me.
More than 7, but yes, this is what we're being told. Purchase the digital download of Drop Dead on Stationhead while attending or hosting listening parties in the Livy's channel. Make sure to fully download the Stationhead digital download from your email to make sure it counts towards the Billboard charting. You can purchase songs across all platforms, 1 digital copy per email, IP address, and billing address. So if y'all got any extra IP addresses, you could purchase multiple copies. And that actually sort of brings me to today's sponsor. Just kidding. Tell me that wouldn't be the cleanest transition into a VPN sponsorship of all time. But like, today's video is sponsored.
Okay. But so I looked on there. He kind of brings it up there. I think he maybe brings it up. I don't remember if he brings it up again in the video, but because I was watching it live, so I don't remember what all he talked about. It was over a long period of time. But I went onto their Twitter account and I was just scrolling down, and the amount of station head streaming parties they're doing is fucking insane. It is like near constant. Now, if you don't know what Station Head is, it's an app that you can download that links to your either like your Apple Music or your Spotify account. And so you go to these listening parties, these streaming parties, and as like a group, basically like you kind of give someone like right to like your Spotify data and stuff. Like they play the songs, they play Drop Dead and whatever other, like, Olivia Rodrigo songs that they want to play, or however it works out in this shit that they're doing. I don't know. I've never gone to one of these, but, like, they play the song, but since you're all logged into your separate Spotify and Apple Music accounts, every time that you as a group listen to the song, you're all individually being counted as separate streams. So, I mean, it's just kind of insane. And this is something where it's like, okay, it actually isn't like a bad idea. Like, it's kind of a cute idea. And one of the reasons that I don't mind people playing into some of the Stan Wars stuff is, like, it is a communal exercise. It is, like, as long as we all agree that it's frivolous and stupid, who fucking cares? Like, let's all get together and, like, stream a song together for our girl. Let's do it. But, like, when your official account, your official Stan, like, social media account is encouraging this multiple times a day, it's like, that's a little much. Do we not think so? Do we not think that the amount that they're doing this is a little fucking gross? And it is, like, there's already so many variants of not just the, there's variants and vinyls and stuff of the album, but the single specifically. As D'Angelo was saying in his video, there are 7, you can buy 7 different versions of the song on iTunes. And it's like the sped up version, the karaoke version, the slowed down version. And some of that I do think maybe is kind of cute. Like, sometimes on TikTok, like, a slowed down version or a sped up version will go viral and people will really like that version. So it's like, okay, you know what? If people like it, throw it up onto Spotify or streaming or whatever. Put it onto iTunes. I don't care. But something that those things do that I don't love, especially as a creator, when you put up the, like, sped up versions, when you put up the slowed down versions and everything in between onto streaming, and that becomes your official song, your copywritten song, then that makes it so that people can't, like, because people do use those tactics, like they speed up a song or they slow down a song to try to get around Content ID, and you're just finding other ways to, like, claim people. Which, okay, maybe people are legitimately infringing on your copyright, and maybe you do have a right to do that, but it's like, at some point, dude, when someone's slowing down your song, just let them have it. Like, come on. I don't know. I just find it very annoying. It's very capitalistic. It's very gross. I don't love it. And you don't need to do it, too. It's like, Olivia Rodrigo is so fucking famous. She does not need to do it. But they post so much, because I was even trying to find that original post that D'Angelo showed, and I was just going to show you myself, but I was like, let me just pull out D'Angelo's video, because when I was scrolling down, I was like, it took me so fucking long to even get there. They're posting so much. There's so much station head, too. So many streaming parties. I don't know. Just kind of gross. Just kind of gross. Good songwriter, though, you know. Halsey has announced a deluxe edition of The Great Impersonator, which is interesting. It's been, what, like a year, 2 years since the album came out? But cool. Maybe I'll like it more this time. I didn't love it when it first came out, but maybe I'll like it more this time. I don't know. And then Madonna has announced a Grindr edition for her Confessions 2 album, and it looks really cool. I think you have to get the Grindr app to get it, which I'm not going to download Grindr, but I don't know if you're already on Grindr, this is available to you. If you really, really want this, just, I guess, download the Grindr app. I'm assuming it's free, right? And then she does have a single coming out later this week with Miss Sabrina called Bring Your Love. There's a little bit of like an audio snippet on her Instagram, so you can hear a little bit of it, but it sounds really good. Looking forward to that. Now, a video was released earlier today for Gaga and Doechie's Runway. It's such a good video. I can't play too much of it because I am going to get claimed. But like, oh, look at the visuals. So good. So fucking good. You know, you can pause at any moment and they look stunning. So I don't know if this is the end, like, because Doechii had said that her and Gaga had done multiple things together. So I don't know if this is the extent of it, if like they just, because she said like we have so many looks coming, so maybe this is it. Maybe it's just the music video, and that I will be pleased with. But there are rumors going around at the current moment saying that like Gaga is working on a new album. I'm trying not to take that shit seriously because people also said that she was coming out with an EP for the Devil Wears Prada movie, and maybe she still is. I don't know, but it does feel weird at this point because the Devil Wears Prada comes out, what, in like a week? Less than, I think it comes out on Friday. So I feel like if she was releasing an EP, she would have released it already, right? Or at least announced it. So there's no way. I don't think that there's a Devil Wears Prada EP coming. But maybe there is, I don't know. But is there a new album coming at the end of the year? I also don't know. I don't know, but I know that this exists and I know that it's incredible. And that's all I need.
Talented, brilliant, incredible, amazing, show-stopping, spectacular, never the same, totally unique, completely not ever been done before, unafraid to reference or not reference, put it in a blender, shit on it, vomit on it, eat it, give birth to it.
That looks very cool. The shoe. I don't think I'm gonna like that movie, but it's okay. I love the first one. But that's probably why. The first movie is like one of my favorite movies ever. So, you know, I have high standards. This is their new single cover though. Doesn't that look cool? Oh, they're so cool. And they look so cool together. Now, there was another music video that came out this last week. The music video for Human Nature by Michael Jackson. Which... we have arrived at our Michael Jackson section of the stream. I'm going to play the Puppies for a second so that we can, like, center ourselves. But this is where things are gonna get not cute. So, do they do it with AI? I have no idea. I did not watch it. I'm assuming that it's, like, maybe just archived footage or something. But I don't know. I wasn't aware that there wasn't a music video for Human Nature in the first place, or maybe there was, and maybe they're like doing a new version. I don't know. Here, I'll pull it up. We can just take a look at it, I guess, because I have no idea what this even means. Yeah, it looks like they've just got a dancer and they've got him, like a video of him. Okay. But whatever. I'm gonna play the Puppies for a second, so maybe get yourself some food. If you need to do something, it's probably, I think the puppy video is like 3 minutes long-ish, but if you want to just sit here and just look at puppies for a second, just to feel, you know, centered and normal, you can do that. So, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I did up the subscriber only thing to like 20 minutes. You gotta be subscribed for 20 minutes to leave a message, which I think is fair. If any of them really come in here, I think we're gonna be fine, because again, it's not in the title, it's not in the description. But if we do get too many Michael stans in here, I can just make it members only, and then you have to pay me to leave a message. We don't want that. We want to keep this free. So there is a new Michael Jackson movie that came out recently. It's just called Michael. I've known that it was coming out for a while. It was in development since like 2019, which is an interesting time to start developing a movie, let me say. But I was really just kind of ignoring it. I was like, I really don't care. I don't want to see a biopic about Michael Jackson. I don't have any faith that it's going to be honest, because what I look for in a biopic, I know a lot of people are sick of like the biopics in general. There have been a lot over the last few years, and I agree there are a lot, but I think that like a good biopic is still a good biopic, and there have been some decent ones. Better Man was pretty good. I did like Rocket Man. There have been some good ones. But what I'm looking for in a biopic is like, I'm looking for honesty. I'm looking for like an honest reflection of a time in an artist's life, or an honest look at their legacy in whole, whatever. And I think that you could do that with like, you could do that with Better Man, because Robbie Williams is a fairly open person. Like, I think that he's just not afraid of being looked at in a negative light to some extent. Well, really, with both Robbie Williams and with Elton John, with Better Man and with Rocket Man, I think there's maybe the benefit of, like, drug addictions were such a huge part of the worst parts of their lives, that now that they're sober, they're able to kind of look back at that as, like, almost a separate thing, so they could be a little bit more honest about parts of their life. But then I think Better Man also just has the added benefit of he's being played by a monkey or a chimp or something. I don't know exactly what he was, but he's being played by I was going to say a primate, but we are primates as well. He's played by a monkey, essentially. And so it's like, you know, you do let a monkey get away with more. He's still, you're able to empathize with him more because he's a monkey. And it's like, well, he can't help himself. He's a monkey. So it works. So, you know, Better Man is a fairly honest movie. Rocket Man is a fairly honest movie. There are also other movies like, I liked the one about Brian Wilson, Love and Mercy, very good. But the Michael one, I had no faith was ever going to be a good movie, because I knew going in that it was a movie that had the approval of the Michael Jackson estate, and there was just no way that they were ever going to allow anyone to be honest. So I wasn't paying much attention to it at all. I knew it was coming out, but I was like, whatever, what can you do? What can you say? I have had some people leave comments asking me to cover the Michael Jackson stuff similar to how I've done with like the Amber Heard Johnny Depp's shit, but I'm like, for me, with like the Amber Heard Johnny Depp stuff, it's like there was so much misinformation and there was so much stuff used against Amber that I do think if you had no other information would be very convincing to you. You know, like the video of her saying that like admitting to hitting Johnny, I think would be very convincing to a lot of people. And then there's just so much other stuff that got buried in the court case, you know, just a lot of reasons that people would have to disbelieve Amber Heard, where I was like, you know, I think that there are reasonable people who can be pulled to one side, to the correct side. With Michael Jackson, it's like, okay, yeah, I could make a video or something going through all the allegations and going through the evidence and whatnot on every side, and to convince people that like, yeah, Michael Jackson definitely molested those kids. But it's like, it's just so fucking obvious. If you do any amount of, like, research into it, especially now, especially in, like, the 2020s when we have so much more information, if you do any amount of research into that and you don't come to the conclusion that Michael Jackson, at the very, very least, was inappropriately close with children that he didn't have any reason to be close with, if you can't at least come to that conclusion, there's nothing I can say to you. There's nothing that I can say to convince you. If you're fully of the belief that Michael Jackson is innocent, that is something that you believe on, like, a deeper, like, cult-like level, you know? I can give you the information. I can't deprogram you. So it's like, what am I gonna say? So I never had any intention on even really touching it a whole lot. And when the movie was coming out, I was like, whatever. People who really like Michael Jackson will go see it. People who have, like, I don't know. I don't want to say people who have morals, because I think that there are people who went to see it that are fine people, and people who even, like, believe the stuff that he did and even are maybe still fans of him. But I think for the most part, it's like, if that's a thing that you already really know about Michael Jackson, it's hard. It's hard to sit through a movie that's not going to acknowledge it whatsoever. So, you know, what can I say? What can I do? Now, I didn't know at the time, because I wasn't looking into the movie at all. I had no interest in it. I didn't know Coleman Domingo was in it, but here he is. I saw him on the red carpet. I guess he plays Joe Jackson, which I was like, fucking great. Fucking great. Our honorary pop girlie, here he is. Very disappointing. But yeah, the movie was in development since 2019, which again, interesting timing. Reported that producer Graham King had secured the rights to produce a film with Logan attached to write. And then Antoine Fuqua was announced as the director, with Michael's nephew, Jafar... Is it Jafar Jackson? Is it? Yep, Jafar Jackson set to star as Michael. Now, this is maybe going to be a controversial opinion. And it has been a controversial opinion every time I've ever shared it with anybody. So maybe everyone in here will hate that I said this. Antoine Fuqua is considered, like, a critically acclaimed director to a large extent because of the movie that he directed, Training Day. I fucking hate that movie. I don't think it's good whatsoever. Well, okay, I'm not gonna say whatsoever. There are definitely, it's a competently made film, and Denzel Washington is very, very good in it, for sure. And I think that's really it. It's like Denzel Washington's performance really carries the film. So it's like, if you watch it just wanting to watch Denzel, then sure, you're gonna love it. But I think Training Day is a weird movie with some, like, it has very odd racial politics, is what I'll say. And I know that, like, I'm a white girl, and it is a movie directed by a black man, starring a black man. It is written by a white man. Let's put that out there. But, okay, maybe I'm not the person to, like, call it what it is, but it's like, it is a white savior film. That's what it is. I mean, it's literally, it's called Training Day because Ethan Hawke's character is a white guy on the LAPD who, on his fucking training day, manages to save Los Angeles from this, like, corrupt black police officer. And I know that, like, in part it is based on a true story, but not the Ethan Hawke part. They added that white man in there on their own. So whatever. I'm not a huge fan of Training Day. So a lot of people were like, I didn't even know Antoine Fuqua was a part of this film, but a lot of people were, I guess, somewhat optimistic. So they're like, oh, it's got, like, such a good director attached to it who's made such good movies. I was like, has he? Has he made good movies? Have the politics of his movies aged all that well? I don't think so, but I guess he did other stuff. I mean, if I'm only thinking about him as the Training Day guy, I don't love Training Day, but I think a lot of people love the Equalizer movies. I've never watched them. Never seen The Magnificent Seven. So maybe some of his other movies are really good. I don't know, but the fact that he directed Training Day to me was just not, it's not impressive. Anywho, so this movie came out. It apparently, there's a lot missing from the movie, and a lot of it comes down to legal stuff, especially given the fact that the Michael Jackson estate is involved in the film. It can't just be like, it can't really have any real journalistic integrity because it has to reckon with the way that the Michael Jackson estate wants things to be portrayed, but then also like the dealings and stuff that the estate has in and of itself. For instance, they signed a non-disparagement clause with one of Michael's victims, which prevented them from being able to cover that case entirely, which, you know, if this had been an objective writer-director, if it was someone without any sort of connection to the estate, they wouldn't have a non-disparagement clause. So maybe this was a fucking mistake from the first place. But so they eventually spent $15 million on reshoots, removing the child abuse allegations. So it says the movie was supposed to start with Michael looking at his reflection in the mirror, capturing his sorrowful gaze as police car lights flash behind him. It's 1993, a decade after Thriller gripped the culture, and Jackson had just been accused of child molestation. But the sequence with investigators who arrive at Neverland Ranch to search for evidence is one of the many that were left on the cutting room floor. Michael, which Lionsgate will release in the United States on April 24th, was supposed to explore the impact of the allegations on Jackson's life, with much of its third act devoted to the scandal. But the finale was scrapped, along with any mention of the child molestation accusations, according to sources with knowledge of the production. That's after attorneys for the Jackson estate, which served as a producer, realized there was a clause in a settlement with one of the singer's accusers, Jordan Chandler, that barred the depiction or mention of him in any movie. Any movie that they're making, not just any movie, period. But any movie that the estate specifically is making, especially because it's like, well, yeah, I can understand why they would do that, because obviously, if they're gonna cover those allegations, they have a vested interest in making it seem like Michael was innocent, which I don't think he was. And I think that most people, I think if you are only including the Jordan Chandler stuff, you could maybe convince people that he was innocent and that he was falsely accused. But it's like, anyone who goes home and looks into it any further are like, oh wait, there's a lot more allegations than just that. But okay, you got the easiest one. You were gonna handle that one in the movie. The one that kind of is the easiest to disprove, because there are some weird things about that case. But like, was that the smart decision to make? I don't know what they thought was gonna happen. I know that, like, the Michael Jackson fans are really, really, they're really passionate, and they would have seen this movie regardless of anything, but it's like, I do think the general public, for the most part, just doesn't even want to think about that part. So really, this is the movie that everybody wanted. They wanted the movie that doesn't cover the allegations at all. But if you start covering the allegations and you try to, like, disprove them, that's gonna leave an ickier taste into people's mouths. So I think the fact that they ever were even going to try to attempt addressing the allegations is crazy. But they are also teasing at this point a sequel. So interested to see what happens with that. Now, it did get fucked a little bit because of, I think, COVID, and then also maybe the fires and stuff. So there was a lot of stuff about this production that was already doomed. There's a lot of things missing from the movie, not just the Jordan Chandler stuff, but also Diana Ross was supposed to be in the movie, or portrayed in the movie. That got taken out. Janet Jackson is not mentioned in the film at all, apparently. I haven't seen the movie, but this is what I'm hearing from people who did see it, or like the reviews I'm reading. Apparently, Janet Jackson is not so much as mentioned in the film. It's almost like Janet doesn't exist. And there are other people as well that I guess are not in the movie. Now, someone who is in the movie, and this doesn't make any fucking sense, but Robbie Williams, as this person said, I know that Michael is a movie, but it should have been a bit more it should have a bit more historical rigor. It's impossible that at that age he would have known Robbie Williams. Do you get it? It's a monkey. Robbie Williams in his movie was a monkey. No, obviously that is Bubbles. That's supposed to represent Bubbles, Michael's chimp that he had for a few years. And this I did think was interesting. So Bubbles is in the movie, not Janet. Oh shit. But Bubbles is still alive, by the way. He's 43 years old now. He spends much of his time napping and helping raise the younger apes at the Center for Great Apes in Florida. And the Jackson estate still helps fund his care. I was like, helps? I think they should fund the entirety of it. But okay, fine, helps. But I thought this was interesting. Lionsgate says it has continuing constructive dialogue with PETA, and that the film is not an endorsement of keeping chimps as pets, which, first of all, PETA? Of all the fucking animal welfare organizations that you could have contacted, PETA? That's weird. And what I'm interested in here is like, okay, so as the PETA director says, so much more is known today about what chimpanzees and monkeys need to thrive, including freedom and the companionship of their peers, making film sets in human homes unacceptable for their well-being. I'm like, okay, I understand the set thing. Okay, cool. I'm glad that they used a CGI monkey. Cool. Love that. But I am a little suspicious. I'm curious about this part the most. I don't think I'm going to watch the movie anytime soon, but I am just curious about how they handle the Bubbles stuff in the first place, because from what I understand, the movie is just incredibly flattering toward Michael Jackson. It really does not want to admit he ever did anything wrong. And so I'm like, okay, so does the movie at least acknowledge that him having a chimp was definitely irresponsible and selfish and kind of cruel? I would like to know more. Is like, okay, is the PETA thing just like, okay, PETA convinced us not to do an actual monkey on the set? But was PETA involved in the writing of the film at all? Is there going to be stuff involved in how the relationship with Bubbles is portrayed that actually emphasizes that Michael was definitely in the wrong to have a chimpanzee in the first place? No, the film paints him owning wild animals as a cute, quirky thing. Great. Great. And this is why I don't know that PETA was the right organization to consult with. Because they're kind of stupid. But I couldn't believe that the Bubble stuff even made it into the movie. Because it's I guess by the time they end the movie, he would have already had Bubbles. But we also don't know specifically when he got Bubbles, so you could have avoided it. You could have avoided that entire conversation. But okay, using it to make him look quirky and cute. Sure. I do want to draw some attention to this Netflix bit. I'm not going to play it because I do think Netflix is probably going to copyright claim me, so I'm not going to play it. But it is a very, very funny bit. You can find it on YouTube pretty easily, of John Mulaney's show from Everybody's Live. He had this whole thing where he was like interviewing Bubbles, and Bubbles has this like a soundboard that he uses to speak. But it's just kind of a parody of not even the relationship with Bubbles, but like how people in the Michael Jackson camp, how people who are still benefiting from the estate talk about the allegations against Michael. And it's just a very good sketch. So I'm not going to play it here at all, but I do have some sound bites on my own soundboard. So we may hear from Bubbles a few times during the stream.
Thank you.
That's Bubbles right there. That's what he sounds like. Now, speaking of the film, though, and people's reactions to it, so fans are apparently loving it. There's so many videos, and this is... I have seen some I'm assuming if you go to the movies right now to see Michael, that this is not going to be the vibe, that people aren't going to be like standing in the aisles dancing and stuff. But I guess there were a whole bunch of like fan premieres across the country where like specific fans of Michael Jackson were invited to these things to celebrate this movie. And I did see some videos of them specifically giving instructions of like, if you want to get up and dance, you can go ahead and do that. Kind of similar to what Taylor did during the Eras Tour film when that came out in theaters, except for this is not a tour film, this is a biopic. But here they are, really, really feeling themselves. So I'm not going to play that audio too much, obviously, but dressed as Michael, having the time of their lives, dancing in front of the screens. So that's during the credits. There's also, I've seen movies of people like singing during the movie. Oh, shit. With the lights on too, which is weird. So, yeah, people are really loving it. But the more and more clips come out of these people dancing at the film, I'm like, what is the movie? Does it have a plot? Because every single thing that I'm seeing from it, it just looks like recreations of music videos. Is that all the movie is? It's just the music videos? Michael Jackson music videos made almost exactly the way that they exist currently, that people can watch on their own. And the more and more I see, the more, yes, it does seem that that is what the film is. Not just music videos, also like live performances. There he is performing live.
That's it! Oh my God!
That's just the video. It's not a recreation. No, I think it literally is a recreation. If you see some of the recreations they have, they are doing it so exactly. It's crazy. Because I thought the same thing. I was like, are they just literally playing Michael Jackson videos? They are using his voice. He didn't record any vocals for it. But Jafar is playing the physical Michael. And also, this thing, I was in the theater. Honestly, don't listen to the critics or the trash media. Make up your own mind. It's worth the trip. The movie isn't perfect, but you'll have a great time. I love that, like, in this defense that they're making of the movie, they're filming a random guy dancing in front of the screen. It was Michael's face. You'd be surprised. I do think that there's maybe some, or maybe that's like an end credit thing, but I've seen a lot of, oh, fuck. Damn it, this one was disabled. But this one, I was like, oh my God. They had like a thing on top of like the Thriller version in the film and the Thriller version in real life. And I was shocked. Like, I kept forgetting which version I was watching. And that's the thing. It's like, if you're going in as a Michael Jackson fan and you literally just love Michael Jackson, you are going to be pleased with this. Because you're just seeing, essentially, Michael Jackson in front of you. You're just seeing, like, the most specific recreation of his shit. That it's impressive the amount that they got it right. The amount that, like, it actually does kind of look like Michael Jackson. Now, when it's not a music video, and when you can't get, like, when you're staring too much at his face, like, I saw the, like, little gif. They tried to recreate the gif of Michael eating the popcorn from the Thriller video. And that, when you're just staring at his face, it's like, okay, that doesn't look that much like Michael Jackson. That definitely looks like a guy doing an impersonation. But when he's dancing and stuff, and he's got, like, his like, physical body involved, it's very convincing. I'm like, oh, I feel like I'm looking at Michael Jackson. So, okay, if that was all that you wanted from the film, you just wanted someone to recreate the magic of those music videos and of those performances, then yeah, there you go. You love it. It's the perfect film. But, like, if you were actually looking for something to tell a fucking story, and not just a story, but an honest story, then I don't think it's really gonna cut it.
Just listen to the music.
But as Bubbles says, maybe some people do just want to listen to the music. And I did agree with this. Straight people go to musician biopics to feel the magic of gay guy music video night. It's like, yeah, just sit at home and watch music videos if that's what you want to do. But some people really loved it. So Frankie Muniz loved it. He said, I just went to the movies and saw Michael. I truly loved it. It brought me back to my childhood. As from 3 to 7 years old, all I did was watch VHS tapes of him and dance around, glove and all. Didn't need a babysitter because I was glued to the screen. It was also so nice to see a world where people just enjoyed live performances, not with a phone in sight. Fuck off. Are we really doing that? We're doing the, oh my god, look, not a phone in sight. Sometimes I use my phone at concerts because then I can see the screen, or I can like see the stage better. They're like binoculars in a way. Not a binocular in sight. He said the 80s and 90s were magical. Okay, Frankie. I already know from other things you've said recently that I don't think I agree with you on a lot of your media takes. Questlove did also write fondly of it. A whole bunch of shit. I'm not reading all that. But people are liking it. Celebrities are fawning over it. Some of them. And the fans are very upset at the fact that the critics are not liking it. So as this person says, this might be the biggest L critics have ever taken. Why? Because the tomato meter, the people who actually like are paid to think about movies critically, thought that it wasn't very good, but then okay, the audience who went there because they're huge Michael Jackson fans, they liked it. That doesn't fucking prove anything. But they have been at it with critics recently. And this is where, like, I do think that movie reviews are different from music reviews, because I think that music and movies are just like fundamentally very different. Like they become a part of your life in a different way. So like I in general am more appreciative of film critics than I am of music critics on the whole, but I am just pro criticism in general. Like I think it's good that we have people who talk and think about pieces of media professionally and can give some like thoughtful analysis on it. Now, does every critic do that? Do some of them just say whatever the fuck after like half listening to an album? Yeah, sure. But for the most part, it's like at least people whose jobs are to review stuff, they generally are more thoughtful. And this is where I will always be pro-critic, because people who aren't looking at movies as just like movies, but as like, I don't know, something to affirm their own interests and such, like they're gonna have a bias. And especially with stuff like this, with the Michael thing, it's like, well, I don't want to hear from a bunch of fucking Michael Jackson fans about the quality of this film. I don't trust that we have the same things that we're looking for in a movie, because I'm looking for an actual movie. They are looking for low-key a piece of propaganda. Sorry. And this person says, man, this really just proves this simply was a last resort effort to try to convince people not to watch the movie. Insane how the smear campaign against him has never stopped. They're convinced that critics not liking the movie is a part of a smear campaign. Girl, in what way? And smear campaign for what? He's dead. What do you think anyone gets out of this? And then if you needed any more evidence that the movie is itself just a piece of propaganda, here's Michael's nephew, who's very defensive of him, who said prior to the release, sorry media, you don't get to control the narrative anymore of who Michael Jackson truly was. The public gets to watch the movie. They will decide for themselves, and you can't handle that. Can't wait until some critics have to eat crow. And yes, I will be that petty. Very ironic to say you don't get to control the narrative anymore of who Michael Jackson truly was. The public gets to watch this movie when, number one, the estate has specifically tried to stop people from watching other pieces of media that have another take on it that would actually help people decide for themselves. And number two, you left out half of his life. You had to stop in 1987 for a fucking reason, dude. You're so afraid of what happens if you show his life after that point that you had to cut it off early. But okay, the media was controlling the narrative anymore. The media of what? And this is something too. This is something I don't think a lot of people have really talked about. Maybe some people have, but I guess I'm not like, I don't engage in Michael Jackson discourse very often because it is kind of just depressing. But something that has become very obvious over the last few days since this movie has come out that I didn't really realize, Michael Jackson fans are not only in a cult where they worship Michael Jackson, a lot of them are incredibly anti-Semitic. And I guess that makes sense because Michael Jackson was also very anti-Semitic, literally called Jews leeches. But I didn't realize that it actually went that deep, where like a lot of Michael Jackson fans will literally just straightforwardly be like, oh, people think that he's a molester because of the Jews. Pardon? So this whole thing, you know, I hate to call Taj out here, but like, sorry media, you don't get to control the narrative anymore. I don't know. Maybe he does just mean the media at large, but I'm like, what? Most of the media attention around Michael Jackson is positive. A vast majority of it, in terms of like mainstream media. But the fact that you think that there's something else going on, I don't know. There's something a little conspiratorial within it that does make me a little wary of statements like that. Because it is, like, they are just outrageously anti-Semitic, which I really didn't realize. So yeah, they end the movie at bad, I suppose. This is what somebody said. They said the movie ends with him performing bad before a title card comes up saying his story continues and rolling credits. Okay. And again, why did you have to end it right there? Why didn't you go any further than bad? And even the fact that you took it that far without mentioning some stuff is a little crazy. But here, the people are getting questioned on this, including the actors, who, and I've seen some people be like, oh, the actors don't deserve to be scrutinized for this. I'm like, yes, they do. Yes, they do. They decided to sign on to this movie. They knew what the fuck they were doing. There was no way in 2019 when they signed on to this that they didn't know that Michael Jackson had an insane amount of allegations against him. They knew. I think it was fairly obvious that the movie was not going to address those allegations or was going to specifically try to imply that Michael was innocent. So they signed on knowing that as well. And now they're going around promoting it. Like, sure, maybe there are other people who deserve more blame, but these are the people, the actors are the people who are a part of the promo campaign. They are the people actively going around encouraging people to come see the movie. So yeah, they deserve all the criticism for it.
The film does stop in 1988.
Yes.
Several years before the first child molestation allegations were made. And, you know, we live in an environment now where we take survivors of sexual abuse, we take their stories very seriously. What would you say to folks who see this and they're like, you know what? They whitewashed that part. They didn't even include that part. How do you reconcile your performance with that?
I think the film takes place, you know, from the 60s to 1988. So it does not go into the first allegations in like 2005. Right. So basically we center it on the makings of Michael. So it's an intimate portrait of who Michael is. So
first of all, what does he say there? He says 2005? You know damn well the allegations, the first allegations did not come out in 2005. What are you even talking about? Maybe the first allegations that you could, like, address because you couldn't address the Jordan Chandler stuff, but even then, there's stuff that predates it. There's quite a lot that predates it. predates Jordan Chandler specifically, like those allegations coming out, predates 1993. But even then, it's like 1993 was the first time that the public became aware that Michael Jackson was doing weird shit with kids. The first time they became aware that he was like molesting them. So I don't know what the fuck 2005 has to do with anything.
In like 2005. Right. So basically, we center it on the makings of Michael. So it's an intimate portrait of who Michael is. So it really just
through his eyes. Sorry,
through his eyes. No, I'm saying through his eyes, truly. Yeah. So that's what it is. So that's what this film is. And there's a
and through his eyes, he did those things, though. If it's through his eyes, then why aren't you showing what he did? If it was through the public's eyes, that would make a little bit more sense of like, this is what we knew at the time. But if it's through Michael's eyes were apparently seeing young boys' bodies way prior to 2005, but also prior to 1988, where you end the movie.
Possibility of it being a part 2 that may deal with some other things that happened afterwards. This is about the making of Michael, how he was raised, and then how he was trying to find his voice as an artist and be a solo artist. And then the movie, I mean, that's what I have to say about that. But
why not ended it off the wall then? You could have ended it at his actual like solo career, like when his solo career took off. You didn't have to end it bad even. You went deeper into it because you wanted to show the stuff that you knew people wanted to see. You wanted to show Thriller. You wanted to show Bad. You wanted to show Beat It and everything. But you just didn't want to actually explore the entire story of Michael Jackson.
Just listen to the music.
They do want people to just listen to the music. They want the only focus to be on his work and the good things about him. And this is just something that I have found so fucking frustrating for so long, because I'm like, you know what? There's a place for that. I understand. He was like one of the biggest artists. He was the biggest artist in the world. And he still kind of is. He still has like the most rabid fucking fan base. So, okay, he was the biggest artist in the world. You want to talk about his influence on music and stuff? That's fine. Do that. However, he did molest children. Many times. A serial abuser of children. And just writing that off as like, oh, there was just, there was the other stuff, we just didn't want to get into all that. It's like, all of that, that's pretty important. It's not like a little thing that he did.
People are complicated.
And I saw that. I literally, that defense specifically, on Friday, I was watching The View, and they were talking about the Michael Jackson movie and like, what do you think about the fact that they left out these allegations? And I remember like Whoopi Goldberg, and I think maybe even some other people on the panel were like, look, people are complicated and people make mistakes. I wouldn't want all my shit in a movie. I'm like, okay, well, first of all, he's dead, so he doesn't get to make that decision, does he? This is not his movie. We, as people who lived past Michael Jackson, can acknowledge the things that he did when he was alive. It literally doesn't even affect him anymore. So who fucking cares? But, like, more importantly, people are complicated and people make mistakes. Most of those mistakes, for a vast majority of people, don't include rape of children. Do we see how that's different? Do we see how that's on another level of, like, that's not just something that we put to the side? And even if we do put it to the side, it's like, can we acknowledge it at any time? Can there at least be something that acknowledges all of it? Because that's what I just find so aggravating. It's like, it's only this. Not only this. Like, there are people who are acknowledging it, obviously. There was an entire documentary that acknowledged it, and then the estate had it taken off of HBO. But as a culture, we're always talking about Michael Jackson and his influence on music and always hyping him up. And, he's in every fucking Halloween playlist with Thriller. He's always talked about as like one of the most. They have the Michael Jackson Video Vanguard Award at the VMAs. still, they even like got rid of it for like a second and then brought it back. So they were like, okay, it seems like people have calmed down. You know, Leaving Neverland came out a bit ago. People aren't as angry anymore. So we can probably, it's fine now. We keep ignoring it. As a culture, we've never really reconciled with what he did. And that's what I just find so fucking annoying. If this movie existed in a different universe where we were all on board, where we all at the very least acknowledged what he did, then okay, fine. A dumb movie that sanitizes his history and just is basically a collection of music videos. All right, whatever. People like the music videos. People want to see it on a big screen. They want to see it recreated. Okay. But I know that most of the people in that theater going to see it are convinced that that man is innocent of crimes that he definitely did commit. And this is something too where like I don't think people recognize the degree to which the Michael Jackson fandom and the Michael Jackson estate really has controlled the narrative over the last few years since he died, really. I mean, even before then, but like since he died, it has been unbelievable the amount that they have controlled this narrative. And I want to play a little bit, and I don't want to call this YouTuber out because I do think that like I like Mike the Snare a lot. And I thought that this video was fine, but I got a little frustrated at this point because he does these deep discog dives where he goes through like one artist's music career and he kind of talks about it, often like in the context of their lives and their celebrities sometimes, but mostly focusing on the music. So I didn't expect him to like get deep into the allegations in the video. But I was a little bit frustrated about how it came up in the video, and particularly one thing that he said about the allegations that is just factually false. But he doesn't realize that it's false because Michael Jackson fans are controlling the information that people have. So I'm just going to play it. I'm not going to say anything else. But I just want to make it clear that like I don't have any beef with Mike the Snare.
93, Michael Jackson was accused of child molestation. Now, I want to make 3 things abundantly clear. 1, I will not be spending time going into the details of Michael's history of allegations related to child abuse. I'm not a drama channel. I'm not about to start talking about Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni. It's not what I'm here to do. 2, I will not...
And I don't really even love that wording there of like, I'm not a drama channel. I'm not going to talk about Justin Baldoni and Blake Lively because I don't love the like association of like things that are kind of serious socio-political issues, you know, like stuff about harassment in the workplace and smear campaigns against women who come forward with allegations. Like, I don't love the classification of that as drama, but I do get what he's saying there. I understand the point of like, he is doing like a music review. He's not trying to just like litigate allegations. So, okay, fine. I understand what he's saying.
Offering any personal opinion as to whether said allegations were true or not. There is simply too much out there about these allegations, so many instances of someone saying one thing and then saying the opposite, that trying to pack all of it in here.
And like, okay, yeah, sure, LaToya said something and then changed her mind later, but it's like, okay, if you're looking at the allegations, it's just it's so obvious. And I think that saying like, oh, I'm not going to give my opinion one way or the other, I do think it's a little cowardly, and I understand why he would take that stance in the video because of something he'll say in a second, but it is just a little bit frustrating of like, the evidence is just so against Michael Jackson. It is just so obvious that he abused those children. It's so fucking clear. And I hate the fact that we have to like pussyfoot around it and be like, I'm not gonna say, I don't want to get into it. It's like when you look at the evidence and you see everything, it just shouldn't be controversial. You should just be able to say, yeah, he did it. Or he at least did some of it. He did most likely most of it. But at the very least, he is not innocent. That shouldn't be something that we tiptoe around. It's kind of like being like, I don't know if Jeffrey Epstein did the stuff he's been accused of. There are certain things that we should just all be able to agree on. Michael Jackson definitely molested those boys. And not just boys, girls too. Mostly boys. But I find that line frustrating, but I'm gonna let it go on a little more because there's something else I find even more frustrating, and it's not even necessarily, his name is Nick, but I always want to call him Mike because he's Mike the Snare, but it's not necessarily Nick's fault that he doesn't know what he clearly does not know.
While also trying to talk about Michael as an artist and his music would feel fruitless and even disrespectful. Also, just putting it out there, I don't want to get doxxed. Have you seen Michael Jackson fans online? Like, we focus on Swifties or Barbs when it comes to passionate fan bases for a lot of reasons, but one that's taken for granted is those artists are still with us, they're still performing. But oh god, you suggest that MJ did anything wrong, you're in for a metaphorical bloodbath. It'll get World War Z up in that shit. I don't need the smoke, I'm choosing to stay out of it. However,
so that I'm like, I understand. I do think it's a little cowardly, but I also think that, like, in the face of the Michael Jackson fandom, it's okay to be a little cowardly because they are crazy. And just like he's saying, like, you compare it to any other modern stand-up, it's not comparable. Swifties do not act as militantly as Michael Jackson fans do. I mean, and that's been true for so long. And that's what's so shocking too, is like, if it were just happening right now, I would say that it was astroturfed. I would say that it was the Michael Jackson estate with like bots and shit doing this. But it's been so long. It's been the entire time that I've been on any sort of like stan forums or anything. And it's also, it's real life. Like, I know people in real life. I knew someone who, after Michael Jackson died, another girl my age, and it was 2009, I was like, 12 or something? I don't remember, 12, 13. A little bit after that, she became so convinced, this other like 12, 13, 14-year-old, I don't remember exactly when this happened, but it was a little bit after he died. She was so convinced that he was innocent and so angry about the people who would ever like make jokes about him molesting children that she had a book that was written before he even died, but it was a book that contained a joke about him being a pedophile, and she like went and scribbled over it with like black marker out of anger. And I was like, oh, okay. And I didn't have much of an opinion on it at the time, so I was like, oh, okay, I guess he was innocent. I don't know, but she was just, I couldn't believe that she was so offended on his behalf. Someone my age who was like, you didn't even grow up with Michael Jackson. I didn't know you felt that way. And then I knew another girl it was when I was in my like late teens, early 20s or something, who I worked with, where it was just like, you just don't talk about Michael Jackson with her. Just don't mention him because she is very intense. She has a lot of beliefs about his innocence, not just of the molestation stuff, but like a lot of beliefs about him in general that is just not logical. And she was a completely logical person other than that. Like, fully, like, just a reasonable person, had, like, decent political beliefs, had normal beliefs about everything else, but when it came to Michael Jackson, it was like, he didn't molest those kids, he also never bleached his skin, he was a perfect soul, he was so charitable. It's not even just people on the internet. It is just people in real life act like this. I also even watched, speaking of YouTubers, there's the couple, there's Man Carrying Things, and then him and his wife have a movie review channel called like Woman Carrying Man. They do like movie reviews together. And I've seen them disagree about movies before, but like she was a Michael Jackson fan. And throughout the video, even when I've disagreed with her, I usually agree with him on movies anyway, but even when I've disagreed with her, I've never found her so, like, aggressive and off-putting in the way that she was defending the Michael film. And I think she believes that he molested those kids. Like, I don't even think she wasn't even necessarily denying that. She was just like but he's still, like, a good performer or whatever. Like, but even she, just the way that she was getting so defensive whenever her husband would give any sort of criticism toward the film, I was like, wow, it really is just like, I don't even blame her for it. It just seems like it's so instinct for them. Whenever anything about Michael is getting criticized, it's just like, how dare you? I can't explain it. I don't know what it is. I guess he was a very talented performer. I understand that part, but like, I don't know, man. I don't know how he has this pull on people my age, people younger, that didn't even grow up with him in the 80s. Most of it, I think, happened after he died. Most of it was like an intense cult-like thing that developed post-2009. But so, I don't even know. But anyway, let me go further into the video where the thing that I actually wanted to bring up comes up.
This is number 3. I will continue to bring up these allegations as we move forward, because they are going to follow Michael for the rest of his life and beyond. Here's what I will say about this case. The alleged victim's family filed a suit in September 1993. While the authorities did conduct a full-on investigation, including a raid of Neverland Ranch, they did not find any evidence of wrongdoing by Michael. They even had to do a strip
Not totally true, but okay.
search of Michael to see if it matched the boy's description of his body, which it did not. Michael was
False. Factually false. That is just not true. And this is the problem. This is what I'm saying about the way that Michael Jackson fans have controlled the narrative. Their control over the Michael Jackson Wikipedia pages is insane. And it doesn't look that off. That's the thing. And that's why I'm like, I don't even necessarily blame Nick for not realizing this. But like, a lot of YouTubers, especially, you know, if this isn't like the core point of your video, I understand a lot of YouTubers will just go to Wikipedia for their information, and I think that's fine. Again, he's doing like a music review thing. He's looking at the albums. He's spending more time thinking about that. He doesn't need to do like deep dives and do a bunch of research into these allegations. It makes sense for him to just look at the Wikipedia page, get the basic information, and then move on. But the Wikipedia page is very, very deceptive. It's not written in a way that comes across so blatantly as like, this is definitely written by a Michael Jackson fan, but if you actually know the details of the allegations and of the evidence, you read the Wikipedia page and you're like, oh, this is not correct. This has been massaged. This is definitely like, they're putting info in here. Some of the info is like completely correct, but it's like, it's very clearly with there's some spin. You know, there's a huge emphasis on the amount of money that people wanted from Michael Jackson, which makes it easier for people to buy into the extortion claims. There's a bunch of stuff about like mistakes that the parents of the children did wrong. The things that the parents did wrong, because then it's like, oh, it looks like the parents were bad people, so they must have convinced their child that they were molested. It's like they're weighing the scales quite a lot in just what they're even willing to put into the Wikipedia page. But the thing about the photo or the strip search and the description that Jordan Chandler gave, that in particular, I'm like, it's not correct. So if you go down here and you talk about the strip search, so Jordan Chandler, one of Michael's victims, we're going to go through a timeline in a minute, but one of the victims, the first victim that came forward, he accused his dad really accused Michael of abusing his child. And as part of the investigation, the police had Jordan draw like a thing of Michael's penis and give a description of Michael's penis so that they could use, and then they strip searched Michael and like took photos of his penis and stuff so that they could use that as evidence of like, oh, he's seen Michael's penis. And how would he have seen Michael's penis if not for the fact that Michael was naked in front of this young boy, and not just it was his erect penis. It wasn't even just flaccid, you know, which that would be bad in and of itself. But like, this boy has seen his erect penis, most likely. So they had Jordan draw this image of his dick, and then give like descriptors of like, this is what it looked like here, blah blah blah. So and then they strip searched Michael. They took photos of his dick. And as the Wikipedia says, on January 27th, 1994, Reuters reported that a source said the pictures did not match Jordan's description. Reuters reported that a source said. Who's the source? Who's the fucking source? This is the thing, is that the description, the photo, and the photos, the description, the like drawing, and the photos of Michael's dick, those are all sealed. No one has seen them other than a very, very select group of people. People in the court, people in the police investigation. a small group of police officers have seen the photos of Michael Jackson's dick and have simultaneously read the descriptions and seen the photos that Jordan gave of his penis. So, unless they're your source, what that person said just doesn't matter. It doesn't, they didn't know. It is such a small group of people that ever saw it. And the police officers that did see it and that saw the, that saw both the photo of his penis and and read the description and saw Jordan's drawing, they said that it was accurate. So there you go. There you fucking go. And then, is MJ's dick that unique? Kinda. I mean, it was, because he did have vitiligo, so there was some spotting on his dick. But that's the thing, too, is that the spotting changes throughout someone's life a lot of the time. And this is where the Michael Jackson fans will really get you. Jordan claimed that Jackson was circumcised. We don't know that, for one thing. We do not know that. We don't have the description. We don't have the full description. We know that, like, there was something in there because of stuff that the police said. There was stuff in there about, like, the vitiligo and the splotching. I don't even know where the stuff about the circumcision comes from. I have no idea where the stuff about the circumcision comes from. But, like, okay, so there was stuff about the circumcision, and then, however, Jackson's autopsy report showed that he had not been circumcised. When he died? Over 10 years later? Whether or not Jordan's description says anything about his circumcision, which I don't even know that it did, do we really think that his dick couldn't have changed whatsoever in 10 plus years, especially if he was being investigated by stuff? Like, you can't get foreskin put back onto your dick. So I don't care. The only thing that would be relevant to me is what his dick looked like in 1993. When Jordan says that he saw the penis. That's the only description I would ever care about. I don't care about any description from his autopsy, but people will also use that. They're like, oh, it was, he said that there were these splotches, but then in the autopsy, it was actually like, it was all white or whatever, or something. I don't even know. But they use these, like, differences in, like, the vitiligo and in the circumcision, which we don't even know if he said anything about the circumcision, as if that, like, disproves it. But then, like, law enforcement sources confirming that photos of Michael Jackson's genitalia do not match descriptions given by the boy. No, the law enforcement did say that it was. Like, I think there maybe were a few people that said that it didn't match, but, like, again, it was such a small group of people that even saw the photos and saw the description in the first place. So, like, a lot of those people, even people in the fucking police department, a lot of those people were going off of, like, third-party information. They didn't even see it. So I can say that, like, there were police officers that saw it, that said that it matched the description. But ultimately, like, I don't fucking know. Because I didn't see the photos. I didn't read the description. Neither is anybody else. So this whole thing about, like, he gave a description and it didn't match. It's not true. And it's something that Michael Jackson fans want you to believe. We don't know how accurate the description was. We don't know how his dick looked. We just don't know. Because especially Michael Jackson, his estate didn't want that to go to court. That was like a primary reason that they agreed to this settlement. And a settlement, by the way, of $23 million. That is a lot of money to pay when you didn't abuse a child. And granted, you can say that, like, oh, well, he's so rich. He just didn't want to, like, go through the trouble. It was too much to go through it. And, like, okay, yeah, maybe there was a risk of photos of his dick becoming public, and that would suck. If you're, like, a public person, you don't want photos of your dick out there. So, okay. But $23 million? Interesting. Now, I have a PowerPoint. A mini PowerPoint, kinda. Just to go through, like, the allegations, because I do think it's important that we are clear about the scope of everything, because there are holes that you can poke into the Jordan Chandler story, especially with the way that his father behaved. Sure. But it's not just the Jordan Chandler stuff. So I'm going to go through a little bit of, like, a little bit of context for Michael's career and whatnot, not going super deep into it as much as Michael Jackson fans want me to
listen to the music.
Want me to just talk about the music. I'm not going to do that, but I will talk about his career a little bit just to, like, put it into context. And then I will also give, like, some overviews of some of the allegations against him. I don't want to go into explicit detail because it is just very, very gross, but we're going to go through a little bit of it. So, Michael Jackson, born in 1958, he was a part of the Jackson family, so he was the 8th of 10 children. There he is right there. And he joined, so Joe Jackson, very abusive guy. Huge piece of shit. But good manager, in a way. That's the thing, is that Joe seemed to really, really want his kids to be, like, hugely famous, big in the music industry, blah, blah, blah. So he was very, very strict with his sons, and especially, it seems, Michael, in terms of, like, practicing, doing drills, not allowing them to have childhoods whatsoever. So this is something that the Michael Jackson fans can say, which is true of, like, a lot of Michael's later behavior is in some ways a form of, like, arrested development, because he was denied a childhood, and he definitely suffered a lot because of the way that his father treated him. But, you know, is it just a case of arrested development, or is it something a little bit deeper? But so Michael joins this, like, group that his brothers have. At the time it was called the Jackson Brothers. He joined in 1964 when he was 6 years old. They then became the Jackson 5 a little bit after that, and Michael was the lead vocalist around 1965 when he was about 7. So they toured, they entered some talent competitions, they released their first single around 1968 when Michael was 10, they signed with Motown. We have Jackson Mania around, like, 1970, where the group is, like, really big. But then Michael has his own first solo album in 1972. So still a kid, but his solo career is doing fairly well, and that's where you see kind of a decline in the group sales. And I guess this is what the movie's about, the fact that, like, Joe Jackson didn't want Michael's solo success to overtake the success of the Jackson 5, which it obviously eventually did. So that was a lot of tension in the family, but okay, so that happens. Michael gets established as a solo artist in 1972. He then becomes a bigger star in 1978 with The Wiz. He's a star in The Wiz. And this is kind of... I have a friend who really, really loves The Wiz. And the good news is, as far as we are currently aware, there are no allegations predating 1978 when The Wiz came out. So, if you love The Wiz... maybe he hadn't molested any kids by that point. You can still like it. I mean, you can like all the music, because I do think this is the thing, too, is, like, the people who want to separate the art from the artist, I'm like, I think with Michael Jackson, you kind of can do that, because he's dead, for one thing, so he's not gonna be benefited from it. I still don't really listen to any Michael Jackson music, or anything, like, on my own, because I don't want it to benefit the estate, because I think the estate at this point is just as guilty as he is. But, okay, fine. I understand how some people will be like, whatever, he's dead, I don't care. And I get also that, like, most of his music is, like, kind of character stuff. It's not, like, stuff that's, like, super confessional, super personal, super specific to him even, you know, like, some of it is, especially after the allegations, and that's why Mike the Snare had to bring it up in his video, even though he didn't want to talk about the allegations, clearly. But it is a part of Michael's musical narrative beyond that point, where he's releasing, like, Scream and stuff, which is definitely a reaction to the public backlash against him. So it does become more relevant with time, but it's like Thriller, you know, Thriller is just a song. Bad is just a song. Beat It's just a song. Smooth Criminal is just a song. So I get, you can separate the art from the artist a little bit more easily with like Michael than you can with like Marilyn Manson. I did used to be a big Marilyn Manson fan when I was a teenager, and I still have those songs on my iPod, and I still could listen to those songs without benefiting him financially whatsoever. And I tried a little bit ago, but it's like I can only hear them. When I hear them, I'm like, these songs only really sound morally like defensible when you think that the person who's singing them doesn't mean what he's saying. Like, there's a lot of like violent imagery and stuff in the songs that's like, if I consider you a violent person in real life, it definitely sours the experience of the song as like a metaphor for something. I don't think some of that stuff was a metaphor. I think some of that stuff was real. But with Michael, yeah, okay, you can separate it. And at least at this point with The Wiz and everything before that, who's to say? There are no allegations predating The Wiz. Unfortunately, when you get to Off the Wall, which came out in 1979, and his first like big solo album, this is already where we start to get into the allegations. So Off the Wall, his fifth solo album, established him as like a true star. He won a Grammy. He had the highest royalty rate in music history with 37%. And then he apparently started abusing a 13-year-old boy named Terry George. So this is the first allegation that we are aware of.
Everybody wanted to meet.
Stop that. So from 1979, British kid Terry George. This actually did get reported in tabloids in the 90s, but in a very weird and gross way. But so he spoke to documentary filmmaker Louis Theroux in 2003. He recalled how he met Jackson after going to his Leeds hotel room in the hopes of getting an interview with the bad singer. He said, "I'd gone along and knocked on the door of the hotel room and Michael answered the door. There was no security around. No one stopped me, really. I just asked if I could do an interview with him and he was really taken aback. He invited me into his room. He was there with his brother, Randy Jackson, and I did an interview with both of them. Afterwards, Mr. George says he and the easygoing Jackson swapped numbers, and the 21-year-old singer began phoning the teenager on a regular basis. According to Mr. George, Jackson would phone him 2 or 3 times a week late at night and would relax if the teenager said his parents weren't home at the time. But a few months into their relationship, Mr. George alleged things turned sinister, with the singer asking him about masturbation. He spoke about masturbation, about him masturbating. Did I masturbate? I never saw it coming. It wasn't something I expected. It just came out of the blue. He said, "Would you believe that I'm doing it now?" And let me hear him on the phone. I could hear him. I did feel uncomfortable. I can remember feeling uncomfortable. I felt awkward.
Michael, or be with Michael.
Oh, stop. So that's the first thing that we're aware of. 1979, 13-year-old boy. Then we get to Thriller. This is, like, again, huge album for him. Best-selling album of all time. Had the most number one singles for an album. Most number one singles off of one album until Katy Perry's Teenage Dream. And then after that, we've got We Are the World in 1985. And this is kind of important because this is where Michael really like establishes himself as not just like a pop singer, not just a celebrity, not just, singer, songwriter, actor, whatever. Now he's a humanitarian. So We Are the World, huge song. It did donate like millions of dollars in aid toward, various things in like Africa, and I think a few things in the United States. I'm not going to deny that it probably did do a lot of good, the amount of money that got raised from this single, but it does establish Michael as like, he's a person who cares. He's really charitable, and that's something that Michael Jackson fans will use very frequently, similar to how Johnny Depp fans will use the fact that he like goes to children's hospitals dressed as Captain Jack Sparrow. It's like, okay, you can do both. You can be a charitable person and also privately an abuser. But even with like with the charity stuff, it's like, okay, it was specifically for the Ethiopian famine. I think it did do some other stuff because I think it continues to raise money, and I think it continues to like get put toward other charitable things. So I think like some stuff mostly goes to stuff in like various African countries. I think a small portion does still get used for some stuff in the United States. I don't know exactly what, but you know, again, it's like I'm not going to deny that millions of dollars went to good causes. That part is probably true. It just doesn't negate from the rest of it. And this is the thing too, is like, even if we take all of the like the rape stuff out of it, it's not like Michael Jackson was just a total humanitarian through and through. He was also like a very, very calculated and savvy businessman. Like, he's an unabashed capitalist. He has also done like just really shitty things in terms of his business, I don't know what you would call it, his business skills, you know, like the way that he became like as fucking rich as he did, and then also like spent almost all of his money, but he became unbelievably wealthy because he's not that charitable, you know? He definitely wants money for himself. No ethical billionaires, and I don't know if he ever specifically got to a billionaire status, but for the time period he essentially did, when you factor everything in with inflation. But he also, here's the thing, he's low-key kind of like a Scooter Braun in some ways. He did, as Scooter Braun did with Taylor Swift, he bought an entire fucking record label just so that he could get access to, just so that he could specifically buy the Beatles discography. And here's Paul McCartney talking about that.
You should get into publishing.
Isn't that great?
Yeah.
Don't you love the irony?
And he bought all your...
Yeah, and Paul McCartney is the one who told him that, like, if you're making a good business decision, like, you gotta get into publishing, not just, like, songwriting and stuff. So Paul McCartney told him, you should get into publishing, and then Michael was like, okay, I'm gonna buy your shit.
songs.
Yeah.
And you said to him, listen, I'll give you fair market value. Let me buy my songs. I want to own them.
He came over. I said, what do you want to do? He said, make some hits. I said, well, that sounds good. So we got a little relationship there. It was quite good fun. And it is true, he did ask me. He said, you know, got some advice, Paul? Yeah. I took him aside and said, diddle-a-diddle, and think about getting into music publishing. And I thought he was joking. He said, oh, I'm going to get yours. Well, I went, oh, he slapped him on the back. Right. Good one. You know, I thought that was a joke. And then I just got rung up and said, he's got yours. Oh. And I thought, hey, you know what is weird? I don't mind that because he had all the cash, someone was selling it, and he bought it. What I don't like is that I've actually written to him a couple of times. We're dishing the dirt. Howard, you got me at it.
Go ahead, yes.
I don't normally
You wrote him a couple of letters.
Wrote him a couple of letters saying, Michael, don't you think after, like, even if I was just a writer on the payroll, after 30 years of being reasonably successful for this company you now own, don't you think I could have a raise?
Yeah.
And, you know, he said, oh, well, that's just business.
I did read recently that because of some cash flow problems he's having, aren't your songs up for grabs?
In fact, this might be a good time for me and you to go in and buy these songs.
You know, the trouble is I wrote them for nothing.
Right.
And buying them back at these phenomenal sums, it's just...
It rubs you the wrong way.
I can't do it.
You were the guy...
So yeah, not that fucking charitable, turns out. Now, around the same time... He buys the catalog, I think, in like 1985-ish. 1986, he apparently sexually abused a young girl. This is the first girl that we're aware of. So it says, and we don't know her name or anything. She is anonymous still. So a woman who says she was molested and sexually assaulted as a child by Michael Jackson has filed a lawsuit claiming she was paid more than $900,000 to compensate for her years of abuse. The alleged abuse started in 1986 and occurred in such iconic locations as Neverland Ranch, the set of Moonwalker, Jackson's Encino Mansion, and in the back of the singer's limousine, according to papers filed Tuesday in Los Angeles Superior Court. The court filing includes scanned copies of checks purportedly paid to her from Jackson or his entertainment companies. The largest sum, a $600,000 check, was paid in late 1993, just 3 months after Jackson was hit with a child molestation lawsuit from a 13-year-old boy. So yeah, already abusing children at this point, not even just over the phone now, but still doing very, very well professionally. However, you might notice his skin seems to be getting a little lighter. And this is something where, like, the molestation stuff, the child stuff, I get it. I think that denying that he did those things is insane at this point. However, ultimately, all this stuff happened behind closed doors. We will never know the full truth of what happened. I believe the people who have come forward, but okay, they can't, like, definitively prove it because they don't have, like, video evidence or something. Which, by the way, the amount of Michael Jackson fans that I'm seeing on, like, social media being like, show me hard evidence that he raped those kids. It's like, you want a video of children being assaulted? That's so fucking weird. That is so incredibly gross that you need to see it happen to believe it. And the fact that you even want to see it, you're asking people to, like, send me the proof. And of course they know that there is no, like, definitive proof like that, because who films it? Well, some people do. But obviously he there's no videotape that we know of. Who's to say? I wouldn't even honestly be that surprised if there was some video somewhere that somebody's hiding, but there probably will never be definitive proof. What really fucking gets me, though, and this is where I'm like, they're in a cult, dude. You can't tell me that the way that Michael Jackson looked by the end of his life was actually a result of the things that he said they were a result of. Like, I'm looking right at him. He claims that his skin got lighter because he had vitiligo. And that I believe he had vitiligo. There were some signs of vitiligo as early as 1983. That was why that's the one glove on his hand here. Supposedly that's because the vitiligo started to get really pronounced on his hand, so he wore one glove to cover that up. I believe that vitiligo is fairly common. Okay, sure. And then he was also diagnosed with lupus and vitiligo in 1986, which can definitely, like, affect the vitiligo for various reasons. But okay, sure, he had vitiligo. He was completely white by the end. Now, I know there's two different camps that the Michael Jackson fans will take with this one. One is that he used bleach to even the vitiligo out, which I'm like, okay. Would it not have been easier to get makeup to make the whiter spots darker? Like, that's still just a very odd decision to make to me. And I know, again, like, I am a white girl, so maybe I can't speak, like, as a black man. But I have to imagine, like, all of the black people that I know, I just, if they decided to handle their vitiligo by bleaching the entirety of their skin to be, like, completely white, I would be concerned. I would be like, why is that the route that you took? Wouldn't you have wanted to continue to be black? It's just a little weird. But okay. I guess, yeah, sure, he used it to even things out. Even then, I think that's taking it at him at his word a little bit much. Because the fact is we just don't even know how far widespread the vitiligo was by the time that he was as white as he was. Maybe he had a little vitiligo and he completely overreacted and just did his whole fucking body. I don't know. Maybe it was very widespread, but there's no, like, photographic evidence. You know, you want to say, like, the whole thing about, like, okay, show me the photo, show me the photographic evidence. Does nobody have photos? His doctors, no one has photos of, like, the splotches as they were moving around his body. I'm supposed to just believe that it was that widespread that quickly, where we never even saw the splotches. We just saw him like get increasingly white throughout his life. I don't know. I just think that's a little bit of like just a little bit of a leap. But okay, fine. He used bleach to even out the skin tone or whatever. There are other people who fully believe that he never even used bleach because he said he didn't. Because he said that he used some creams to even it out or whatever. And he claimed specifically that it wasn't bleach. He was like, I would never bleach my skin. I don't even know that that's a thing. It's like, well, what do you mean? Because I see you. You clearly used something, but they believe that he fully, like, that's how the vitiligo progressed. That he just became that color. He wasn't using any sort of bleach on himself. He just became that color eventually. And it just showed up like that. And that's where I'm like, no. I don't believe that. I don't believe that it just happened. That he just all of a sudden, like, that's not how vitiligo works. It shows up in splotches. And he got increasingly white. But then, okay, fine. Let's let the vitiligo stuff go. He became white because that's what happened. It was just a natural process. Oh, and also he says that vitiligo ran in his family. And I'm like, well, then why is the rest of your family not? I guess it develops differently in different people, but okay. Still seems very weird that you're the only one who turned completely fucking white. But fine. Let's set the vitiligo aside. They then say, because he admitted to 2 rhinoplasties and a cleft chin surgery in 1988. That's all that he admitted to. His mom did say later that he seemed to get a little bit more done than that. But some of his fans will again still fucking say that. They'll still say that he only had 2 rhinoplasties and like a thing on his chin, and then they'll also like attribute some stuff to an injury that he had. At one point his hair did catch fire and he did get put on painkillers and stuff, so like there was some stuff going along with that, but they use that as an excuse for the way that his fucking face looked for the rest of his life. I'm like, you can't tell me. I'm looking right at this man. I know that he did not only have 2 rhinoplasties and a fucking chin, one chin procedure. Not only do I think he had way more rhinoplasties than just 2, because of the amount that his fucking nose changed, and way more stuff done on his chin than just 1 operation because of the way that his chin changed. Also, like, his eyelids, his eyebrows, his lips, everything about his face. You can't fucking tell me that this is a man who only had a few cosmetic procedures, but some of them will still do it. They will look you dead in the fucking eye and say that that's what happened. And I'm like, what? What? They're just living in another reality. It's not even just that they're denying stuff that they didn't see happened. They're denying things that are fucking in front of them. Oy, oy, oy. And then he does get a chimp. He gets Bubbles the chimp. So Bubbles was born, we don't know exactly when he got Bubbles, but Bubbles was born in 1983, and it's possible that he got him as early as 8 months old, so around 1983. But mid-80s, he starts becoming a big part of Michael's, like, public life. He's going around with him everywhere. And it is, at the time, definitely thought of as, like, he's like a Disney character. He's so pure. He's like Snow White going around with all these different animals. Like, okay, I guess I understand how you believe that in like the 80s, and I can be kind of forgiving of that I don't think that people had a full understanding of how chimps behave, how inappropriate it is to have a chimp as a pet at that time. And I think especially with chimps, because we are primates ourselves. Chimps are also primates. We share a common ancestor. We are very closely related, like, genetically. I think a lot of people think that would mean that chimps would make, like, decent pets, or that they would make decent companion animals. They don't. They don't whatsoever, because yes, we are very close to them, like, genetically, but it's very different from like cats and dogs, who maybe we don't have the same kind of, like, shared genetic history as those animals. However, dogs and cats they have evolved with us for like thousands of years. So they are very close to us socially in a way that primates are not. So, you know, they don't make good pets. But I understand how people would think that maybe they might. I get that part. But I think ultimately, the relationship with Bubbles maybe is somewhat symbolic of his relationship with humans and with children specifically. He had the chimp for I don't know exactly how many years he had it. I think I might have it. Did I write it down? Okay, so he got rid of the chimp in 2003. So the chimp would have been like 20 years old-ish. But as the chimp got older and it started to act like a chimp and it started to not be quite as cute and it had some more animalistic behaviors, it became a problem and he got rid of it. And it's like, well, yeah, you shouldn't have had it in the first place. But it is a little bit of like, oh, you thought it was so cute and you wanted to carry it around with you everywhere you went and you didn't even really think about what actually was good for the animal, what actually was like a responsible thing to do with this being that you've taken responsibility for. And this is the thing too, is like, nobody should have a chimp as a pet. Nobody. But okay, if you're a rich celebrity like Michael Jackson, if you have that much money, I could see how you would you could justify it. I mean, I think at that point you need to have an entire sanctuary because the chimps need to be around other chimps. They need to socialize with other animals of their kind. But you could have a sanctuary as Michael Jackson. You have this huge estate, get other animals. He did have a zoo on his property, which a zoo is a little different than a sanctuary. But okay, sure. That's not what he did. He just kept the baby, literally the baby. He kept the chimp in a fucking baby crib in his room, in his bedroom. The monkey would not monkey, it's a chimp. There's a difference. My mother would be very upset if I was mixing them up because they are different. But the chimp would throw poop at the wall and then the housekeepers would have to clean it up. It was never supposed to be something that you had in your fucking house with you. And here's the thing. I see someone bringing up Jane Goodall in the chat. So according to Michael Jackson fans, Jane Goodall and Michael Jackson had a nice relationship, and she really appreciated his love of animals. So if you go here, this is something that I guess Jane said in an interview in 1989. He talked about his dreams for the place to have animals running, looking free like they would in the wild. It was just a very charming day. It was very low-key. Nobody else was there. He loved what I did. He loved chimpanzees. He loved to watch them feeding. He liked their faces. They made him smile. And then he's got some stuff that Michael said about Jane. So it was like, oh, they're friends. And they do acknowledge in here a little bit. They were like, oh, in later years after Michael's passing, Jane Goodall did voice criticism regarding the way Bubbles had been treated. She even said she had confronted Michael about the chimp's welfare. Those close to Michael, however, have always insisted he loved and cared deeply for Bubbles and all his animals. It's like, well, then why didn't he do what was best for them and treat them differently? But okay, they'll acknowledge that Jane Goodall had some things to say about the way that Michael treated Bubbles, but they still paint it as overall, though, it was a good relationship. No, this is Jane Goodall talking about what she saw of Bubbles.
Excuse me, Jane, you know how most at the White House, they always have a pet as a dog. The presidents always have a pet as a dog.
Right.
Do you think at some point the White House, the presidents could have a chip?
No.
No, why? Why not?
Chimpanzees belong in the forest, and pet chimpanzees are one of the worst things you can possibly do. By the time they get to 7 or 8, they're dangerous and stronger than you.
Oh, okay. I know when I was growing up, Michael Jackson had one, and I always wanted to have one.
I picked him off. I went to see him. We talked about Bubbles.
Oh.
Oh, yes.
What was the best thing about Bubbles?
Bubbles is still alive and he's very beautiful. But when he was with Michael Jackson, he was being beaten.
Did Michael ever teach him how to dance? Okay, thank you. So have a good day.
The Team ZI is so obnoxious, but she literally says that when Bubbles was with Michael, he was being beaten.
Bubbles likes what he likes.
is not that charming. Not that Disney approved to me. But who's to say? Maybe Jane is wrong. Maybe he wasn't beating his monkey. Ooh. But clearly, this was not like a cute thing that he did. But then he also has the Neverland Ranch, which is a house, an estate. It's a massive property, 2,700 acres, which, holy fuck, that's a lot of land. There was an amusement park on it. There was a train that would take people from the amusement park to the house. There was a zoo on the property. There was a lot of stuff that seemed specifically designed to attract children. And we notice as well, it's called Neverland Ranch, as in Peter Pan, as in the boy who didn't grow up, the boy who stayed a child. And okay, maybe that has something to do with his loss of childhood because of his father beating him and making him work in the music industry too young. Okay, fine, he has Arrested Development. He keeps inviting kids to his property, though. Isn't the Neverland thing a little on the fucking nose? I mean, come on, dude. And here's where it really gets gross. So this whole thing about him being so charitable and caring so much about children across the world, he claimed to. He started a foundation in 1992, the Heal the World Foundation, which helped underprivileged children. And some of the ways that they would help underprivileged children is by taking them to Neverland for a day at his amusement park and home. He's literally using his charities to funnel children onto his property. Were they just having a nice day at the park? Maybe some of them, maybe most of them. But some of them were staying in the house. And the house itself is fairly alarming. Just some of the features in the home. And so, here's a tour from a little bit after his death.
Miko Brando, the son of the late actor Marlon Brando, spent much of the last 20-plus years at Michael Jackson's side. He was our guide, taking us through Neverland Ranch. Miko, you've spent a lot of time up here. This place is so big that obviously this isn't just for decoration. This train station was a real train station with a real train.
Real train, steam engine train, large one. He had used it for years to get from the residence up to the theater and the zoo.
Which is about a quarter mile away. Above this fireplace, Miko was there a tribute to Catherine.
There was a plaque there that he had made for his mother, because he named the train after his mother, the Catherine.
So the train was actually called Catherine. A lot of people would come up here just to hang out, you were telling me earlier, because, of course, there were, as there are around the entire compound.
Before you'd reach the train, you'd stop here and have your cappuccino if you want, ice cream, candy apples, all the candy you could think of before you'd ride a train over to the theater.
Michael would put on videos on each...
I mean, it's just like a trope, dude, of like luring children into your van by telling them you have candy. He's just putting a whole bunch of child stuff in his house to get these kids comfortable, plying them up with candy, with sugar. It's almost like Hansel and Gretel level shit.
Of the monitors would be the same video.
He'd put videos and cartoons, whoever wanted could sit here and watch them on all these screens, and sit here and eat your candy, eat your, all the sweets you'd want. And the kids would just hang out here and watch videos all night long.
And this is just a minuscule part, obviously, of the compound here. One small portion of it where people would come and hang out. The outside, here's where the train would come through, Miko, and the marks, you say, sort of show how much it was used, huh?
Correct. That just shows you how much steam went through underneath there, and every time you'd blow the...
How much this train was used. Trains loaded with fucking kids.
Whistle, that would, that would have the effect on the brick right there.
You say Michael used to blow
the whistle. Yeah, right there, and make it loud. You could hear it over the whole valley. You could hear it over the whole property. Once that whistle went, you knew the train was here.
Then
And that's another thing too. There are a lot of things around the property, a lot of like sound-based things, a lot of things like the train that make a lot of loud noises, so that Michael would know when parents were coming close. Like if he had the kids in the house and the parents were out there at like the amusement park or whatever, and they were coming back, he would know they were coming back because you hear burp, burp. Like there's so much. And this little thing does not even cover most of it. If you watch some of the other stuff with like Leaving Neverland and stuff, there's so much little shit about Neverland Ranch and the way that it was designed, that it was like designed to make noises and designed to warn Michael that people were coming. And why did he need to be warned about when people were coming? Because of what he was doing with the kids.
he took us inside the 13,000 plus square foot house Michael Jackson lived in.
One of the things you see around here is the Sycamore logo.
Everyone would meet here. We'd watch TV with the fireplace here around the property, but this was basically where we would all meet and talk about our day here at Neverland.
As for Michael Jackson's bedroom, you're looking at the doors and you can see the locks on the doors. Miko, privacy was key in this room, obviously.
Yeah, he liked his privacy when...
Look at the fucking locks on his doors for his bedroom. Oh my God.
When the doors were open, you know, it was okay, but when he locked, he wanted his privacy. He had his privacy.
This is one of the bathrooms. There are 2 bathrooms in this suite, and this is the area where Michael Jackson also slept sometimes. There's a staircase up there and a small bedroom upstairs. You say he slept on both levels?
Yeah, he slept wherever he felt like sleeping. He'd crash out, so he had a choice of 2.
All right, let's swing around here. This is a massive bedroom suite. Let's get to all of it. Here is the view. It's gorgeous. You were married out there. Obviously, it doesn't get much better than that for a view outside your room.
No, we had a great...
Different it was, fully furnished.
Oh, it was the place. I mean, I've seen a lot of houses in my life, but this was the house.
There's been a lot of talk about this closet. It is massive, and in the corner of it is a secret compartment or secret little area. And Miko, you said this was sort of a safe room just in case.
Yeah, this was just some place, you know, in case something ever happened. It would be where he'd go.
For you,
and there's all stuff like that around the house too, of like little tiny rooms, little tiny chambers, secret doors. Like, so much about the way this house is designed to be able for him to hide whatever it is he's doing, get warnings of people coming. Why did he need all that? Who needs that? I would love it though. I would love a house with like secret doors and stuff, but that's just for fun. Just for fun. And I'm not inviting children to my house ever. And it's not even because it has nothing to do with like, I just don't like children. That's something about me. You're never gonna hear anything about me molesting any kids because I try my hardest just to not be around them, period. I don't find their presence enjoyable. Sorry. I can say that. I used to be a child. It's fine. But he also had a whole bunch of just photos of babies just in his house. Naked babies sometimes, too. Creepy as hell. And not only in his house, he kept them, he wanted them in his hotel rooms when he traveled.
Are you chewing gum, Michael? Is it working? Are you chewing gum? Please. Yes, it is wonderful. I thought it was illegal here, Michael. It isn't actually. No? One guy said throw it about. One guy said it's not illegal. He goes. What? What are you laughing at, Charlie? Yeah. One guy says it's not illegal. That guy like headed something? Oh, you're being on me. Was that guy headed something or something? Michael? He owned the restaurant. And he's our promoter. How do you, just because he says it's not illegal, you're going to chew it? Come on, Taj. Oh, so. What do you mean you're promoting Michael Jackson? Here, look at baby. You got a warning.
Why? How do you defend that? There's no way. Even if you're just like, oh, I just think babies are so cute. Okay, I think dogs are cute. Am I putting up photos of dogs all around my house? Am I taking them with me when I go to hotels and putting up photos of puppies? No! I'm just looking at them on TikTok like a normal fucking person. Oh my god, it's just like... How do you defend that? You don't. It's so weird. It's so weird. And he literally was asked about his little collection of baby photos.
Thank you, mate. Lovely.
Just got this one in the corner of the shop.
Oh, and this is something, so like the photos in the hotel, I don't even know how fans defend that. They will say because there was a photo book of children essentially like naked, like child sexual abuse material. There was a book of that locked in like a cabinet in his house, in his bedroom. He had that. The fans will defend that by saying that he was gifted that. It was a gift from somebody. He didn't buy it himself. And first of all, I don't care if it's a gift, get rid of it. Weird as hell. It was so precious to you that you needed to lock it in a cabinet? And I'm supposed to believe that because it's a gift, that doesn't mean anything? Okay, but then also he collected them separately of that.
Yeah, really. Because we want to be wide, I mean. Okay. Yeah. For you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. That was owned by the hotel. You've just torn a page out. Thanks very much.
This is so sweet.
Show me? Oh, the picture. Yeah, it's lovely. Why do you love these pictures of children?
Just pulling out photos of children from magazines.
Okay. It fills my heart with bliss. I feel God, really. I honestly do. I'm telling you straight out. My room is just decorated.
I know, I've been there. Yeah. Even your computer's got pictures, isn't it?
Yes.
On the screensaver. Yeah. Okay, we're ready.
Wonderful.
And he had already been accused of shit by this point, too. The fact that he even feels comfortable being like, yeah, I just have photos of children everywhere. You don't think that that's weird, especially when you've already been accused of being a pedophile? Very, very strange. Oh, but you know, speaking of people who cannot help themselves, I can't wait for next week on the members stream. Colleen Ballinger is up to it again, writing more songs, so look forward to that on the members stream next week. But anyway, we're talking about Michael right now. So he had a lot of child friends, a lot of young friends that he would hang out with. This is Macaulay Culkin. It was pretty endless, to be honest. He was often seen with these young boys just out and about. He would take them to events with him. He would take them to award shows. He would be seen with them publicly. They were coming into Neverland Ranch. They were going to the amusement park, etc. Now, were all of those children abused? I don't know. I would assume a vast majority were not, especially because there were just so many coming through Neverland. Train loads of children. But Macaulay Culkin is someone who was continuously denied any sort of inappropriate relationship with Michael. I think the relationship in and of itself was pretty inappropriate, even if there was no sexual abuse. The fact that they were so close, that in and of itself is just very strange, given the relationship. But, okay. He says that they weren't, that there was no, like, sexual abuse. I believe him for the most part. Like, I think the amount of time that Michael spent with Macaulay was a little... that makes me a little suspicious just because of how prolific he was as an abuser with other children. But ultimately, that's Macaulay's life. That is his right to tell his own story. I don't want to make any sort of real speculation into it. But I think that even if Macaulay was not, I do think that could be just representative of the fact that when Macaulay Culkin and Michael were friends, that was when Macaulay was already fairly famous. Like, he had done Home Alone and stuff. He was a celebrity in and of in his own right. So, like, Macaulay had a lot more power than Michael did. Or not than Michael did. Michael had more power than everybody, but, like, he had more power than the other kids that Michael was with did. And that's something that you'll hear a lot of Michael Jackson fans bring up, too, where they're like, oh, it's just, what a coincidence that all of these young boys that have come forward as victims, they all had shitty parents and also, like, their parents had some money problems or something, and now they're suing Michael for money. It's like, okay, does it maybe not seem like he's specifically targeting children that come from broken homes and that come from situations in which there is some amount of financial stress on the family that he can maybe alleviate? Because that's another part of the allegations. A lot of these young boys, a lot of these men who come forward about what happened to them as boys will say that, like, he groomed their entire families. It wasn't just about the relationship with the boys themselves. He was getting actively involved in these children's families' lives, and he would bring the families out to Neverland, and he would give them money, and he would pamper them, so, like, the families had some sort of allegiance to him and would trust him and leave him alone with their kids. So I don't know if he did that to all of these boys that we've seen him with publicly. It's very possible he never did that with Macaulay. But I think even if he didn't do it with Macaulay, number one, I don't think that means that he was never going to. He maybe just didn't get around to it. Because some of the kids, I'm like, when they say the abuse started, I'm like, oh, that's surprising that it actually took that long, that that's the stage that it happened in. But some of the others he started immediately too. So it's like he was on his own timeline. But with Macaulay, it's like, okay, well, it makes sense that a kid who was already more famous than these other kids, and I don't know much about Macaulay's home life. I don't know if his parents were any better than any of the other kids' parents, but, like, I have to imagine that because Macaulay was an actor, that his parents were more involved in his career and maybe were a little bit more, like, around compared to some of the other parents. So who's to say? But we do have quite the list of children just here. This is from, like, a Michael Jackson, like an anti-Michael Jackson page. So this does have a bias, but, you know, it's a bias that I think is, for the most part, based in truth. But so we had Leif Garrett in 1979, who was 17, so I don't know. It's a little old for him. Terry George, who made the allegation about the phone call. Emmanuel Lewis, who was 12. Jonathan Spence, who would hang out with Michael from ages 10 to 16. Usually it seems like the abuse stops around, like, mid-teens, like 14, 15, 16. So Sean Lennon, when he was age 8 to 15, and also Mark Ronson. Now, that one is kind of interesting to me. And this is where I'm like, I have to clarify that this is a specifically anti-Michael site, because it says, his friend Mark Ronson said that they used to watch porn with Michael when they were just 10 years old. I don't know of Mark ever saying that. I couldn't find record of that. Maybe he did say it somewhere. But I know that in Mark's book, he did tell some stories about Michael Jackson and his time with Michael Jackson. But none of it seemed a little weird, but it didn't seem sexual.
Like, there was this one time that I stayed at Sean Lennon, who's one of my closest friends, at his house when Michael Jackson came over for a sleepover. And I know...
On the bad tour.
On the bad tour.
And also a sleepover. Whew, there's a lot here.
Yeah, there's a lot. It is different now to say some of these things for sure.
Wow,
but,
this is wild.
But even with that, I knew not to say anything in school the next day, because I didn't want to be teased mercilessly or be made to be like, oh, you fucking dick, or other, or look like braggy. So, like, there was this thing of, like, I knew it was crazy. I also knew to keep as much of it to myself.
Wow. So that was a really, that was a very specific part for me. They're throwing wet toilet paper balls off the side.
Yeah,
which I also did.
Yeah.
Soggies.
Yeah.
Please get the nomenclature.
Yeah, so that was Michael would have Sean and Mark, they would get wads of toilet paper, they would put them into a ball, and then they would put water on it, and he would call them soggies, and they would throw them out the window. It's just weird.
Right.
Milford Plaza Hotel as a kid for throwing.
This is something where I'm like, maybe this is just like a boy thing. I was not doing this as a child. I've never heard of a soggy in my life, but it might have just been a Michael thing specifically, but it just feels a little weird. I wasn't throwing a lot of stuff out of windows as a child.
On soggies.
He just wanted to, Michael Jackson was just really intent on packing wet mounds of toilet paper and just pelting them nowhere near people, but just hearing them splat on the sidewalk.
It's very rewarding because you start with the ball, and I don't want to encourage anyone to do this because it's dangerous. But I will say, okay, you start with a wad of toilet paper this big. When that fucking thing hits the ground, if you're 30 plus up,
it's crazy.
It's 8 foot wide. It's very instantly rewarding if you're little. You're like, wow, I made that huge thing.
It's like if you drop a penny off the Empire State Building or something.
They say it would crush a cab. I don't know if that's true, though. I think they told us that as kids to tell us not to throw pennies.
I don't want to. Didn't put this in the book, but fuck it. We did hit the hood of a car, and there was this just like fucking sound. It sounded like a tank blast.
Oh, shit.
We were only on the 10th floor.
It's so telling because that is something you do as a kid.
Yeah.
That's what kids do. They make little balls of toilet paper and throw it at things. It's so reflective of him.
Well, he was playing laser tag. He said he was like more kid-like than you.
Yeah, like, do you remember the first time, like, you won't because you're wonderful and young, and the sharper image, that first laser pen light that kind of shone that long infrared pen?
Yeah.
They just decided that nobody ever needs that thing, so it was discontinued. But
I think it was also dangerous for your eyes. If
I'm
you,
sure it was, everything about it was wrong. Michael Jackson had made the guy who, he obviously had incredible lasers and shit on tour. The guy who built those lasers for him built him his own little box that you could plug in the wall. It was about this big of metal, and it shone a single green laser that probably shone like hundreds of feet, you know, because he was playing in fucking arenas and stadiums. So we were running around and holding it up to the window and shining it 8 floors down, but nobody had ever seen that. Only thing you can compare it to would be like the thing on an Uzi, like the sight thing or whatever, right?
Yes.
So like we're shining it on the street, and like there's a guy walking the dog. The guy can't see because he's sitting, and the dog's just like freaking out. It's terrible. Everything about it, I would never do that now. But yeah, that was what he wanted to do, and in an absurd foreshadowing of who I was to become, I was just like, this Fun and Games is great. Michael, give us a bass line. I want to go back and like make a demo. Like I was just like, remember being really concerned with, because my stepdad had a studio where I made demos, and I remember Michael actually was just like, okay. So he did this thing where it was like, of course I'll never forget it. It was so Michael. He like did like an arm out, like snapping. He started to sing this bass line that went doon 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 doon. And I was like, okay, it's a little ripped off from Smooth Criminal, but we'll take it. And made a whole fucking song from this bass line that Michael Jackson gave us.
This is shocking.
So yeah, nothing like super weird there. I do want to say, just to be back on my own bullshit, you shouldn't point laser pointers at dogs. It is not good for them. But other than that, nothing that Mark said there was like particularly awful, you know? Nothing that was like, it doesn't seem like any sort of like sexual thing happened with him. I don't know where this site gets that he watched porn with Michael, but for sure he was just hanging out with kids, just like pretty continuously. And it is very strange as an adult person. Not related to those children whatsoever. And you know, if it were just a few of them, if it were just Sean Lennon, if it were just Mark Ronson, it'd be fine. But it is so many. There are so many that like we have record of him like not just hanging out with one time. He would take them with him places. Like he would have these just like little buddies that he would go everywhere with. Like they were his dates to, and that's, okay, we'll get to that one. They were his dates to award shows and shit. It was something that people knew about him. But it was something that, like, you know, started to get a little weird after a while. Still, he's Michael Jackson. He's very, very famous, very talented. 1993, he did the Super Bowl, considered to be like one of the greatest Super Bowl shows of all time. On top of the world professionally, but still, he's strange. He's very strange, and people are definitely starting to pick up on it with the appearance in particular. He looks different than he used to, And here's Oprah asking him about it in 1993.
There was a story, and I know one of your attorneys held a news conference. There was a story about you wanting to have a little white boy play you in a Pepsi commercial.
That is so stupid. That's the most ridiculous, horrifying story I've ever heard. It's crazy. I mean, why? Number one, it's my face as a child in the commercial. Me when I was little. Why would I want a white child to play me? I'm a black American. I'm proud to be a black American. I am proud of my race. I am proud of who I am. I have a lot of pride in who I am and dignity. That's like you wanting an Oriental person to play you as a child. Does that make sense?
No.
So please, people, stop believing these
Michael,
horrifying
then
stories.
let's go to the thing that is most discussed about you, I think, is the fact that the color of your skin is obviously different than it was when you were younger.
Yes.
And so I think it has caused a great deal of speculation.
Like, just the color of his skin? I mean, he's got, at one point he got eyeliner tattooed on his eyes. His nose is different, his lips are different, his eyebrows, everything about his face.
And controversy as to what you have done or are doing. Are you bleaching your skin? And is your skin lighter because you don't like being black?
Okay, number one, as I know of, there is no such thing as skin bleaching.
I mean, clearly there is. Maybe you don't call it bleach. Maybe that's not like the technical term for it. 'Cause maybe it's not like, well, I don't know what you call it, but it's a lightener for sure. And clearly you know that you're using it.
I have never seen it. I don't know what it is.
Well, they used to have those products growing up. I used to hear, always use bleach and glow, but you'd have to have about 300,000 gallons to...
Okay, number one, this is the situation. I have a skin disorder that destroys the pigmentation of the skin. It's something that I cannot help, okay? But when people make up stories that I don't want to be who I am, it hurts me.
But even then, it's like, look at his hair, too. Like, everything about him was changing in a way that, like, did seem, at the very least, to be trying to move away from the physical signifiers of blackness. The hair, the eyebrows, the eyeliner under his eyes, the skin color itself, the nose, everything. Everything.
It is. It's a problem for me, okay? I can't control it, okay? But what about all the millions of people? Let's reverse it.
Okay.
What about all the millions of people who sit out in the sun to become darker, to become other than what they are? Nobody.
That's not the same. That's not the same at all. Like, not only is it just different, like, in terms of, like, the society and stuff, and, like, they're just, obviously, like, your race is a socio-political identifier. That's a ridiculous argument to make in the first place, but it's like, okay, you go outside and you get tan. That's still, like, a natural process. That is something that, like, your skin is doing to protect you. That's normal. Like, I used to be very tan because I used to go outside, because I used to live in a house with my parents that had a yard. I no longer have a yard, and now I look like this. But I used to be so much tanner than I was, and that was not me doing it on purpose. I just went outside. That is so clearly different. And yeah, okay, I have used some, like, self-tanners and stuff before, but that's still, like, it's just a different fucking thing, dude.
He says nothing about that.
So when did this start? When did the color of your skin start to change?
Oh boy, sometime after Thriller. Around Off the Wall Thriller. Sometime
and what did you
around
think? I mean,
it's in my family. My father said it's on his side. I can't control it. I don't understand. I mean,
yeah, and again, you're the only one in your family that looks like that. Skin color-wise. Nose-wise, they all did get surgeries to have a very similar nose, which I find very interesting. Joe Jackson apparently was very abusive in terms of the way that he looked racially. Like, he used to call him words that I will not say, but he used to bully and verbally abuse Michael for looking like a black kid. And I have to imagine he was maybe doing that to some of the other siblings as well. So, okay, I understand why maybe all the siblings would have complicated feelings about their relationships to their own race and whatever. It is interesting to me that they all got surgery on their nose specifically, and they all look pretty similar.
Makes me very sad. I don't want to go into my medical history because that's something that's private, but that's the situation here. So please, when people see something like that.
I just want to get this straight.
Yeah.
You are not taking anything to change the color of your skin.
Oh God, no.
You did not purposely.
We're trying to control it, and using makeup evens it out because it makes blotches on the skin, and I have to even out my skin. But you know,
why are you evening it out with the white part of your skin? Like, that's crazy. Why wouldn't you just use the skin color that you already were?
It's funny. Why is that so important? You know, that's not important to me. I'm a great fan of art. I love Michelangelo. If I had a chance to talk to him or read about him, I would want to know about what inspired him to become who he is, the anatomy of his craftsmanship, not about who he went out with last night or why he decided to sit out in the sun so long. What's wrong with, I mean, that's what's important to me.
Hi, YouTubers! He literally did the Bubbles thing of like,
just listen to the music.
Like, we're not allowed to talk about anything else. We can only talk about how good his art was, how good his work was. It's like, we can't talk about what's right in fucking front of us. But alright. So that was 1993. This is where things start to really go downhill for Michael. So, also in 1993, first of all, the Super Bowl was in January. The Oprah interview was in February. Later in February, he meets a boy named Jordan Chandler. Jordan Chandler was, I don't remember how old he was, but he's a young boy. So Michael's car broke down somewhere, and he got towed to a local rent-a-wreck garage, where the owner then called his wife, and she brought her son to meet Michael. And so the owner of the rental shop, he is not Jordan's biological father. Jordan's biological father is named Evan, but Evan, not a great father. I don't know that any of them were necessarily great parents, but Evan was a dentist. Jordan, throughout 1993, from February until like June-ish, Michael would bring Jordan and the family out, including, I think, sometimes Evan, but mostly the other side of the family. He would bring them out to Neverland Ranch. He got very, very close with Jordan over the span of these months. He definitely, like, wooed the family and Jordan together. That's the thing that you have to really realize about these allegations with these kids that have, like, multiple allegations. A lot of the times their families were a part of the grooming process as well. Like the family members were also groomed. So started hanging out with Michael in like February. In June, stopped hanging out at Michael's so much, and then in July, Jordan called Michael and he was recording the phone call, and at this point, or not Jordan, I'm sorry, Evan, the father, yeah, Evan Chandler, calls Michael on a recorded line. He's recording the phone call, which was illegal, I think. It was, either way, it's bad form. He calls Michael, he's recording the phone call. He is suspicious of sexual abuse at this point. He's asking Michael about, like, did you sexually abuse my child? Michael is like, no, of course not. And then he starts threatening legal action, Evan does, and he asks for $20 million. Michael is like, no. August, because Evan is a dentist, he puts his child under like a sedative, like he's doing some sort of dental work on his son, but he drugs him up, and while he's drugged, he asks Jordan if Michael has ever touched Jordan's penis. Jordan says yes. But he is drugged. So that sort of starts everything. Jordan has now admitted under the influence that he has been touched by Michael Jackson. He eventually admits to months of sexual abuse from Michael. And then Evan files a lawsuit in September. So there was an investigation that got launched in August before the lawsuit itself was filed, the police searched the home of Michael. They searched Neverland in November. Michael cancels the remainder of the tour. He gets hospitalized around that time. He becomes addicted to painkillers. He really was already addicted to painkillers prior to that because of this injury from his hair catching fire. He had gotten like kind of onto painkillers prior to that, but this is where it like really gets bad. So he gets like really addicted to painkillers. So other children start being questioned. These other kids that have been hanging around Michael, they all deny that anything inappropriate happened and staunchly deny. The police really botched the investigation in a lot of ways, as they do, but especially by intimidating the children. Like they were kind of like threatening the kids. And that's something too that like Michael apparently would tell these kids, like, you can never tell anyone what's happening between us because we will both go to jail. So of course these kids are not telling the police what happened, even the ones that like were abused. And so the parents start to get really upset because they're like, you're fucking harassing my kid. So not a good rapport between the police and the other parents and the other children. Then there was a strip search of Michael in December. And we know this strip search, this is the thing where he had drawn a photo of Michael's penis and they took photos of Michael to compare. How accurate his descriptions were, we will never really know because those were sealed documents, but there is reason to believe that they were fairly accurate. But of course, Michael Jackson fans will say that they were not accurate at all. But this is really where you kind of even get this victim narrative with Michael, because think about it, you know, on the one hand, I do think he definitely abused Jordan Chandler. On the other, the way that Jordan Chandler's father went about levying these claims was not correct. He fucking drugged his son. Even before he filed any sort of lawsuit or anything, before an investigation was launched, he had already like asked for money. So it definitely did seem like extortion. And so you put that into context, you think that not necessarily that Jordan is lying, but that his father has coaxed something out of him that did not happen, because that can happen sometimes. Children especially are very dumb. But okay, you take all that and then you put it with like, and now Michael is getting strip searched and having photos of his penis taken. There's a victim narrative building around Michael now, because like, if he didn't do anything, that is really violating. That is a complete violation of his privacy, to be strip searched for something you didn't do. So this is a message that he gives from Neverland in December.
And fans, I wish to convey my deepest gratitude for your love and support. I am doing well and I am strong. As you may already know, after my tour ended, I remain out of the country undergoing treatment for a dependency on pain medication. This medication was initially prescribed to see the excruciating pain that I was suffering after recent reconstructive surgery on my scalp. There have been many disgusting statements made recently concerning allegations of improper conduct on my part. These statements about me are totally false. As I have maintained from the very beginning, I am hoping for a speedy end to this horrifying experience to which I have been subjected. I shall not in this statement respond to all of the false allegations being made against me, since my lawyers have advised me that this is not the proper forum in which to do that. I will say that I am particularly upset by the handling of this mass matter by the incredible, terrible mass media. At every opportunity, the media has dissected and manipulated these allegations to reach their own conclusions. I ask all of you to wait and hear the truth before you label or condemn me. Don't treat me like a criminal, because I am innocent. I have been forced to submit to a dehumanizing and humiliating examination by the Santa Barbara County Sheriff Department and the Los Angeles Police Department earlier this week. They served a search warrant on me which allowed them to view and photograph my body, including my penis, my buttocks, my lower torso, thighs, and any other area that they wanted. They were supposedly looking for any discoloration, spotting, blotches, or other evidence of a skin color disorder called vitiligo, which I have previously spoken about. The warrant also directed me to cooperate in any examination of my body by their physician to determine the condition of my skin, including whether I have vitiligo or any other skin disorder. The warrant further stated that I had no right to refuse the examination or photographs, and if I failed to cooperate with them, they would introduce that refusal at any trial as an indication of my guilt. It was the most humiliating ordeal of my life, one that no person should ever have to suffer. And even after experiencing the indignity of this search, the parties involved were still not satisfied and wanted to take even more pictures. It was a nightmare, a horrifying nightmare. But if this is what I have to endure to prove my innocence, my complete innocence, so be it. Throughout my life, I have only tried to help thousands upon thousands of children to live happy lives. It brings tears to my eyes when I see any child who suffers. I am not guilty of these allegations, but if I am guilty of anything, it is of giving all that I have to give to help children all over the world. It is of loving children of all ages and races. It is of gaining sheer joy from seeing children with their innocent and smiling faces. It is of enjoying through them the childhood that I missed myself. If I am guilty of anything, it is of believing what God said about children. Suffer little children to come unto me, and forbid them not, for such is the kingdom of heaven. In no way do I think that I am God, but I do try to be God-like in my heart. I am totally innocent of any wrongdoing, and I know these terrible allegations will all be proven false. Again, to my friends and fans, thank you very much for all of your support. Together, we will see this through to the very end. I love you very much, and may God bless you all. I love you. Goodbye.
So, there's that. If you think that there's weird things about what Evan Chandler did, which there were, this might be fairly convincing to you. Now, LaToya Jackson, one of Michael's sisters, then came out and was supportive of Jordan for a moment.
And welcome to the weekend edition, where we take a look at this week's hottest stories. And first, there are even more revelations about Michael Jackson. This week, the Jackson family stood divided as the comments about Michael Jackson continued. LaToya, who has long been estranged from the family, accused her brother Michael of crimes against small children. On Wednesday, at a midnight press conference in the Israeli city of Tel Aviv, where she was on a tour that's suffering from poor attendance, an emotionally charged LaToya had this to say.
I must tell you that this is very difficult for me, that Michael is my brother. I love him a great deal, but I cannot and I will not be a silent collaborator of his crimes against small, innocent children. And if I remain silent, then that means that I feel the guilt and the humiliation that these children are feeling, and I think it's very wrong. I have seen checks payable to the parents of these children. And I don't know if these children were apparently bought to the parents by Michael or not. But I have seen these checks, and I've seen these checks through my mother. She's shown me these checks that Michael had written to these children, and it's for a great amount. And I'm not speaking pennies. The sums are very, very large amounts. And this is my first time talking about it, and I never want to speak about it. I never want to say anything about it. But I think it's sad because I am a victim myself, and I know what it feels like. And these kids are going to be scarred for the rest of their life, and I don't want to see any more innocent small children being affected this way. I love Michael very dearly, but I feel even more sorry for these children because they don't have a life anymore. They don't. Now you stop and you think for 1 second, and you tell me what 35-year-old man is going to take a little boy and stay with him for 30 days, and take another boy and stay with him for 5 days, in a room and never leave the room. How many of you out there are 35 years old? How many men are out there? How many would take little kids and do that are 9, 10, 11 years old? I love my brother, but it's wrong. I don't want to see these kids hurt. I've been hurt by it, too. My father molested me sexually, and I don't like it. I don't like the way it feels. And to this day, this is my husband, and he can vouch for this. I will not have a relationship with him because of that. But I love him dearly, but I cannot. Perhaps one day I will come to terms with it, and I will be able to. But for now, I can't do it. And that's what I don't want to see happen to these little kids, because I know what it feels like in the heart.
The Jackson family replied by saying that LaToya makes her money from lying and was probably paid to speak out against her brother. Only last month, LaToya, who is estranged from her family, said she thought her brother was innocent. Although Michael Jackson is still under investigation by the Los Angeles Police Department and faces a civil lawsuit from a 13-year-old boy, he has not been charged with a crime. Last month, he cancelled his tour and is undergoing treatment for an addiction.
So there's that one. She also talked about it with,
What kind?
What's her name? I know it. Oh, Katie Couric.
What kind of evidence do you have that your brother did in fact sexually abuse these young boys?
I want you to know that there aren't really any evidence. The only thing that I know of, and my mother has actually shown me these things, she's the one that was outraged and brought them to me, that were checks that were written to the little boy's parents. And there are 2 checks that I know of that she has shown me, and it's for a substantial amount of money. And she was outraged over it.
How much money, and are you certain you know what these checks were for? Let's say that Michael...
I don't know what they were for, but I know they were written to the parents of the little boys that would sleep over.
You're just assuming then that it's hush money. Did your mother ever tell you that this money was being given to the alleged the parents of the alleged victims to keep them quiet?
That's why I can't say that it's hush money. Apparently, it was given for some reason. I don't know why, but I do know that she was outraged during that particular time. This is around 84, mind you, and she would say things like, I can't stand this. He's nothing but a fag. I can't stand this. And I would say, Mother, don't say that. Just because you see a check doesn't mean that. It doesn't mean anything.
But basically...
And that's the way she took it. Now, to this day, she denies it because she has no support. In other words, if she were to go and tell the truth, Michael would drop everything and she would probably be out on the street. So she has to stand by in that way. But the only reason I'm speaking up is because I'm an abused victim, and I don't want to see anyone else hurt like that because I know what it feels like to be hurt.
But basically, I'm sorry, LaToya, I was going to say basically because of these checks shown to you by your mother and the fact that Michael, do you know for sure that he spent 30 nights with this alleged victim?
I have never, ever, Katie, seen Michael in the bed with another boy. Never. I have never seen him. I do know that he would have boys over all the time. One, of course, and they would stay in the room for days. Then they would come out, and then there would be another boy, and he would bring someone else, but never 2 at a time or anything like that. Let me ask you a question. What 35-year-old man do you know that sleeps with little boys and stays with them for a week or 2 weeks or whatever, and sleep in the same bed? I'm asking you this question because this is a valid question. It's very open. Because most people would say, well, this is totally wrong. It's totally unfair.
Yeah, most people might...
And you know, what you have to remember is that Jordy, I do not know this kid. I have never met this kid. I know nothing about him. But at the same time, I feel bad for him, and no one's caring about Jordy. Jordy is in a very bad position. Even if it's not Michael, his parents have put him in a bad position. And there are a lot of Jordys out there.
Have you talked, LaToya, with your parents since making the statements last?
Now, the thing is that she did recant these allegations later. She said that her husband put her up to it, and her husband had been pretty abusive. So, like, you could buy that at the time of like, oh, okay, her husband put her up to it, everyone's out to get Michael, and that can add to this victim narrative for him. But I think she's probably telling the truth here, especially when she says that she saw the check. She doesn't even say that she saw anything specifically happening. She just knows that kids were getting paid out. And we know that that's true because in 1993, we know that an unnamed woman did get paid out for $900,000 for something that she said happened in 1986. So there it is. There's at least one person that we know of that did get paid out. She indicates that there's some other people that maybe got paid out. She specifically says her mom showed her 2 checks and that there was another time in like 1984 when her mom first. So like, I don't know how many payouts there were, but according to what LaToya is saying here, which does kind of line up with what we know happened given some later information, I think that it is most likely true that there are more payouts that we don't know about. But yeah, she did take it back. So there's that. Now, Michael, at the beginning of 1994, in January, he gave a speech and asserted his innocence at the NAACP Image Awards, which, looking like that, none of my business, but okay. He got a standing ovation. People were largely on his side at this point. Geraldo Rivera would later do a poll, and around this era, 75% of Americans did think that he was innocent. But a few weeks later, there was a settlement for $23 million, which again is just a lot of money to pay for a child you didn't abuse. But okay, apparently he just wanted to get it over with. Now, a little bit after that, he marries Lisa Marie Presley, the daughter of Elvis Presley. They had met each other in the 70s, but then they reconnected around 1992, and Michael became somewhat emotionally dependent on Lisa around 1993 with the allegations, and it seems like they were just talking over the phone a lot. He proposed to her over the phone. They got married in 1995. They never lived together, and they got divorced within a year. So doesn't seem like this relationship is super... Yes, he was obsessed with Elvis. Doesn't seem like this relationship was, like, ever really romantic or sexual. I don't know that they ever had sex, period. Which normally I'd be like, you know what? None of my business. What two married people do, you know, who's to say? But it's like when one of them is getting accused of pedophilia, it does sort of seem like I wouldn't even say a beard, because a beard is like... you know, you get a beard to, like, hide the fact that you're gay, but this is, like, something else. I don't know what we would call this, but to hide the fact that you're a pedophile. But they get divorced within a year. He then marries Debbie Rowe in 1996, so, like, right after that. She had been working as an assistant in the dermatology office where Michael had been getting his vitiligo treated. She had had a miscarriage at the beginning of the year in 1996. However, by the end of the year, she was pregnant with Michael's child, and they were getting married. Michael's child, essentially. They got a divorce in 2000. She gave birth to 2 of Michael's kids, so these are the kids right there. We have Michael Jr., who I think is... I don't know which of them is which. There's Michael Jr., who is nicknamed Prince, which this is kind of confusing. So February 1997, Michael Jr. is born. He is named, he's named officially Michael Jr. He is called Prince. He then has Paris Jackson in 1998. She's just Paris Jackson. Then, in 2002, he has another kid via a surrogate who is named Prince officially, but who at the time was nicknamed Blanket and now goes by BG. So Prince is Michael. Well, yeah, Prince is Michael, BG is Prince. It's a little weird, but it doesn't really even matter. But I just thought that was strange. And then... I don't know. I mean, it's hard to say. None of these kids have ever come out with any sort of allegation against their father. It is a little worrying, just the fact that he had children with him, period. Like, I don't know if that was a line that he wouldn't have crossed if it was his own kids. I have no idea. But he had kids with him. The mother, Debbie Rowe, and also the surrogate, who's never been named, no role in their lives. None. Oh, not none. I mean, I think she was around. But they did not call her mom. She said she didn't want them to. Michael was the sole parent. He was like an only father, even when he was married to Debbie Rowe. He has claimed that he is the biological child of all 3 of the children. Maybe? I don't know. It's hard to say, because there are some features that they have where I'm like, I guess that kind of looks like him. But it is a little bit hard to ignore the fact that they are all white. And maybe it doesn't look that weird in this photo, because at this point he is white, but he's white mostly because of, like, the skin bleaching and vitiligo too, as well. Maybe that was the impetus for the skin bleaching, but, like, he's white. Whether or not you're bleaching your skin, your genetics are the same. There is no reason. I mean, let's remember what he used to look like. And then produced 3 white children. I don't know. I don't know if they are biologically his. He claims they are. I don't know that I believe that. And if they're not, that's weird as fucking hell, dude. You have 3 kids, and you made the active decision to make them white. It's weird. It's weird as hell. But maybe they are his biological children. I don't fucking know. Now, 2003, he is featured in this special called Living with Michael Jackson. He's interviewed for 8 months in 2002. They come to his house, go all around the property. It's so weird. You can find, I don't know if you can, I'm sure you can find the full thing somewhere. On YouTube, you can find it in parts. It's like 1 out of 10, but there's a few parts missing, so it's a little hard to find the full version. But it's very odd. Like, he's climbing trees. Like, it opens with him climbing a tree. He does talk about his abuse from Joe, so this is where, like, that part of his story becomes really central, and I believe that is a huge part of the Michael not documentary, the biopic. It really focuses on the abuse that he experienced from Joe, which I'm sure had a huge impact on him. I do not deny that happened. I think it did happen, and I think that it set up for a lot of the rest of his life, but, you know, it's just not the most important thing to discuss at this point. And then he also does talk about how when he was on tour with the Jackson 5, as a kid, he would, like, hear his brothers having sex, like, in the hotel room that he was also in. Like, he'd be under the covers and he'd hear his brothers getting it on. And, you know, you have to imagine that was pretty traumatic for him. Maybe it did kind of mix up his own something in his brain. I don't know. I don't know about the psychology of pedophiles a whole lot, because I am always curious about it. I'm like, why do they do that stuff? But then every time I start looking into it, I'm like, oh, I don't want to know. It's so gross. It's like you start hearing details and I'm like, maybe I don't want to know. Maybe I don't want to know. But maybe that had something to do with it. Maybe there's some insight that you can take from the things that he's saying in this special that can give you insight into why he did the things that he definitely did do. But at this point, he's still denying doing all those things. He continues to deny throughout his life, but it just becomes weird as hell because they film him with a child acting so inappropriately and admitting to sleeping in the bed with children. So here's one part, and God, he looks just so fucking weird at this point. But this is him with Gavin Arvizo. Or Arvi, I don't know how to say his last name. But here's little Gavin.
And then he finally said, okay, if you love me, you sleep on the bed. I was like, oh man. And so I finally slept on the bed.
But Michael, you know, you're a 44-year-old man now. What do you get out of this? What do you get out of this?
Why can't you share your bed? The most loving thing to do is to share your bed with someone. You know?
You really think that?
Yeah, of course. And then he finally said,
ugh, creepy and weird. Now, so, like I said, this is Gavin. He was introduced to Michael around the year 2000. He was a child cancer patient. His parents had already asked a lot of other celebrities for money for his cancer treatments. And he had visited Neverland a few times and had gotten kind of close to Michael, but then at one point, I don't remember all the details, but he felt kind of abandoned by Michael. And this is something that a lot of these kids will say, which is like they were like the center of Michael's world for a little bit, and then Michael would get bored and start hanging out with another kid, and they felt really like rejected and sad and abandoned. So really, really sad. It does seem like the reason you can see him being very cuddly and stuff with Michael here. It sounds like Michael, after he had already kind of like abandoned this boy, then called him back for this interview thinking that it was going to make him look good for some reason. He calls him back for this thing in 2002 and is like, hey, you want to be interviewed for this thing that I'm doing? So it's like Gavin at this point is just kind of excited to be back into Michael's world. And that's really, really, it's really sad. But here's another clip as well.
He deserved all the joys of life as any
And so
other
it was that we came back to our meeting at Neverland with 12-year-old Gavin. I'd found this easily the most disturbing moment of the past 8 months.
You know, some have, and they say, is that really appropriate?
When you're talking about children, we met Gavin. And it was a great privilege to meet Gavin because he's had a lot of suffering in his life.
Yeah.
When Gavin was there, he talked about the fact that he shares your bedroom.
Yes.
Can you understand why people would worry about that?
Because they're ignorant.
But is it really appropriate for a 44-year-old man to share a bedroom with a child who is not related to him at all?
That's a beautiful thing.
That's not a worrying thing?
Why should it be worrying? Who's the criminal? Who's Jack the Ripper in the room? This is a guy trying to help heal a child. I'm sleeping in a sleeping bag on the floor. I gave him the bed because he has a brother named Star. So him and Star took the bed, and I'm on the floor in the sleeping bag.
Did you ever sleep in the bed with them?
No. But I have slept in the bed with many children. I sleep in the bed with all of them. When Macaulay Culkin were little, Kieran Culkin would sleep on this side, Macaulay Culkin's on this side, his sister's in there. We're all just jamming the bed. And we wake up like dawn and go in a hot air balloon. You know, we have the footage. I have all that footage.
But is that right, Michael?
It's very right. It's very loving. That's what the world needs now. More love, more.
The world needs
heart.
a man who's 44 sleeping in a bed with children.
No, you're making it all wrong.
Well, tell me, help me.
Because what's wrong with sharing a love? You don't sleep with your kids or some other kid who needs love, who didn't have a good childhood?
No, I don't. I would never dream of sleeping.
I would.
I would never dream.
Because you've never been where I've been, mentally.
What do you think people would say if I said, well, I've invited some of my daughter's friends round or my son's friends round and they're going to sleep in the bed with me tonight?
That's fine.
What do you think their parents would say?
If they're wacky, they would say you can't. But if you're close family, like your family, you know them well,
But Michael, I wouldn't like my children to sleep in anybody else's bed.
Well, I wouldn't mind if I knew the person well, and if I'm very close to Barry Gibb, Paris and Prince can stay with him anytime. My children sleep with other people all the time.
And you're happy with that?
I'm fine with it. They're honest. They're sweet people. They're not Jack the Ripper.
I suppose the problem for many people is what happened in 1993, or what didn't happen.
What didn't happen?
Just cast your mind back. What was that like when you first heard the allegations that were being made against you?
It was shocking, and I'm not allowed to talk about this by way of law. So,
but how did you feel about what was being said? I'm not asking you to talk about what was said.
I was shocked because God knows in my heart how much I adore children.
But isn't that precisely the problem, that when you actually invite children into your bed, you never know what's going to...
You know what I'm gonna do? Sometimes people get mad when you say you don't like kids, and you're like, hey, you're so mean, blah, blah, blah. It's never gonna be me. Never gonna be me.
Invite children into your bed, you never know what's going to happen.
But when you say bed, you're thinking sexual. They make that sexual. It's not sexual. But we're going to sleep. I tuck them in. I put a little music on, and do a little storytelling. I read a book. It's very sweet. Put the fireplace on. Give them hot milk. You know, we have little cookies. It's very charming. Very sweet.
Sure.
It's what the whole world should do.
No. And that's the thing too, is like, it's so obviously creepy and disgusting. But even if he's not having sex with them, it's still inappropriate. Those are not your kids. And you do it with so many different kids too. If it was one set of kids over the course of like years or something, like, you know, I had friends, my parents had like friends that were like family friends that I would go, because I was friends with their kids too, so like I would go to their house every week or whatever. I was not sleeping in the bed with their parents, for one thing. But like, okay, you get close to like one group of kids that become like your family. You don't need to be blood family or whatever, but it's like, these are so many different fucking kids coming through Neverland all the goddamn time. They're sleeping in his bed. And then also, again, he is grooming them. I mean, even if he wasn't having sex with them, which he was, but even if he wasn't, what these kids were saying too, of like we would be his like favorite things for like weeks or months on end, and then suddenly he's not calling us anymore, and then we see him on TV with some other fucking kid, and it's like we just got replaced. I mean, it's so sad. Even if it was just the way that he's describing it, of just he brings kids in and shows them love for a little bit, and then what? They go home, and you're nothing but like a memory to them. They were something that you thought was special for a few weeks, and now they're not anymore. It's fucked up. And the thing is too, the Michael Jackson fans are really upset right now about Diana Ross not. She was apparently supposed to. Her character, she was supposed to be portrayed in the Michael movie. She pulled out, or like she filed a lawsuit or something. I don't know exactly what happened, but like they're very mad at her right now, and they're accusing her of grooming Michael because he used to sleep in her bed, and they're like, oh, that was so inappropriate of her. We don't have any evidence of there being any sexual abuse between the two of them. Maybe there was, maybe there wasn't, I don't know. But like they're saying that him just being in her bed was inappropriate, and that fucked him up. It's like, well, what the fuck is he doing to all these kids? You can't have both. You can't fucking have both. But so Michael was so upset about this documentary coming out, even though it's like, these are the questions that you answered. This is how you come across because of how you said those things. And because of the things that they filmed you doing. There's nothing really duplicitous about this documentary at all, but they then did a rebuttal, which you can find on YouTube, which was hosted by like Maury Povich. Here, let me play the intro.
Special. I'm sure most of you are aware of the recent television special that claimed to give an honest, candid, and revealing look into the private life of one of the world's most successful and controversial celebrities, Michael Jackson. The revelations were explosive. The ratings were enormous. But Michael has claimed that what TV journalist Martin Bashir presented was a twisted and edited construction of scandal and innuendo, not a true representation of the interviews that actually took place. In the next 2 hours, we're going to give you an opportunity unprecedented in the history of television. We're going to show you footage that was never intended to be broadcast.
And now, does this entire thing, does this rebuttal actually change anything? No. But this definitely does set a precedent for Michael Jackson fans, where anytime that he says something fucking crazy, they always run to this thing of like, it was taken out of context, it was edited out of context, you just need to see the full footage. And then you actually like, just the knowledge that there is more footage out there is in and of itself their evidence. The fact that there was some sort of editing. But it's like you go and you watch the footage you were never meant to see, and it's like, oh no, I still think he's a pedophile, actually. If you watch this whole thing with that in mind, of like, this guy's fucking weird, this is not gonna disprove it at all. There's no amount of footage or context you can show me that will make me think that the way that he was behaving in that interview in the first place was anywhere close to normal. You can't do it. Sorry. So, the documentary comes out. The documentary prompts some people to start thinking about stuff. So an investigation does get opened into Michael Jackson, leading to his November 2003 arrest, where he looks fucking crazy. I'd be just out of his goddamn mind. But that's neither here nor there. So, the arrest happens in November. In earlier, like around that time, Gavin told the police that Michael had molested him several times between February and March of 2003. So, the interview that we all just saw in 2002, that was before, which is crazy to me. According to Gavin, he hadn't even started the abuse yet. Like, everything that we saw with them holding hands and everything like that, that was the before period. And for whatever reason, after that whole thing was filmed, that was when Michael decided, like, it's time. it's time. So he started abusing not just Gavin, but also Gavin's brother Star, who Michael does bring up briefly there, of another child that slept in his bed. Gavin basically said that Michael kind of held the family captive at Neverland. I don't know exactly what that means. I haven't gone into all the details of these allegations because it's upsetting. But he said that Michael kind of held the family captive in Neverland. Star says that he saw Gavin being molested twice, and that also Michael had masturbated in front of both of them. So, as far as I'm aware, Star was never physically touched by Michael, but they were both abused. They both were subjected to sexual abuse from Michael because of the masturbation. So that leads to the 2005 trial. The boy's mother is found to be a somewhat unreliable witness. There are just some holes in her story, which then, like with the Jordan Chandler stuff from 1993, that just gets used against the case overall. You know, like, this mother has corrupted her children. She has planted these memories in their heads. So, you know, it's not the kid's fault, but it's the parents' fault. They're trying to get money out of Michael. And in this instance, Michael has multiple other child friends testifying in his defense, including like Macaulay Culkin, basically all saying he's great, we love him, he's never done anything inappropriate. He also has a lot of other celebrities, well, a few other celebrities testifying in his defense, specifically Jay Leno, George Lopez, and Chris Tucker, who all had experiences with the Arvizo family. Gavin's parents had asked many people for money and had maybe even gotten somewhat manipulative and maybe a little aggressive when they weren't given money. So this all adds to this idea that Michael is just being extorted, that these parents just want money from their kids. And at this point, I'm like, there's just so much fucking evidence of him being a creep where I'm like, I think that it's fairly clear that he did these things. But again, it's like the parents are doing such weird stuff. You can get away with making this extortion claim. But a lot of people still at this time weren't fucking buying it anyway, because it's like he was so weird. Whether or not he definitely molested those kids, but whether or not he had done that, he was definitely being inappropriate with them, and he definitely was just an odd person where you couldn't really put much past him because he clearly wasn't mentally well. So this is Chris Rock in 2004.
Michael Jackson lost his mind? What the hell is wrong with Michael? Another kid? Another kid? I thought it was Groundhog's Day when I heard that shit. Another kid? Get the fuck out of here. Yo, that's how much we love Michael. We love Michael so much, we let the first kid slide. Another kid? I'm fucking done. I'm done with Michael. I'm done. I was a fan my whole life. I am fucking done. I'm handing in my glove. Okay. I saw Michael on 60 Minutes. Ed Bradley tried his best to make Michael look like a mammal. Somebody that drank water and breathed air, right? He gave Michael the easiest questions in the world, the easiest GED questions in the world, and Michael could not pass the test. It's like, Michael, do you think it's proper for a 45-year-old man to sleep in a bed with 13-year-old boys? Yes.
And this is just what I find kind of remarkable about it. So, like, Michael did get acquitted in 2005 with the trial. And okay, legal system, people get off on shit all the fucking time. But the cultural narrative around Michael Jackson was definitely that he's a creep who almost certainly abused those boys. And I remember that. I mean, I was young at the time, but I remember that being the cultural narrative, is like, yeah, Michael is a creepy weirdo. Keep your kids away from him. Then, once he fucking died in 2009, suddenly the narrative just completely switched. And it became such a thing where, like, if you ever said that Michael had done those things that he was accused of, you were falling for, like, this smear campaign. You were believing like these false allegations against a black man, which at this point, I mean, okay, yeah, he is a black man. He was. I mean, he is. I don't know. It's just like when he looks like that, it is a little hard to take those allegations seriously a little bit, because it's just like he was just so clearly running from his blackness in so many ways. But okay, fine. He was a black man at one point and still ongoing. Kinda, but okay. Fine. He got away with it twice. In 2013, more allegations come out. So, 2013, Wade Robson accuses Michael of abuse. He files a lawsuit against the estate. Obviously, Michael is dead at this point, so can't really do anything to him. But he files against the estate, basically saying that they helped. I mean, and that is true. I mean, someone was driving the limos. Someone was helping him write the checks. Like, the checks are not from Michael Jackson's personal accounts. They're from companies. So, the estate is definitely culpable. Other people were culpable. Other people were around that saw him doing these things. Other people for sure knew certain things were happening. They didn't do anything about it.
Bubbles likes what he likes.
Sorry, wrong one. Do I not have it on here? Oh well. But the argument that the estate makes is like, well, that wasn't their problem. They weren't supposed to protect the children. It doesn't really matter. I would argue differently, and Wade argues differently. But regardless of who's legally at fault and who can or who can't be found legally at fault currently, there are now more allegations against Michael Jackson. It is harder to say that Michael Jackson is innocent of the first two that people had been aware of. Now, here's the thing, and this is where it's like things diverge between people who just really, really want to believe Michael Jackson is innocent and people who would like to look at the situation objectively. Wade Robson did testify in Michael's defense in 1993 and in 2005 on the stand. He is now saying that the things that he was saying in that defense were not true. He was molested by Michael Jackson. And the reason he didn't say that at the time was that he was not emotionally ready to deal with it yet. That makes complete sense. A lot of kids, it takes a long time for people to process what happened to them and then to also like feel comfortable telling other people about it. As Wade says, he was groomed by Michael. He thought that, like, there wasn't really even anything wrong with what him and Michael did with each other for a very, very long time. What changed was he had a child. He had a child in 2010. His kid was starting to, like, he was getting older and he was starting to approach the age that Wade was when he started being abused by Michael. And at that point, it's like when you look at your own kid and you really, because when you think back on your own life and you think about being a child, you almost sort of think of yourself as a child as yourself as an adult. Like you think about yourself having that same level of cognition. You didn't. You were a child. When Wade sees his own son and sees how like vulnerable and how, like, not cognitively developed his son is, it starts to dawn on him of, like, oh, this is a few years off from when I was, like, having sex with Michael Jackson. And at that point, it kind of rewires you a little bit. And you're like, oh, maybe I wasn't having sex. Maybe that wasn't a relationship. Maybe that wasn't, like, a romantic thing. I was being abused. That should not have happened. That starts to become clear to him. He has some mental breakdowns. He processes all of it. He comes forward with his allegations in 2013. And so here's kind of going back through the story here. So this is Wade and Michael when Wade was a kid. So Wade he was a choreographer. He still kind of is. I don't think he does as much choreography. I think he mostly does like dance therapy stuff now, but choreographer for a long time. So he was a dancer as a kid, and he did a lot of stuff with Michael with that. Like he was in Michael Jackson music videos. He performed with him like on stage and stuff. So he met Michael in 1987 when Wade was 5 years old. He said the sexual abuse started around 1989 when Wade was 7, and it lasted for about 7 years. So that matches up with a lot of these other stories that they start young and they end usually around like 14, 15. So Wade was from age 7 to 14. Then there's also James Safechuck, who is or was an actor. I don't know that he does anything currently, but he worked as an actor for a little bit. He joins Wade in the lawsuit in 2014. So he had also testified in Michael's defense in 1993. He did not in 2005, but he did in 2003. And he had started recalling stuff about his childhood in therapy around 2013, so around the time that Wade came forward with his allegations. So James met Michael when he was around 10 years old. He was filming a very famous Pepsi commercial. He's the kid in the Pepsi commercial. I'll play that.
Michael? Mr. Jackson?
Looking for me?
And that's actually when they show that little his little like ha at the end, they filmed his first reaction seeing Michael for the first time. I think that he didn't even know that Michael was going to be on set that day. So that is just genuinely his response to seeing Michael Jackson. That's how much he was like, he did kind of idolize him. A lot of these kids did. There he is. Oh. Poor baby. So he starts getting abused around 10 years old. It lasts for about 4 years, which again fits the pattern, 10 to 14. He as Wade did, as a lot of the others did, he claims that it wasn't just like, it didn't just feel sexual, it felt romantic to him. He felt like he was in a relationship with Michael. In fact, they even did like some sort of like kind of wedding ceremony at one point in Neverland, where they did like a commitment ceremony. They basically, Michael treated him like he was his husband. But of course, as he got older, he was no longer old enough for Michael's affections, and he did feel abandoned by Michael for many years. And this is another thing too, when you think about like their testimonies in 2000, or he was in 1993, Wade did 1993 and 2005. Some of that was like also a thing of like, I want to earn Michael's trust back. Like they had felt like if they weren't defending him, that he was going to be upset with them, and they had already been groomed to want his approval. So it is just fucked in so many different ways, and people use the fact that they testified in his defense at one point as evidence of like, well, see, then they must be liars. They're either lying now, or they were lying in 1993 and 2005. It's like, well, they were lying in 1993 and 2005. Not even lying necessarily. They hadn't even processed it. And even the prosecutors because people have tried to get them they've tried to get them held liable for perjury. And it's like, perjury for what? If you believe that they perjured themselves, if you believe that they lied on the stand about not being molested, then you have to believe that Michael molested them. And then what? You just want them to be punished for talking about it now? But okay, it's still, even the prosecutor has said, like, I'm not gonna get them on perjury because this is a normal thing that happens. Kids aren't able to process their abuse sometimes until, like, a very, very long time later. We do not consider that legally a lie. So, it's just so disgusting. But they both tell their story in a documentary called Leaving Neverland, which came out on HBO in 2019, around a little bit before the Michael biopic went into development. So it does feel like this movie is just like a thing meant to rehabilitate Michael's image. And for what? He's not even alive anymore. Like, okay, maybe you make less money. The estate makes less money if people think he was a pedophile, but not that much less. I mean, I think most people would be kind of willing to let it go in terms of, like, still consuming his music and stuff, because his music isn't, like, super personal, most of it. So what are you doing this for? I guess the answer is just that they are suing the estate, so they're not really friendly with the estate, because as these men will argue, the estate was a part of it. They helped him get away with it. And, you know, I think they have a point. But people accuse the documentary of being one-sided, which is fucking ridiculous. Is there any way to watch the documentary now? I mean, you can pirate it. Like, I'm sure it's out there. I'm sure you can find a copy somewhere. It is not on any sort of streaming at the moment, which we'll get to. Well, we'll just talk about it right now. So, it got taken off of HBO in 2025, like last year. There was a whole legal thing. The estate was successful in getting it taken down because in 1992, Michael had some sort of, like, concert special or something with HBO where the airing of the concert special had a non-disparagement clause in it, saying that, like, HBO can't air anything that is specifically disparaging of Michael, which I guess the estate is now arguing was for forever. That they can never disparage him ever, ever, ever. Even though this movie came out 10 years after his death. So that's how they got it taken down, was this fucking non-disparagement clause. So it is no longer on any sort of streaming service. The director, the rights for the movie will revert back to the director in 2029. So at some point around 2029, I assume that it will go on to some sort of streaming service, depending on what the director does with it. But at the current moment, HBO has all the rights to it, so it can't be aired anywhere other than HBO. And it also can't be aired on HBO. So right now, it is nowhere officially. But there is a sequel to the documentary called Leaving Neverland 2, and this one is very, very accessible. This you can watch for free on YouTube, only an hour long. Leaving Neverland, to warn you, it's long. It's about 4 hours long. It's in 2 parts. It is very graphic. It is very, very hard to watch. And it should be. Like, it is them saying exactly what happened and going into explicit detail about what happened. And so if I've tried to keep a lot of the, like, big details out of this, but it's bad. It's really bad. And yeah. But if you're interested in the details, like, not necessarily it's the details of the assaults, it's really hard, but, like, the details of, like, how the grooming happened, stuff about, like, how the house was made to kind of warn Michael of people finding them, like, it does have a lot of information. It is a very good documentary. Now, what people will say about the one-sidedness of it is so fucking ridiculous. Number one, because it's a documentary where, like, it's covering a case in which all the evidence is pretty much on one side. People have it in their minds sometimes that, like, objectivity means neutral. It doesn't. The documentary did not have to do the, like, oh, maybe it happened like this, but maybe it also happened like this. No, if most of the evidence is on one side, that's the side you should focus on. But it doesn't even matter because, like, the only reason that it's as one-sided as it is because the estate refused to cooperate. They show it in this documentary. I don't know exactly where it is, but, like, they show the emails that the director and the producers were sending to the estate of, like, hey, give us some comment. Respond to the things that these men are saying. Like, we will present your side in the documentary. You just have to respond to us. And they wouldn't do it. So the only reason that the documentary is as one-sided as it is because only one side would cooperate with the documentary. But Michael's team was given ample opportunity to get their side into Leaving Neverland, and they wouldn't do it because they don't have anything, because it's so clear that these men are telling the truth. And you can find little fucking things. Michael Jackson fans will point out, they're like, oh my God, Wade said that this happened at this part of the amusement park, but that part hadn't been built until this day. And it's like, okay, first of all, I don't even know if I trust their timeline of events. But even if I buy into all that, it's like, he was a fucking kid. He met Michael Jackson at 5 years old. The abuse started at 7. How well do you remember every detail from things that happened to you at 5 or 7 years old? Like 7 to 14. You remember every moment of your life in crystal clear detail? No. You're going to remember the things that matter the most. You're not necessarily going to remember the specific details of the locations that things happened in, but you're going to remember what happened. You're going to remember that you were abused. Most of the time. Sometimes you don't even remember that. But there's just no reason to disbelieve these men. And it makes me very, very sad. So they are still suing the estate. They've had their lawsuits dismissed several times on technicalities. Like, at one point, they were outside of the statute of limitations, then the Me Too movement happened, and the statute of limitations got extended, so then they were within the statute of limitations. But then after that, the estate argued and successfully argued that they have no culpability, that because Michael was the one doing the molesting, that none of the people that worked for him had any part of it, even though I think they make a pretty clear case that they did. And then they've had their lawsuits dismissed, but they've also been granted appeals. So they were granted an appeal in 2023, so the lawsuit is still ongoing. And this is the thing too, is like the more they appeal it, the higher up it goes into the courts. So like the more likelihood it will have to actually make like a legislative difference. And so that is something to pay attention to, that like these men are really, really, really not just fighting for themselves. They are fighting for laws to be changed so that people who are culpable in the abuse of children are held culpable, are held legally liable. Like, this can be a precedent-setting case, and it should be, because this is how abuse happens, is that people allow it. You know, people who saw what was happening and didn't do anything about it. And also, you know, the abuser's doing it in the first place. So I wish them the best. I hope that they are successful. And yeah, this is what the estate is saying, that like they had no duty to protect those boys, even though they were the ones driving them to Neverland sometimes. Just absolutely disgusting. And now I do want to say something too, because love to all the victims, obviously. I hope they all get their justice. With Wade in particular, it makes me so fucking sad the way that I've seen specifically Britney fans talking about him, because Britney fans, there is a big overlap with Michael Jackson fans, and there's also there's a lot of conspiracy theorists within the Britney army because of all the conservatorship stuff, which obviously the conservatorship is not, Free Britney was not a conspiracy theory, but there were conspiracy theories that prevailed within it. So there are a lot of people in the Britney fandom that are very conspiratorial and very defensive of Michael Jackson through that lens. So when these allegations came out, there was a sizable amount of the Britney community that was really, really disgusting to Wade. He has a huge part in Britney's legacy that I think should be respected, not just as like someone who went through something terrible, but because he's just a huge part of Britney's legacy, and that should be honored. And I don't like the way that this entire thing, the fact that he came out with these allegations, has caused people in the Britney army to try to deny the impact that he had on if we want to do this like separate the art from the artist thing, and we want people to have to acknowledge the legacy of Michael Jackson and how important Michael Jackson was, okay, fine. But Michael Jackson also did kind of not ruin the lives, but he permanently altered the lives of a lot of children who also were talented, who also had careers, who also had an impact on popular culture, and maybe even could have had more of an impact had it not been for the abuse that they suffered. So just to make it clear how important Wade is to not just even Britney's career, but also, as people are saying, like NSYNC too. He was an incredible choreographer who did a lot of work throughout the 2000s. But I have my priorities as a Britney stan. So just let me make sure everybody realizes Wade Robson directed and choreographed the Dream Within a Dream tour at 19 years old. Britney's best show, if we're being honest. Like throughout her entire career, every tour, every residency, Dream Within a Dream is the one. If you're going to watch any Britney show, it should be the Dream Within a Dream tour. And it is luckily available right here on youtube.com for free. I don't know if it's supposed to be, but it is. It's fantastic. And he directed it at 19. And yeah, the VMA performance was him too. He did a lot of stuff with Britney. He also did the Pepsi commercials with Britney. So like the Joy of Pepsi commercial. You can even see him in some of these behind the scenes things. So important to Britney's career. Is that him right there? Yep, there he is. And he also did, so this was never, if you watch the 2008 circus tour, the choreography is kind of whack. Some parts are better than others, but he was originally the choreographer on the circus tour. He then got fired because him and Jamie apparently did not get along, which we love that. We love people who do not get along with Jamie Spears. But his old choreography from the Mannequin eventually got like leaked, like the rehearsal footage. And his choreography for Mannequin is so much fucking better than what was actually on that tour. Like, oh, what we could have had. I'll play just like a second of the audio. Just unbelievable. So great choreographer. It's just so sad to me the way that Britney fans turned on him. And especially there's one part in Leaving Neverland where he briefly mentions Britney, and it makes sense. Like it is in context of a story that he's telling about Michael, but because he mentioned Britney, and Britney fans do get kind of defensive. I mean, I got a little defensive last week when Zara Larsson name dropped her in that song that I just didn't think she needed to be name dropped in. People get defensive about people bringing Britney up unnecessarily. So there was a little bit of that when he mentioned Britney in the Leaving Neverland documentary, but it makes sense. It makes sense the way that he brings her up. So fuck right off. He's literally telling a story about his abuse, you evil motherfuckers. But then there are more. Oh shit, I'm not logged into New York Times on this one. So that doesn't matter. We don't even need to really read it. But 5 other children have come forward. 4 are currently suing, but there's a 5th one that for legal reasons, I guess he's not suing. But Here, let me see if I can log in. But this is from the Cascio family, who also had previously defended Michael. Of course, because they all did at some point. Okay, here we go. They were his second family. These allegations go from, I want to say the mid-90s to the 2000s. I think up until his death, really. 5 kids. One girl, too. So this is like the second girl that we're aware of. It says, more than 15 years later, the Cassios now say that was a lie. All 5 of the Cassio children say that they were groomed to protect Mr. Jackson and became, as they call it, his soldiers, the front line of his defense. 4 of the 5 siblings now say in a lawsuit and in an interview with the New York Times that, in fact, Mr. Jackson had repeatedly sexually assaulted all of them. The 5th sibling told the Times he was abused, but for legal reasons, his lawyers say he cannot join the sibling suit. There's details in here about some of that stuff. We don't even need to go into it, but it's largely the same. Their allegations match the others. And of course, the fact that they used to defend Michael is now being used against them to paint them as liars. They did, one of them, or maybe a few of them, also like wrote a book in his defense, but even if you read the book, it is very clear that like even just what they're describing is like, oh, he groomed you. There's a point here, I think I have it in my notes. Yeah, as Ashley Ray says, he wrote this book in 2011 when he was still defending him, and if you read the book, it is Michael Jackson emotionally abusing a child and the kid blaming himself whenever Michael cries. It still doesn't make Michael look very good if you actually read it with some amount of empathy for the children that he's talking about, or talking to. So at this point, we are now up to 12 people who claim that Michael abused him when they were children. We have Terry George, the person that he was on a phone call with in 1979, and the unnamed woman from 1986 who got paid out $900,000. The Jordan Chandler case, Gavin Arvizo and Star Arvizo, Wade Robson, James Safechuck, and the 5 Cassio siblings. That makes 12. Who do you know who has 12 false allegations of child sexual abuse against them? I don't know any. Like, this is crazy. To still think that he is innocent to this day is fucking insane. And they're community noting everybody. Some of them, the community notes will go up and then they'll get like rated not helpful and they'll go away. But I keep seeing them pop up. They're worse than the Swifties. They're worse than any other stand-up. Like the Swifties will put up community notes about dumb ass shit. The Michael Jackson fandom will put up community notes defending the idea that he wasn't a pedophile, even when it's like, I had one. I put up a tweet that I don't think a community note ever actually fully got onto it, because I have on a separate account, on my Stan account, they won't let me do community notes on my main account, because one time I said that if I had a time machine, I would go back and kill baby Elon, and now I can't make community notes on my main account, but I do have a Stan account and I can make community notes there. So sometimes I go into that account and it'll show you if you can make the community notes, if you have that ability. It'll show you the community notes before they officially go up for like the public, and you can rate them of like, this is helpful, this is not helpful. So I can see the drafts of the community notes. I went onto my other account, immediately my tweet comes up, a tweet that I had made about Michael Jackson, and I saw that people were trying to put a community note on it, which I was like, this is so stupid. But even in my tweet, I didn't even actually say anything about the Alec. I said that, like, Michael has done bad stuff. I just said that. And then there's a community note trying to disprove the child sexual abuse allegations. And it's like, well, I didn't even specifically say that. But you know what I meant. You know that he did those things. So you're immediately trying to defend him against these allegations that I wasn't even technically making in the tweet. But I don't think that one ever actually got past the draft stage. But I wouldn't be surprised. But yeah, they're putting all these sorts of community notes. They're saying that, like, because the Cassio siblings previously defended Michael on some fucking Oprah interview, and because the brother has faced fraud claims for selling fake songs, that proves something. It doesn't. And now James Safechuck has spoken since the new movie has come out.
I wanted to come on and connect with other survivors of childhood sexual abuse. The Michael movie's coming out, and it's getting a lot of promotion. There's billboards and commercials and just people praising Michael, and it can be triggering for survivors who have their own Michael in their lives, whether it's the priest who's close to God, or the sports coach who's just helping the kids, or the step-parent who's supporting the family. Our abusers are praised sometimes, even after we come out and tell the truth. And I just wanted to let you know that you're not alone, and that there's other survivors out there that understand what you're going through, and that are there with you, and that if you're feeling, all the feels, then lean into people that are close to you, lean into people that support you and that give you love, and know that you're not alone, and that telling the truth and telling what happened is a good thing, and that it's part of your healing. All right, I love you. Bye.
It's just so sad that anyone even needs to be put into this position to speak out about their own fucking abuser getting venerated on such a public platform when there's no acknowledgement of what he did whatsoever. But the Michael Jackson movie is doing just fine. It opened with a $217 million debut, becoming the biggest opening of all time for a biopic. So people really do not give a single fuck. And of course, because of the biopic, his Spotify streaming numbers are going up. The estate is getting money off of this. I can't even if I could entertain the idea of watching that movie and paying money for it, eventually, I would never do it at this point when the estate is still making money and they're still fighting they're still fighting James and Wade in court instead of admitting that members of the estate were a part of this and they allowed those boys to be abused. I will not be supporting. And now, I know I've shit on him before, just a few weeks ago, in fact, but Fantano, he's right when he's right. So I do want to play this because I was like, this was just kind of cathartic to see someone with a large platform saying. So here's a little pro Fantano moment for us.
Even though, again, I'm sensitive to the idea that, the man made some great music and there's nothing wrong with listening to it, and that sometimes the controversies around Michael have been kind of like misconstrued or misused in certain ways, like recently in how he was like thrown into the Epstein files that the Trump administration saw fit to put out into the public in order to distract from the elected politicians who are in the Epstein files many more times over. I hear that and I see that, but simultaneously, I also see in recent instances of like this new documentary about Corey Feldman, which was in a lot of ways a goofy but also a sad watch, mostly because at one key moment there is an interview snippet including Corey talking about the time when he was a minor when Michael Jackson showed him, which because of how dark and weird and disturbing of an interaction that is, Corey had no choice for his own sanity other than to like sit there and try to rationalize that behavior and think like, yeah, there's no way I could have been getting groomed there. I don't think that's what was happening, because obviously to face that truth and acknowledge it, especially on such a large public platform like he was during that interview, would be just so mentally self-destructive. But still, I think there is truth to what Corey is saying there in terms of like what happened to him, what he survived as a kid in that moment. And honestly, as much as these people say like, it's about the music, we got to love the music, we got to celebrate the music, it's actually not about the music. It's not about the fucking music at all for you. You are in love with this man and you want people to like this man as much as you do. And you're trying to use the music nefariously to get people to forget and ignore the aspects of his life that didn't reflect well on him.
And what I also love about Michael is how tender it really is with him. It's loving, and I appreciated that. But I also kept thinking, was that a choice you made intentionally, or does Michael's story of greatness just naturally pull you in that direction?
Michael's story of greatness pulls you in that very spiritual direction. We start using it on the set. He would ask you to do something, even if it was like, that wasn't a good take. Can we do another one with love? That was always what he led with, you know, let's do it again with love. But I think the key is like, who was he as a human being?
Yeah.
Just stay on that path and then we'll be okay. Because that's what it's about. It's a biopic.
People who can look at Michael Jackson and see the controversies and still be able to listen to and enjoy his music on occasion and appreciate the context that they sit within in popular music, those are the actual fans of his music. You guys are in a cult without a cult leader. And no matter how many movies and positive reviews and box office sales there are, that's not going to change that. You are sick and you need some serious help. And I'm going to leave it there. Let me know what you guys think about all of this stuff down in the comments. I'm sure.
Correct.
Thank you.
It's enough. I've had enough of Michael Jackson stans. And I'm so sick of like having to tiptoe around them all the goddamn time. Now, someone did bring up something else that I thought was kind of a good point, but the only person that could really tell the Michael Jackson story in the way that it should be told, the good, bad, and ugly, is Ryan Murphy. Maybe it's a necessary evil. You know, I hate to stick up for Ryan Murphy, but like, this is where we might actually require your services, Ryan. Please. This is like the one case you might actually be kind of good at. But he won't do it. I would love it if he did it. I'd have to watch it. But he won't. He will not. Unless he did. I mean, does Ryan Murphy have limits? I don't know. God, it would be good. I know, I hate that MJ has brought you to this. I agree. But listen, I'll take what I can get. Now, just to have a little bit of a reset, let's remember the Yoshis at the Fan Fest. Look at them.
Look at this one. Look at that one. Look at this one. Look at that one. Look, are you kidding me? If you had one of these in your house, you could look like a millionaire, like the King of England, like the King of France or something. Look at this one.
They're so cute. Look at them. I love them. I love those little guys. Little dragons. But let's move on to Euphoria. So I do want to do a few updates from last time. So Labyrinth has, he started to kind of to back off. You know, he made a few Instagram posts over the last few months. The one in March and then also the one more recently. Kind of shitting on Euphoria. He did release that song on the first night of Euphoria's premiere. And then he said, mockingly on Instagram, I should release a song every Sunday at 6 p.m., right? And use the drama and the people who have supported me for years to generate more sales. Yeah, that's a great idea. And then said, reduce my music to online fodder. I want it to continue so I can readjust my relationship with the music, figure out how to be present and taken in the joy of connecting with people who care about my work, but it comes with an exchange, become a fame-thirsty idiot. And it's like, okay, yeah, I get he doesn't want to, like, be a part of the drama anymore. However, I think about you every week, Labyrinth. Every goddamn week. So if you want to drop a song every Sunday, that's fine with me, because I need to be reminded of what Euphoria used to sound like. Anyway, I do want to, like, I wanted to be kinder towards Sydney Sweeney this week. I did, because I rewatched a little bit of last week's stream, and I said something about, like, Sydney and Jacob Elordi just, like, phoning it in, and Jacob still kind of is phoning it in, but I also think that that's a problem with the writing for the most part. I don't even think it's really, there's nothing he could have done. But Sydney, I was like, is she phoning it in? I mean, she's giving, like, a decent performance. It's just that the performance that she's giving is a performance that I somewhat associate with her as a person now. Like, the character is just so dumb, and I kind of think Sydney Sweeney is dumb, that I'm like, oh my god, she's just playing herself. But I was like, well, even within that, that's still, like, a talent. Like, that's not, you don't need to do, like, deep character work. You don't need to fully transform who you are to be a good actor. Like, if you're playing something that is somewhat similar to you, but you're doing a good job, that's still good acting. So, you know, I will say that, like, she is doing a good job. I shouldn't have been so dismissive of her talents. But then I was like, and you know what? It's maybe a little bit unfair of me to think that she doesn't understand that, like, the character is somewhat satirical, because there are moments where I'm like, oh, okay, clearly she is playing it up. She's doing something kind of camp. I shouldn't be so dismissive of her, recognizing the criticism that is definitely baked into the writing of her character this season. I was too dismissive. Then I saw her fucking behind-the-scenes interview, and I was like, oh no, she is just dumb. She's a good actress, but she's dumb.
Confident. She knows how to make money with her body. That's just what Cassie does. The inspiration, honestly, just comes from Cassie herself. She's quite a character. Cassie doesn't really have shame in it. She's having fun, and she's getting to be wild, which that's just what she wants to do right now. I think that that's her version of an American dream.
Sid genuinely cracks me up. She has Cassie down to a science. It's a really fun character.
What do you mean, taste? The ability to discern quality in a high aesthetic standard?
Oh, I have that. Cassie,
like, she's really trying to, like, choice feminism her character that is definitely, your character is written to be stupid. You know that, right? How do you not know that? How do you really think that she's just living the American dream? What? She really doesn't get it? I was so shocked by that. I was like, I was going too hard on her last week. She can't be that dumb, but I think she maybe is. But I don't know. And this is the thing where I'm always kind of torn, where I'm like, I'm being too hard on Sydney Sweeney. Because, you know, whenever, like, there's these big campaigns against women in the public eye, it's like, okay, it's a little much. And it is a little much with Sydney sometimes. But it's a little hard because the thing is, this is where I'm, like, maybe just drawing my line, where I'm like, I still feel okay shitting on Sydney Sweeney, because for the most part, the people shitting on Sydney Sweeney, not a lot of dudes. And I think that's really where it's going to cross a line for me. Like, when Sydney starts becoming a part of, like, the misogyny slop of, like, men, especially when men start really turning on her and shitting on her, then I might be a little bit more protective and like, okay, maybe we're being a little too harsh on Sydney. But at the current moment, a lot of men still like her. And I'm like, okay, well, I don't want you as a representative for like a type of person that I think you could be considered a representative for, that you just, no. And I'm also just still pissed that she's apparently she's gonna play Barbarella. I hope that movie is in like, it just dies in pre-production hell, and I hope it never happens. But just the threat of it looms over me. You cannot be Barbarella, Sydney. You cannot do it. And then she was at Stagecoach, and this is the thing, is like, she is just, there's so much about her and her public persona where I'm like, you are made for dudes. And I don't want to say that about a woman because she is her own person, but it's hard to say anything else when it's like, why do your boobs always look like that? It's not even comfortable. I mean, she was at Stagecoach for her brand, for CERN, or I guess it's pronounced Siren, but it's spelled like CERN, so I'm calling it CERN. She was at Stagecoach to promote her brand, to promote her lingerie line with an outfit that I'm like, I don't know any woman that wants to hold their boobs like that. Like, it just looks physically painful, and it looks like something that a whole bunch of dudes might look at and be like, oh yay, boobies, but you're selling lingerie to women, are you not? Why don't you wear something that looks comfortable for women? Why don't you try to like exist as a woman who looks like she's not hurting herself just to be attractive to dudes? Can you do that, Sydney? Can you? I think you can. You just refuse to not. Like, I don't know. I don't know what to say about this one. She drives me nuts. But she's good at playing the character, I guess. So then there was all this stuff that came out before the episode. They did so much promo for this fucking wedding, because it's the wedding episode. And I was like, the wedding of Cassie and Nate? Shouldn't it be Cassandra and Nathan? That's a little tacky. But okay. But they're doing all this promo for the fucking wedding episode, which just was so goddamn lame. And I should have known going in. Euphoria's not good. I am just like hate watching at this point. But even still, I didn't think it was going to be this bad. I didn't think it was going to be this boring. But you know what? She knew they was going to play her in her face. And I did it anyway. I showed up. I watched the episode. I watched it live. So let's go through it. Let's go it beat by beat. First of all, last episode ended with a little bit of like a cliffhanger with Jules and Rue. That Rue was hanging out at Jules' house, and then Jules invited her to join her in the bathroom while she took a bath. Didn't get to see the tub scene at all. Just no clue what happened there.
That's not what the fans want to see. That's literally what the fans don't want to see. Do you understand? That's not what they want to see. And that's not what the fans want to see. That's what the fans, I promise you, don't want to see.
Like, why? Why do I not get to see Rue and Jules at least like kissing or something? You know, I get, sure, Zendaya seems to have like a no nudity clause in her contracts. Okay, fine. Can I see him kiss? Can I see anything? Why can't I see Rue having sex? Ever? Why can't I even see like an implicate? Like, I just see from outside, I see the van shaking. I see her going into the bathroom to go watch Jules in the tub. But I can't see a makeout. I can't see. All the other characters are so sexualized. This episode opens It opens with Jules painting, because this apparently is the Jules episode. This is the part where we get to hear Jules's backstory, what she's been doing these last few years. She's been painting, and of course she's painting with a shirt on and no fucking bottoms. Just bottomless. Maybe she has underwear on. I think maybe she had like underwear or a thong or something, but I'm just staring at her ass cheeks while she's fucking painting, and I can't see Rue giving a little kiss. Okay. So yeah, Jules is painting. She starts working as a sugar baby. And this is the thing too, is they've got all, I say they, it's just Sam Levinson. There's no writing staff. It's just Sam Levinson. He has Jules working as a sugar baby. He's got Cassie doing OnlyFans. He's got all the girls are involved in some amount of sex work. Like, Rue's not doing sex work, but she's working at a strip club. They're all involved in some amount of sex work. And yet none of them seem to actually enjoy it, and that's what's really fucking weird too, is that none of these girls they all seem against it in some way, but they've been like either coerced into doing it or they're doing, well, no, Cassie does seem to kind of like it, but the show is shaming her for it all the time. So that's what's really weird, is that none of these women are like given any amount of like respectable agency in what they're deciding to do. Jules doesn't want to be a sugar baby at first, but then she does it just for financial reasons, where they're like, oh, it's better than retail. And it's like, well, Jules says it's better than retail, and she says anything's better than retail. Not food service, girl. There definitely is a ladder, but we don't need to talk about that. But okay, sure. Some people, it is just better than retail. It's better than other forms of customer service. I get that. I think that is a perfectly legitimate reason to make a career decision. But it's like none of them even talk about, like, ultimately, the reason that some women go into some forms of sex work versus other forms of like customer service, it's not just because they don't want to do those other forms of customer service. They have some sort of like skill or something. Like, there are moments where Jules is shown talking to this man, and he's never had a girlfriend or anything, and he has this weird fetish for like tights, and he just wants to like lick her tights. But even before that, it's like he just seems like a lonely kind of guy, and that is something that like I've heard from like every sex worker I've ever talked to, is like they feel like part of their job is kind of to be like a therapist in some ways, you know, like they are there to like provide company and stuff. And I'm like, can we explore that part of Jules then? That is Jules that kind of person? I don't know. Just Sam Levinson's idea of what sex work is so fucking limited. He does not seem to respect those women, period, as human beings, as people with agency. He wants to shame them for what they're doing, but he also wants to stare at them while they're doing it. And with this in particular, I'm like, how the fuck did Jules even get into this position where she could be such a high earning sugar baby so quickly? Like, how? This is a thing that I think men in particular really think, that they're like, oh, women can make money so easily. All they have to do is become a sugar baby. All they have to do is become like a sex worker or something, and then suddenly they'll be like a millionaire. It's like, well, that's not how that works. Most women who do sex work are still just they're earning like a similar amount of money that they would earn somewhere else. So maybe some of them will be really successful at it and they'll make more money, but for the most part, it's just a fucking job like anything else. But he has this fantasy of like, oh, as soon as you become a sugar baby, you're making thousands of dollars. You've got a penthouse apartment. Like, oh, it's that easy. If anything, that in itself is like weird propaganda for girls to see, and they'll be like, oh, really? I just have to go on dates with weird guys, and then I just make all of the money? Not realizing that it's way harder than that. And that also, again, it's a choice that you make based on like the skills that you have, based on like if that is a fit for you as a potential job. He doesn't take it seriously at all. It's annoying, but fine, whatever. They don't show the tub scene with her and Rue. They show a man licking her tights. They show her giving head to a guy under a table. And then they show her on a date with this plastic surgeon, where the conversation seems to really just, it revolves around Jules being trans, and that it's so gross and limiting. At least with the first couple dates, it was like, okay, she's just like she's a sugar baby. She's just there to, I don't know, go on these dates with these guys, suck their dicks, do stuff that like pretty much anyone can do. But of course he has to make it specific to her transness after like 2 minutes. It just, I don't know, feels very dehumanizing. She does say the T slur in the episode, and that I know that Hunter has used that word to describe herself before, so I know that it's not a word that Hunter is uncomfortable with, but I do think it's a weird thing for Sam to write into the script. And I do believe that he wrote that into the script, because even when I tried to give him the benefit of the doubt with the N-word from the first episode, where I was like, okay, maybe he just gave the script to the actor and he said, was like, do what you want with it, and maybe the actor added that in to add their own little spice. And then the next episode made very clear that, like, oh no, he wrote that into the script because now the white characters are saying it too. I have to imagine that he wrote the T slur into the script as well. And I don't love that. It's a little weird. And then he has, so the plastic surgeon guy that she's on a date with, he becomes her like main sugar daddy. And he starts wrapping her in plastic wrap. And so I'm sure that he's going to turn out to be like a serial murderer or something. But of course, I just had to see Hunter Schafer naked, wrapped in plastic wrap. As per usual, pretty tame for what we normally see on this show. But it's just a little tired. Just a little tired. But so then Rue invites Jules to the wedding, to Nate and Cassie's wedding. Why was Rue invited? Why was she invited to the capacity that she also was given a +1? I know that Rue is close with Lexi, who is Cassie's sister. But when was the last time we even saw Rue and Cassie interacting? When was the last time we saw Rue and Nate interacting? How was she invited, and how does she get a +1? If anything, she should be Lexi's +1. Doesn't make any fucking sense. But so Jules doesn't want to go to the wedding at this point. In this scene, she's like, oh, I don't really want to go. I haven't seen them since high school. And I was like, has Rue seen them since high school? But Rue is like, okay, well, I get a +1, so you need to go. And then she hands her some money because she's like, I'm your sugar daddy now. And I don't even know how Rue has that money. I know that Rue is getting money from Alamo. I know that she's getting money while working at the strip club. But like, girl, you don't even have a house. Where is Rue living? Where is Rue living? What is happening? She's got money to just give to Jules as her sugar daddy. And also, I don't really like that implication, to be honest with you. Because ultimately, I think Rue and Jules, they are friends. If they're not like girlfriends at the current moment, they are at least like friends. And I don't really like the implication that Jules would take money from Rue as her sugar baby to go to a wedding. Because that's just not how friendships work. You don't pay your friends to go to a wedding with you. It just makes Jules seem like such a fucking gold digger. That all of her interactions are transactional. I don't like it. I don't like it one little bit. And it also just, again, it doesn't make sense. But Jules at first doesn't want to go to the wedding because she hasn't seen Nate and Cassie since high school. And it's like, she doesn't have an issue with it because of like all the other reasons. The fact that she was like kind of in a relationship with Nate for a while, and then he turned out to be like catfishing her and was very abusive and like blackmailed her. That's not the reservation that she has. And of course, when you watch the behind the scenes stuff, they mention it. They're like, oh yeah, that's actually why she's reluctant to go to the wedding. But then they don't ever show that in the actual show, really.
Jules must be going to this wedding for a reason. Part of it's curiosity, part of it's Rue. But I think she wanted to see Nate. Dude,
this is stuff you're supposed to establish in the fucking show. You're not supposed to just tell me about it afterward, after I've already watched the entire episode. And you're like, oh, by the way, she did it because of this. No. And this is what drives me fucking nuts. There are Euphoria defenders out there still. There are still people trying to justify the things that are happening in this show, and they will use shit like that. They're like, well, she actually wanted to go because she was still curious about what happened with Nate. And it's like, they didn't show that in the episode at all. Sam Levinson just told us about it later.
You are the last person I expected to be here.
Jules still confused about feelings for Nate and the person that she thought Nate was.
We know from the previous seasons that Nate played a significant role in her mind.
I've spent every moment of every day getting to know you. Kind of feel closer to you than I do to anyone in the whole world.
Why is this giving me more context than the actual show did? Why are the interviews being used to supplement the information that is not given during the show?
For what it's worth, everything I ever said was true.
There is the fantasy of what it could have been if he was not as troubled. Here we are, we've both sort of moved on, and things are the way they are.
We've all grown up, and Nate's better at listening, and he's maybe more aware of himself. You love who you love.
There's a lot that's unsaid in the scene between Nate and Jules, and its poignancy is in how the audience can interpret it in a
he's talking about his own writing, and he's like, the poignancy.
Multitude of ways.
Thank you for coming.
Sure.
Stupid. Okay, so Jules is coming to the wedding. We go back to the club that Rue now works in. I still don't really know exactly what Rue is doing in the club. I guess she's just like an assistant or something. She's like picking up shit various places. I don't know, what is her job title? I'm not sure. But Rosalia is there. She's a stripper. She was just doing her little dance. So she posted this onto, I guess Instagram, or I don't know where Instagram. She said, "This was my face when they confirmed I got the role in Euphoria. It was the first casting of my life, and everything was in English. Imagine having a dream for years and seeing it come true when you least expect it. Later, I had to learn a choreography in less than 48 hours, the one that will appear in tonight's episode. And I remember biting my lip a lot from nerves, and my arm bruised so badly it looked like I had an entire galaxy on my bicep. Thank you, Sam, and everyone else for believing in me. Forever a fan of Euphoria and grateful for this experience." Love to Rosalia. I can't believe she's crying over this fucking show. And this role too, in this scene, I mean, I'm sorry. I mean, for one thing, and I'm sorry to say this, it looks like a routine that you learned in 48 hours. Rosalia is not... She's not a dancer. Definitely not a pole dancer. It didn't come across supernatural. And it's like, it wasn't even necessary. It was literally just her on a pole. It didn't even do anything for the plot line. It was just like an opening for the scene. And then it goes to Rue. She didn't even have any, like, lines or anything. Maybe she had a few lines. Maybe she, like, talked to one of the guys that was, like, putting money into her panties. I don't remember. But there was nothing substantive about what was happening with Rosalia's character whatsoever. And now apparently Rue, as working at this club, is now like an arms dealer. They're like 3D printing guns. She's selling them. It came out of nowhere, but it's like, okay, fine. I guess. Why not? She says something to Alamo about wanting to go legit. And that, of course, pisses him off. He's a very sensitive man, very sensitive to wording, to the wordings of things. So she shouldn't have said it, but okay. She wants to go legit. He takes that offensively. Kind of makes sense because he is, you know, like a mob boss. He's doing something illegal. A pig comes into the club because he had sent a pig to Lori's house because she had called him a pig. So she sent a pig back to the club. Pig comes in. It pisses everywhere. Doesn't shit this time. There's no poop in the episode. There is no poop in the episode. That's something. We're making progress. But there is a little bit of piss. And then, worse than that, they shoot the pig. And then guts go all over one of the strippers. Very sad. Didn't like it. Didn't like it one little bit. There's Latoya. And then another animal will die at the end of the episode. I don't care so much about that animal. I mostly cared about the pig. So, the wedding scene. Apparently it took 4 months to finish filming all the scenes. Wasn't worth it, let me tell you that. Cassie is apparently wearing, in real life, $500,000 worth of Cartier diamonds. Didn't even see those. Where are the diamonds?
Cassie feels very excited.
I co-designed Cassie's dress with this phenomenal New York-based designer, Jackson Wiederhoff.
She wanted to have that huge ball gown, full-blown glamour. I had worn Wiederhoff's dresses before, and I was obsessed with her corsetting.
She's wearing...
I mean, it looks cool. I like the dress, but where are the diamonds? Oh, I guess maybe there? It wasn't worth it. Was not worth it. Sorry, but the dress is cute. And then the score, it almost sounded like there was some Labyrinth scoring, that little behind the scenes look, but it is not in the fucking show, let me tell you. This is some of the worst scoring I have ever heard in a TV show. I almost didn't believe it. I went back because I didn't even notice it the first time I was watching through, and then I saw this clip and I was like, no, wait, that can't be true. Because I was just looking at her outfit, really. Because Maddie's outfit is cute. But the fucking song, listen to this shit.
Maddie didn't know what she wanted more. To get in between Nate and Cassie, or make a little money.
What the hell is that? It's like a Nat Geo documentary or something. Oh, okay, so then Nate is apparently like hyperventilating and puking over something. And I don't know what they've done to this character. He's nervous. It's hard to say what he's nervous about here, and maybe we'll get more clarification on it later, because Cassie does say something about Nate disappeared and like didn't come back last night. So maybe we'll get more info on that later. It probably has something to do with this like deal that he has fallen through with him, and he's getting attacked by this like mob boss guy. But I was like, I just don't believe that this character has become this fucking pathetic this fast. Now there are flowers fucking everywhere, and this is something that I tweeted. They have flowers all over the wedding. And that was a plot point, that Cassie wanted the $50,000 flowers at the wedding. And I was like, I almost think that Sam Levinson has become obsessed with these flowers, because there was a shot in season 2 right here with Sydney, with Cassie, that everyone did think was like a really cool shot, and everyone thought that like Cassie, I mean, this is when he was already writing Cassie's character to be a fucking mess. But Sydney Sweeney did do a great job portraying that mess. She pulled off a good performance, and then there was this end shot with these flowers everywhere, and it looked really pretty, and it seemed maybe like it was symbolic or something, and people liked it. And so I almost feel like Sam Levinson is just a fucking dumbass, and he's like, oh, people liked the flowers, I'll just put flowers everywhere, and people will think that that's like meaningful. People will like interpret some sort of symbolism in it. It's like, could you maybe just write a good story? Maybe instead of focusing on like the way that it looks, maybe you could just like write a good story. I don't know. I feel like that would be also very meaningful. But, you know, I have to say, as this person said, the flowers are lovely, I must say. It did look very pretty. It looked very, very pretty. But that will not save you, Sam. It doesn't need to just look cute. It needs to actually matter and mean something. And nothing in this show fucking means anything. So Jules' dress at the wedding, it's kind of a mess. I don't hate it. I think it's kind of cool. And Hunter Schafer certainly pulls it off. But what I hate about it is that it is like, it's a runway dress. I don't remember who the designer is, but, oh, actually, I might have it in here. It's some, like, runway look. Yeah, it's from Acne Studios. Spring 2023. There have been a lot of designer outfits in the show. Some that are, like, integrated more than others. Like, people are making a big deal about Nate had some jacket, some coat that, or shirt that was worth, like, a lot of money because it was, like, a designer shirt. But it didn't actually look like a designer shirt on the show, and I don't really care about that. I don't care how much the clothing cost the filmmakers to acquire or how much it costs the average person to purchase in real life. I care about if it makes sense in the show. And okay, I get that, like, Hunter or Jules' character in the show does have a lot of money, and she's an artist, so she wears interesting clothes, and Jules, in fairness, did tell her to wear something sexy. But I'm like, I don't believe that a person would wear this to a wedding. I don't believe it. And I know that it's like the show doesn't take place in a super realistic universe, but I want it to have some amount of realism. I want the clothing to be tailored to their environments and to what they are doing. I want it to look somewhat like they are trying to fit in with where they are, and that is not what's happening here. I can buy that she wanted to wear something really sexy because of, like, Nate or something. I don't know. But this, it just looks ridiculous. You can wear, like, a sexier outfit without wearing that. The point is not to just make your characters look as, like, cool and interesting as possible. The goal is to make them look appropriate within their settings. I don't think this was that appropriate. I don't believe that someone would wear this to a wedding, even Jules. But what do I know? Because apparently she did. And this is another thing where I'm like, this whole thing doesn't take place in an actual universe. There's no other people in this fucking world. It's not even just that it's not realistic, it's that there's no universe around these characters. And it's getting very frustrating. So, as Cassie's mom is walking Cassie down the aisle, she is giving this long speech about how much she hated being married. She's like, oh, when I got married, I thought everything was going to be fine, and then I hated every part of it. Your dad sucked. Like, she is just talking as they walk down the aisle. And I was getting a little bit just annoyed because I'm like, do we live in a world where no one outside of these characters that they're showing in the center of the screen, no one outside of them can hear what's happening? Like, no one... The world doesn't exist apart from what is being shown of these two characters as they're walking down an aisle. I want to feel like the characters exist in a world. It doesn't have to be this world. It doesn't have to be realistic. I just want to believe that there are things around them that are happening. But I just don't believe it. I don't believe it whatsoever. The episode is horribly paced, by the way. They skip through, like, the entire ceremony, and then they just cut to Cassie and Nate making out at their I-do's. And again, I guess at this point I'm supposed to believe that Nate likes Cassie, which was not the impression that I got from the second season. But the way that they were making out at the altar, I was like, oh my god, he seems to be really into her. And he continues to seem really into her throughout the entire episode. And if you don't know this meme, I'll play this for a second. I'll put the sound on.
Restaurant. So we moved to LA. My father gets a job at the Palm Restaurant. My Uncle Junior works there, who was a Jehovah's Witness, believe it or not. He went from Catholic to Jehovah. So basically, my grandmother wanted us all to switch from Catholic to Jehovah. You know, meanwhile, we're from Harlem. My father's doing coke. You know, my mother thinks she's Aunt Margaret. She's teasing the hair with a bottle of vodka. You know, so dysfunctional, cross-addicted family, still cooking pasta on Sundays. And the meatballs, they wind up being burnt. Like, you know, it just got so dysfunctional. It got pretty bad. So we moved to LA.
Yeah, I should put that one on the soundboard. I love Cosmo. But that is like literally the script that's the scene. That's what's happening as Cassie's mother walks her down the aisle. And then of course Sydney Sweeney's boobs are a jiggling. They've got her in this tight fucking corset where her tits are like pressed up against her to like give the most definition to her tits possible. But at the same time, they're not like tight, they're not secured. They have it just so that as she walks, they are jiggling a little bit. And then of course they put Cassie into slow motion. So she's walking away with Nate and it's just like, bah, bah. Not like super pronounced, but enough that it's very noticeable. And they do it fucking twice in the show. They do it twice. Oh, it's very hard to make me annoyed at the sight of a beautiful woman's tits jiggling in the breeze. But I'm there. It's enough. It's enough, Sam Levinson. It's enough. So there's a brief interruption for some reason. So at Laurie's, Faye is in a relationship with one of the Nazis now. There's like a fight like an argument happening between the two Nazis, and the other guy is being like, oh, she's not the relationship type, and the other guy's like, oh, you're just mad that I got to her first. And I'm like, I'm not invested in this whatsoever. I was cool with Faye. I liked Faye's character in season 2. I liked her when she was like with Fez. I don't care about these Nazi men. Because they're Nazis. Because there's a fucking Confederate flag on the wall behind them. Not gonna be invested. So I don't give a fuck. Whichever Nazi Faye wants to have sex with, none of my fucking business. But I guess I'm supposed to be invested, I don't know. Alamo sends Rue to do some sort of pickup with Laurie, which is already weird. It's like, why are they still doing business with Laurie? But Laurie is like, oh, maybe we should kidnap Rue. I miss Rue. So I don't know. Maybe they're gonna try to kidnap her later. I don't know. So this takes Rue out of the wedding, which is fucking annoying as hell. Alamo calls Rue. Rue goes over to Laurie to run some fucking errand for Alamo. So now Rue isn't even at the wedding anymore. And this is like, I thought that the wedding would be the place where all the characters would get to interact with one another. As this person says, this was the chapter. This is translated, so I'm assuming they probably said, like, this is the episode to play with the character dynamics in one place. Taking Rue out of there was unnecessary. Yeah! Couldn't we have done the Laurie plot separately? I wanted to see Rue at the wedding. And she was there during the ceremony, but she's gone by the reception. And then it's just, well, then Maddie goes too. They fucked up. They fucked up so hard. I wanted to see Rue. And then some people are speculating that perhaps Zendaya doesn't want to be in a scene with Sydney Sweeney and or Jacob Elordi, which, like, I guess maybe. But holy fuck, have you lost control of your set that badly that you have to move so many goddamn plot lines around because your actors don't want to be in the same scenes together? You're gonna let your entire show suffer for that? I can't see Rue interacting with all of the characters because one of your character might be a little bit of a white supremacist, or at least, like, she's maybe not specifically an a white supremacist, but she's not anti-white supremacy either, which is still pretty bad. But okay. Great. Now we're moving characters around because I don't even know, because Sydney Sweeney sucks, because Sam Levinson won't just make his actors be in scenes with the other actors that they were hired to be in scenes with. I get it. There was stuff, I guess, last year with Hunter and Jacob where it's like, okay, I can understand why they wouldn't want to be in a scene together, but also maybe they should have thought of that before they were in a relationship together and then broke up. It's like, at the end of the day, you got to do your fucking job. And I don't even know if this is true. I don't even want to be like, Zendaya, just do it. Because who's to say? This maybe isn't even her. Maybe she is being a professional. But I'm like, we're gonna make the entire show suffer? We're gonna write around all of these issues that the cast has with one another all the time? Don't you have a story to tell? Don't you have, like, specific objectives that you need? Like, fucking film it. Film everybody separately. If you need to. You know? Green screen people in. Don't write around it. But Rue leaves. Then she's on a fucking phone call with Fez, and you don't hear Fez at all, which I guess I'm glad that they're not doing, like, an AI voice of Angus Cloud. But he doesn't need to be in the show. This is so unnecessary. She's talking to Fez. He's, like, talking about how he wants to, like, parkour and break out of the prison. Why are you telling me this stuff for a character that I know can't do that? Because he's dead. Wasting my fucking time. Then back at the reception, Vape Girl is present. So Vape Girl is like, she was just like a background character. When Cassie and Maddie were in high school, they were friends with each other, and then they had just like another girl who was just like, she always had like a vape pen or something. So she's Vape Girl. She's at the wedding apparently. But as this person says, they brought Vape Girl back but couldn't address where Kat ended up. Yeah. And this is the thing too, is like, if you had just waited, if you had made the wedding like the finale, if you had made it like a big episode where a lot of stuff happened, you maybe even could have convinced like Barbie Ferreira to come back for like one episode for a guest cameo, provided that she's telling the truth and that she actually doesn't have any beef with you and that she only left over creative differences and she doesn't actually kind of hate you. If that's true, like, I think you probably could get a lot of the original cast back just for like a brief little cameo for the wedding episode, but you made the wedding episode so unimportant in the first place that why would they? But okay, cool, we got Vape Girl back. Why not? Someone who is also not present, Juana. The housekeeper wasn't invited to Cassie and Nate's wedding. And I saw people being like, oh, of course, like, Cassie is racist, so she's not going to invite her Latina housekeeper. And I'm like, I don't know, she invited everybody else. I don't understand how there are so many people at this goddamn wedding. Nate mostly is just like apparently an investor or something. I still don't totally know what it is that he does for his job. But I'm like, he doesn't have like coworkers that he's interacting with on a daily basis. So how does he know all these people? Cassie doesn't have a goddamn job. She calls herself a housewife at one point. And I'm like, you're not even a housewife. You're not even like doing anything in the house. But okay, she's in the house every day. So how does Cassie know all these people? They're also both 23 years old. How do they have this robust of a social circle at this point? Even if I believe that they're inviting, like, all their friends and family, like, there's just a certain point where it's like, you don't know this many people. You're 23 years old. You're not even, like, an established adult, really. And yet you know all these people? All these people who came to your wedding? There's no universe. That's what I'm saying. There is no universe. And this is why I really think that Sam needs co-writers. He needs a writer's room. He needs to like pitch an idea of like, oh, this, we're gonna do this, and then other people can step in and be like, does that make sense, Sam? Should we maybe like build this out a little bit? Like, how does Cassie where's this guest list coming from? Should we think about that? He needs someone in the room to just be like, hey, should we think about this? Does this make sense? It doesn't. It doesn't make any sense. It's possible that Juana was at the wedding. She was just like in a big ass crowd of people. And also it didn't even seem like there were that many people at the ceremony, but then there are so many people at the reception, which does kind of make sense. I mean, we're getting married soon. I will have a lot more people at the reception than I will for the ceremony, but that's like a circumstantial thing. That's like a traveling thing. Doesn't matter. But like, that many more people when it's on the same day and it looks like the same location? It doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense. Anyway, they're at the reception. This line I did think was funny. There's an ice sculpture. And then Cassie is like, I look chubby, it's humiliating. And Nate says, oh no, it'll get thinner as it melts. That's funny. And then Cassie also does say, well, I don't want it to melt too quickly. I want my boobs to still be big. I was like, okay, that's kind of funny. So they got me with that one. And then I did appreciate this. There's some more stuff. I still think the most interesting thing in the show is the dynamic between Cassie and Maddie. I appreciate the fact that, like, as this person says, so people are saying that Maddie is heartbroken over Nate. Please think critically. She's heartbroken over Cassie. It was never really about Nate. She doesn't even look at Nate. I do appreciate the fact that Cassie is always central in the frame when she's looking at them. She definitely is broken up about the relationship with Cassie more than with Nate. So I still am somewhat interested in exploring that. The problem is that Cassie has become dumb as a box of rocks. So, like, I don't know how much you can really mine between these two characters emotionally when Cassie no longer feels like a human being. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't take Cassie seriously as a person with feelings anymore, which is kind of lessening the amount that I can be invested in the relationship between her and Maddie, even though I was originally fairly invested in that. I still thought and do still think that it was the most interesting thing about the show in terms of, like, this love triangle that they keep for some reason making the centerpiece of the show. I was interested in that, but now I'm like, I don't know. Cassie's just kind of so fucking dumb that I don't know how to take that dynamic seriously either at this point. But Maddie goes home early. It's sad because Nate's mom makes a speech that's, like, kind of subtweeting her in a way. She's a little shady toward Maddie during the speech for Cassie and Nate, which I was like, okay, I get that Nate's mom is supposed to be, like, kind of petty and gross, but I was like, they haven't dated for, like, a long time. Like, this is a while after they graduated high school. The mom is still hung up on this. I feel like she wouldn't even remember, but I guess maybe her mom is that shitty, or his mom is that shitty, I suppose. But this is the problem, is that they did the time skip, and it feels like they still just want to deal with issues from high school. And it's like, none of the characters are past that at this point. None of them. What was the point of doing a time skip if you were going to keep the characters locked into this mental state and into this drama? Whatever. Sad. Maddie went home sad. Now, Jules starts talking to Cal at some point. Cal being Nate's father, played by Eric, whatever his last name is. I can't think of it right now. I did think this was funny. The video of Leonardo DiCaprio at the Golden Globes. He is kind of funny. But this pissed me off too, because so they're talking to each other. And he's basically like, oh yeah, I remember how I had sex with you when you were my son's high school classmate. Yeah, Eric Dane, yep. I remember having sex with you when you were my son's high school classmate. How could I forget? And it's like, ew, I hate that they're saying this so casually. Like, in the first season, it is taken fairly seriously that this is, like, an abusive dynamic. I mean, they don't have, like, a relationship throughout the entire thing, but the fact that he is a grown-ass man having sex with a 17-year-old or 16-year-old, I don't remember how old she was, but a teenager, it is definitely painted as, like, something gross, something exploitative, something that should not be happening. And sure, she lied about her age, but she still looks like a teenager, you know? Like, it still was something that you were supposed to think Cal was disgusting for. And now it's just, like, a silly thing of, like, oh, you lied about your age, you naughty girl. And then they're just, like, joking about it and having a casual conversation at the wedding. It is so lessening to everything that the first season was, like, kind of exploring. And he at one point says something about how being on the sex offender registry is, like, the modern day Scarlet Letter. I'm like, I don't need that from this show. There's definitely stuff you can say about the sex offender registry. and you can make a lot of criticisms of it. I don't need it from this show, because it does feel like this show is almost like pro-sex offender in some ways. It feels like it's made by a sex offender. Ugh. But then we have the scene with Nate and Jules. And of course, again, it's like, it's painted as this almost like a romantic thing. I do think they are doing a legitimate like Todd Manning story arc with Nate Jacobs, but at least with Todd, like I said last time, you saw the evolution of Todd Manning. You saw him go to therapy. You saw him like become a better person. This happened between seasons. I don't know what the fuck happened to Nate Jacobs, but they are for sure trying to set up some sort of like romantic thing between him and Jules. And on one hand, I am kind of interested, because they do have good chemistry, and supposedly they dated at one point and then broke up, and that's why apparently there was supposed to be more stuff with the two of them and their characters in season 2 that got cut because these two dated and broke up, and then it was awkward, and it's like, oh my god. Just fucking up storylines because 2 actors can't do their jobs. But fine. I'm glad they're able to be in a scene together now. If that's even what happened. Maybe that was all just rumors. Maybe that was never true. I don't know. They do have good chemistry together. I am kind of interested in like where this goes, but it doesn't make any sense. And I don't like that they're just skipping over the fact that like, no, you really, this man really did like fuck this girl up, you know? We're not like really acknowledging that. Oh god. Heads up, we've detected. Oh, I can't see if it says. Let's see. We detected video in your stream belonging to someone else. Okay, so my stream might be temporarily blocked once this VOD goes up, but I'll handle it. Don't worry. I wonder if it's from this or from something else. But I'm gonna get a copyright claim. I expected that. Now then the mob boss shows up during the like reception, the guy that Nate owes money to. He starts threatening Nate just in the middle of the reception. He is not worried about being discreet whatsoever. But that's all right. So then the gossip lady, who had already spread the stuff in the last episode about Cassie's OnlyFans, she's gossiping again. She overhears the stuff about Nate owing this guy money. She immediately goes to tell her husband about it, which to be fair, her husband apparently gave Nate money, so it kind of is somewhat of their business, but you know, she just can't help herself. And she's already got so many details. She's like talking about the mob boss guy, and she's like, he was like this height and blah 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 blah. I was like, wow, she's really good. She really remembers everything. So this other couple is now freaking out because they found out that Nate owes this guy money, but then they gave him money, and so they're like, oh my god, Nate's gonna lose all of our money. And it's like, well, that's what an investment is, you know? It's a gamble. So, your own fault. And she tells Cassie, like, we invested our kids' college funds, and Cassie says, and what does that have to do with me? And I was like, that's kind of a good point, to be honest with you. She got you there. But the lady's upset about it. The couple is freaking out. Then they get into... Then the lady thinks that Nate wanted Cassie to have an OnlyFans to pay for the wedding or something because he's in debt. And she says he's pimping out his wife for wedding decorations, and then Cassie says, no, I did that. Like, Cassie's her own pimp. And it's like... It really does feel like Sam Levinson, this is what's so strange, is that when I see interviews and stuff, and when I see them, like, publicly, it seems like Sam Levinson and Sydney Sweeney are the closest of the people on the cast at the current moment. Like, she seems to like him more than pretty much anybody else does, and he always speaks really highly of her. So when I see them, like, in public, and when I see them doing promo stuff together, I'm like, oh, he really likes her. When I watch the show, I'm like, he fucking hates her. He fucking hates Sydney Sweeney or Cassie or both. Because the way that she's written is just to be dumb. And even when it's ever implied that, like, oh, maybe she's, like, an abuse victim or something, maybe she's doing this for some sort of other purpose, they have to put in a line to be like, no, she's doing it of her own free will because she's dumb. And that's it. I don't know what to say about it. I don't know what to say about it. Yeah, the way Levinson seems to hate Cassie on a personal level after writing her compassionately in season 1 is fascinating to me, to the point that I truly do wonder if Sydney Sweeney rejected him at one point between season 1 and season 2. Maybe. I don't know. Why does she still like him so much? Then they do this weird fucking dancing scene where this person says, why are Nate and Cassie doing the Ice Spice SpongeBob trend at their wedding? They weren't doing that, but he did just like put his arms up at one point. It was very bizarre. Just very weird. You can see a little bit. There's a video here. And there's like a James Brown impersonator singing. It goes on for a while. And as this person says, Jacob Elordi and Sydney Sweeney devoured this scene, from the facial expressions to the discomfort of their body language. They gave it their all. And I'm like, they did give it their all. And Cassie kind of makes sense. What's happening with Nate here, I don't understand. I don't understand in the slightest. Is he giving it his all? I suppose, but what is it? What is he giving? What is this character? What is he doing? How did he get here? This is not Nate from any of the first 2 seasons. Like, the concept of Nate Jacobs going to dance rehearsals, yeah, it doesn't make any sense. But okay. So they do that, and then later Cassie has a full meltdown. She starts yelling at Nate in front of everybody, even though she was like trying to cover for him like 5 minutes ago. I guess she had another glass of wine and now she's crazy. I don't fucking know. And she's yelling at him, and she says something about like, oh, you want me to be the perfect housewife. You want me to cook. You want me to clean. It's like, when were you doing either of those things? They have made Cassie so irrational, and they have made Nate so rational. By contrast, they are just vilifying her. And then she like pops a corkscrew into his eye. So now he's got a black eye. And if you'll notice too, like, she's doing this in the middle of the reception. There's people back there. Do those people ever react to what's happening? No. No, they do not. I think they react a little bit when the corkscrew hits his eye, but when she's screaming, I mean, watch.
For food. We have money for food.
You're not a man. Men provide.
Cassie, all I do is provide for you, baby. Come on, sit down.
Oh, so now it's my fault? I'm the reason you're conning all of your fucking neighbors? Is that what you're fucking telling everyone, Nate?
No one is reacting back there. She is screaming and no one's reacting. It doesn't take place in any reality. There is no world around these people. Oh my God. And they're just making Nate like an abuse victim. Overall, it was just very boring. This wedding is boring. I thought we were getting Euphoria high season 2 play type level entertainment. Yeah, that's what I thought too, especially the amount that HBO was promoting this. No, not at all. Not at all whatsoever. Lexi gets completely sidelined, by the way. So this is them leaving after Cassie is already popped a corkscrew into Nate's eye, and he's got a fucking black eye. Everyone is just like watching them leave, and they're just like, bye, have a good night, congratulations. Like, what is happening? But so yeah, Lexi is there. I guess we're supposed to infer something sad here about like her mom is looking at Cassie and saying like dreams do come true, but then she's not acknowledging like Lexi's dreams. I'm like, oh, who cares? Lexi is barely even a character at this point. She's hardly in the show. She doesn't do anything. It is revealed in this episode that apparently she's a virgin. And then, so Jules says, you're a virgin. She says, it's better than herpes. It's like, well, yeah, of course. If she were having sex, then she'd be in the show. It's like Sam Levinson doesn't know how to do anything else. It's either the characters are having sex and they're in the show and you're seeing them having sex all the fucking time, or they're Rue and they're just off on some side plot separate of everybody else, or they're not having sex and so they're just not in the show, period. And that's what's happening with Lexi. Lexi's not having sex, so we don't get to see any of Lexi's plot lines. Apparently, they must have cut some of Lexi's scenes, though, because there were things in the trailer that, like, made it seem like she was gonna dance with somebody, but that's not in the show. They cut that out. I don't know why. So she just doesn't matter. Now, Nate's storyline is... it revolves around white fritillaries, which he mentioned on The Tonight Show a bit ago. I'm gonna play this.
Are you shrouded in secrecy? Can you give me a line or something that describes this season?
For my part, because I only know my part in the season, because the whole thing is like the JFK files. It's like, it's all redacted. Like what really happened is in.
You don't know. You can't see. You can't read the real script. No, so you only see your part.
For mine, I think a good phrase, I guess, for my season is white fritillaries. Do with that what you will.
White fritillaries.
Yeah, get your tongue around it.
Yeah, thank you. Well, white fritillaries.
White fritillaries.
Okay, yeah.
So he said this a while ago. People were like really like digging into it of like what could that mean, and doing like trying to break apart the symbolism of what white fritillaries could imply about the relationship. Like, it fits Nate perfectly. The story will focus on him dealing with the consequences of his actions and facing parts of himself he's avoided instead of relying on control and aggression. For Jules, the connection could still be important without them necessarily meeting directly. The flowers could appear as a visual symbol of their past and what he lost with her, showing that his arc involves reflecting on their bond. No, it is literal. He's apparently, this deal that he has with this mob boss has something to do with some sort of like land development, some sort of business, they're developing something, but they can't do it because of these white fritillaries that are on this like plot of land, or the city won't let them move, like they're, I don't know, an endangered species or something, these flowers, so they can't move the flowers, and so that's interfering with their ability to like build something. That's it. It's it. It's so dumb. People really thought that it was gonna be like deep, that it was gonna have some deep meaning. And even like Jacob Elordi in that clip, he's like, it has something to do with white fritillaries. Like, he doesn't even really know. He doesn't really totally understand what it is that the plot, his character is embarking upon. He doesn't get it. And I'm like, I don't get it either. I don't. Because it doesn't make sense. So he doesn't give a fuck that Cassie has now given him a black eye. As this person says, Nate spent 2 seasons doing all sorts of atrocities to Maddie, and then Cassie hits him in the face with a wine cork and he does nothing? Yeah. And not only does he do nothing, he like apologizes to her. He takes responsibility for all of his actions. They're in this fucking limo on the way back, and he's just like, he's like, you know what, it was my fault.
And I got us into this mess. And I promise you, I am gonna get us out of it. There's no obstacle, Cassie Jacobs, that I can't get over. Especially with you by my side, baby. I love you.
Not only do I not believe that Nate has changed this much, or that he could change this much in these few years when we have seen none of that happen. It doesn't make sense for his character to have changed like this. I just straight up, I don't believe that he likes Cassie. There was nothing about his relationship with her in season 2 that made me think that they had like a genuine relationship. Nothing. And apparently she's what changed him. Someone posted this, then versus now.
Wake me up
Ugh. And like, he was kind of hot when he was evil too. It's sort of a shame. Now, Jacob Elordi is definitely, he's telling himself what he needs to tell himself to get through this role, I guess.
The one thing I kept thinking about was he should smile, even if he doesn't feel like it. I remember in the first 2 seasons thinking to myself, he cannot smile, like he does not smile. And this season, his smile says so much about him. He truly believes in Cassie as something that is good for his life.
But Cassie starts to learn and realize that Nate has been lying to her this entire time.
Hey, don't you think it's a little foolish to throw such a lavish party when you owe so many people money?
The one thing I kept thinking
Cassie's changed him. Cassie's making him smile. Since when? Since when does he even like her? So they go back to their house. The mob boss is there. There's some other like henchman guy. They beat the fuck out of Nate. And they also like hit Cassie on the nose like once. And so her nose is bleeding. The blood on Cassie's face changes like 6 times. And I do have a clip here. Let me see if it hasn't been claimed. Oh, perfect. So yeah, watch. Look at her face. So there's the blood there. Oh, now where'd it go? There was more a second ago. Now it's disappeared. Now it's like, it's still kind of disappeared. It changes throughout the entire scene. Sometimes it's more, sometimes it's less, sometimes it's more. Just a mess of a television show. An absolute fucking disaster. But they've just ruined Cassie's character. So like as Nate is getting the fuck beat out of him, like maybe even dying, he might be, I mean, we know he's not dead. Well, it doesn't seem like he's dead. But like as far as Cassie knows, like he's getting the literal life beat out of him. And she's just crying and sitting on the floor and being like, my nose, there's blood on me. Oh my god, this was supposed to be the best day of my life and now everything's ruined. She's just worried about her fucking wedding. And I'm gonna say, it is funny. It's funny to watch it happen. Like, her crying as he's getting beat up behind her, it makes a funny image. But, like, he's just completely ruining Cassie's character. He's just making her as irredeemable as possible. For what reason? He must just hate Sydney? I don't know. Why? And this is the thing too, is like he hates the character. He so clearly has so much animosity toward this character and yet is like making her the epicenter of everything. Like even Rue is still kind of the main character, but Rue is always off doing some other side plot. So she's really not even that important to what's happening with these other characters. Sydney is like, Cassie is the epicenter of everything else that's happening in the show. She is sort of like the main character at this point, and she's just completely unlikable. She's just whiny and selfish and stupid. For what? For what? And I don't know if this is true, but there are rumors that, like, this is not even what the original script called for. In the original script, she was supposed to, like, try to stop Nate from being beaten, but then it was rewritten to have her just sit and cry. Why? Ugh. So anyway, Nate loses his toe, and then the bird, so Lori, the drug dealer, she has this bird that she loves, and the bird does die. One of the Alamo's henchmen dudes poisons the birds, and then it just like falls over. It's like this episode of Hannah Montana.
You know what? Why don't you just drop dead? Ah! Oh no! What'd I do?
That's basically what happens. Lori's watching TV, then you see the bird just fall over and die. So I guess we'll see the ramifications of that next week. Rue, this is the most interesting part, really. Rue does get pulled over by the DEA. She gets pulled over and they specifically say, they're like, "Are you Rue Bennett?" And she's like, "Yeah." She's like, "Okay, we're with the DEA." So someone's going down. I guess that'll be interesting. That'll be kind of fun. Most part, though, doesn't make sense. The show just doesn't make sense. And it's bad. It's a bad show. But anyway, let's go to our Honorary Pop Girlie of the week. We only have one this week. Only one person called to me. It's Anne Hathaway, obviously. I mean, what can you say? She's like, Mother Mary came out this last week. I'm seeing it tomorrow, so I haven't seen it yet, but I will be seeing it. Devil Wears Prada comes out at the end of the week. And then she's also got some movie with Dakota Johnson where I guess her and Dakota make out. I don't really even know what that is. And then she's also got, they've got Princess Diaries 3 in pre-production. So like, what can you say? My girl is on a high. She is it. She is everything. I think I am going to hate Devil Wears Prada 2, but that's fine. I'll still love her. And that's it. Wow, this was a very fucking long stream. I am hungry. I'm gonna go eat food, and then I'm gonna fight these copyright claims again every week. Hopefully, it did say that this stream might get blocked a few places. It also, I looked, it's also getting limited monetization for the content. I think maybe talking about the child rape and then also Euphoria on top of it triggered some censors. So, no money for this stream. Great. I am getting married next month, so that would have been cool, but I guess that's how the cookie crumbles. I just won't have any fucking money for it. Anyway, I will see you guys next week. I'll do the Euphoria stream some point midday. I don't know what time, but then member stream at night. So, see you guys there. And yeah, good night.